Hello everyone and welcome back to Season 4 of our F125 My Team Career Mode. Yes, Cadillac is back. Of course, if you missed out on pre-season testing yesterday, go back and check it out. But I would highly recommend sticking around and watching this entire video today. The start of a new season is always an interesting time in Formula 1, and it's safe to say this one has drama right from the get-go. New driver lineups, new teams, you know, lots of switching around, but of course, it's always a great start to a Formula 1 season here in Albert Park. Stick around right to the end though, because this one gets very, very chaotic. I really do hope you guys enjoy, and let's head down to, I guess, the team facility? A few driver moves, of course, the big one being Max Verstappen retiring from the sport. We were hoping to hire him ready for this season. That, of course, not able to happen. Kimi Antonelli making the move to Red Bull. We've got a couple new liveries and a few new rookie drivers as well there. Nicholas Sullivan, Tim Tramnitz now, all the way from F3, have made it to Formula 1 as well. So it is quite interesting to kind of see more and more driver lineups chopping and changing, and more, obviously, junior drivers making their way into the sport as well. But of course, yeah, if you're new around here, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed. If you haven't already as well and you want early access to all these videos, you can click the join button down below. It costs just £1 a month. Like I said, you get early access, so you would have seen this video yesterday, and then a few other little perks and bits and pieces. And last but not least as well, I'm trying to do a big push to get 10k followers on my Twitch channel before the end of 2025. I normally aim to go live about 4 days a week as well over there, so yeah, make sure you drop us a follow. We do a lot of F1 and a few other bits and pieces, but yeah, without further ado though, let's return here to Albert Park.
And a warm welcome everybody, we're here in the heart of Melbourne. It's Albert Park and it's qualifying for the Australian Grand Prix.
Well, I am really hoping that this season maybe we can be the one that stops Charles Leclerc in his reign of dominance throughout the entirety of this My Team universe so far on F125. Leclerc, 3 straight championships with Ferrari. One of not that many drivers now inside this game that is still with his original team inside F125. I'm trying to think, is anybody else still? Maybe like a Nico Hulkenberg, someone like that, down at Audi. Of course, I know that team has changed in that time, but obviously according to the game, he is still exactly where he started. But apart from that, I genuinely don't believe there is anybody else. Maybe, no, Sainz obviously is over at McLaren now, so yeah, it's just one of those things, isn't it? Where at least now on F125 there are a few more kind of driver moves season to season as well, which is obviously nice, and obviously gives it a little bit of extra spice, doesn't it? But I'm excited to see how Tramnitz and Solov get on over the course of the season as well. Obviously we have Callum Boyson back in Season 1, but I pretty much drove exclusively as him. Will the F3 drivers suck? Will they be kind of on par with the F2 drivers? Only time will tell. I'm just hoping that we can obviously make it straight into Q2, as I completely forgot to use battery on this first run, so that time will not be good enough. I'm going to have to go again, but it is a little bit crazy just how much time you can find by actually remembering to use the battery. Clearly, despite how many years now I've commentated live over racing Formula 1 cars, I still quite haven't got the grip of it. That's not really reassuring, is it? Especially as I was trying to talk about hopefully winning a World Championship away and stopping Charles Leclerc's reign of terror. I believe top times, though, are going to be in the 1:13s throughout the course of this session, and, well, immediately looks like we could be on for a 1:13 there as we make our way at the final corner. Power down, flat towards the line. It is going to be a 1:13.9. We go only P7, slower than Oscar Piastri. Well, there we go then, straight away in Q1, Kimi Antonelli getting up to the speed with his new team over at Red Bull, 2 tenths clear of Lando Norris there. Carlos Sainz third, ahead of reigning world champion Charles Leclerc. Oscar Piastri, like I said, quicker than me, but Nicholas Solov as well, a brilliant effort in Q1 there to go P8 on his debut. Pepe Marti looks like he's safely through into Q2 alongside Colapinto and Zach O'Sullivan. Jack Crawford out, that's quite a shock when you factor in obviously the fact that his teammates made it through quite comfortably. Paul Aaron Again, that V-Carb seemed to struggle last year. Lance Stroll, not really surprising. Ollie Behrman is the most unlucky driver I've ever seen on this game. And then, again, the two Audis, obviously now an all-German lineup this year. Tramnitz did go quicker than Hulkenberg, though, so I guess there were a few surprises in Q1. Well, there's no doubt about it in my mind then. Top time, pole time is going to be a 1 minute 12. Where in the 1 minute 12s, I've got no idea. But Charles Leclerc has immediately come out and ran a 13 flat as his first run in Q2. I'm sure, obviously, for the Monegasque man, you know, new season, everything like that, you want to start it as you mean to go on there with a dominant, strong performance. But, I mean, this is Albert Park on F125. The races can be rather hectic and a bit chaotic. I'm just obviously still trying to slowly ramp up the pace. Obviously, our Q1 run was effectively done on an old set of tyres. So on purple, well, through that first sector, just run a little bit wide out onto the back straight. Lucky not to invalidate. Well, purple through sector 1, purple through sector 2 as well. Could this be the first 1 minute 12 we've seen this weekend? I can't quite remember what the pole time was last year. But yeah, these cars now are ludicrously quick inside F125. We saw Verstappen, of course, set the fastest lap ever in Formula 1 last weekend, obviously back at the Italian Grand Prix. Don't think we're quite going to match that here, but we might not be too far away as we end up going third. But Oscar Piastri, currently fastest then in Q2. Have we finally got a good rear gunner teammate, or have we got a better teammate? And there we go then. By the end of Q2, it was Piastri their fastest on that 1:13.0, just 17 thousandths of a second clear of Charles Leclerc. But both Cadillacs inside your top three, so that pace that we had towards the end of last season does seem to have stuck around. Andrea Kimi Antonelli does make it through there, but a little bit slower that time. Nicolas Solov, though, debuted Grand Prix, and he will make it into Q3 ahead of Esteban Ocon, ahead of Yuki Tsunoda as well. So a brilliant effort by him. So, I mean, the fight is on then. Could we claim pole position to kickstart the year in the best way possible? But as everybody heads back out then for their final runs in anger here, the team believe a fresh set of softs can provide us with 1.5 tenths of extra speed. We are currently 1/10 away from Charles Leclerc. They believe there is a pole lap in this car, and what a way to kickstart the new season for Cadillac it would be if we can manage that then. Nice and tidy through turn 1. Again, just finding a little bit more. These cars are so cartoonishly fast around this venue today. They are a joy to drive though. I'm sure when you get it hooked up, it is going to be so fun over the course of this season there. Just trying to carry the speed through the end of Sector 1. We are going to be up again there. Lando Norris though had a brilliant Sector 1 split as we just try and carry the run. Take the line of least resistance out onto the back straight. Drain the battery. I definitely left too much in it last time around there. As up in towards turn 9 and turn 10. Can we take the first part completely flat out? Yes, we can. Down to 7th through the second part there. That is ridiculous. Completely flat through the entry of that corner. Piastri goes to the top of the board. Immediately, though, has been beaten. Lando Norris has a 1:12.4 here. Right towards the end of qualifying. These speeds are getting absolutely out of control. As can we find any more to potentially put ourselves up at least on the front row of the grid there? A little bit hesitant on the throttle through the final corner. 4 tenths up those who make our way to the line. P2. Well, there we are then. Lando Norris, he will claim pole position here at the Australian Grand Prix. Both Ferraris pipping both Cadillacs by less than 3/100ths of a second. But I've just had to do the maths. I've actually got an average calculator out to take a look at this. Lando Norris's average lap speed was 263.93 kilometers an hour. So barely below what we saw Max Verstappen achieve last weekend at Monza. And of course, Australia, it's a pretty fast track now in Formula 1, but it is still not quite on that level. It looks like, though, Cadillac, hopefully, we're going to be the real deal this season. Charles Leclerc just ahead of Oscar Piastri, Carlos Sainz ahead of Colapinto and Gasly. Andrea Kimi Antonelli, he'll be disappointed down in P8, just in a Mercedes sandwich, as Nicolas Solov, yeah, like we said, of course, debut weekend for him. He will line up P10. I'm sure he's just happy to have made Q3.
Months of rumour and speculation all come to an end today as we return to racing for the opening event of what promises to be an enthralling season. Welcome along then to round 1 of this year's Formula 1 World Championship. The Melbourne circuit is certainly one that needs to be taken seriously. It's a combination of slippery surfaces and difficult corners, making it a very tricky track when it comes to overtaking. Drivers find it hard to pass and will need to take full advantage of those DRS zones if they want to have any hope of breaking through. Let's run you through the driver grid order for today's exciting race. Lando Norris put in a fantastic lap yesterday and he'll start from pole position. And Isaac Hadjar completes the front row. Looking at the rest of today's grid, we have Leclerc, Piastri, Carlos Sainz and Colapinto, Gasly, Antonelli, Russell and Nicolas Soloff, Ocon, Pepe Marti, Yuki Tsunoda and O'Sullivan, Bortoletto, Doohan, Jack Crawford and Paul Aaron, Stroll, Tramnitz, Hulkenberg and Ollie Behrman rounds off the grid. Now it's almost time for lights out, so let's go down to the track.
Well, you know that thing I said in qualifying about Ollie Behrman being the unluckiest driver inside F125? How on earth have Alpine already managed for him to take new engine components for the first race of the year? Like, did an engine go pop during qualifying? Honestly breaks my mind as to just how hilariously bad that team can be and how unlucky he seems to be. I'm not just saying he's unlucky at Alpine. I've seen him have a lot of bad luck at Haas as well in other career modes and things like that. But when you combine him with Alpine, it is just the perfect storm of disaster inside F125. For us, though, it is looking like a beautiful sunny weekend here from Albert Park. Us versus Ferrari, the two red teams locking out the front 4 grid slots. But who will come out on top today then? The 5 red lights are on here in Albert Park. Oh, and it is the lights out, and away we go there. Lando Norris responding very, very well to the lights. So has Charles Leclerc behind us, though, as we bog down a little bit through the first phase. There is Leclerc right around the outside, down at turn 1. A power move by the Monegasque driver to make that happen immediately at the start of the Grand Prix. Of course, you know, we've got 16 races and a couple of sprints thrown in there. We don't need to desperately try and get back past him as soon as possible on lap 1. You know, this isn't the Monaco Grand Prix. Overtaking is certainly doable around this track early on, but Lando Norris, he will know he needs to start the race strong as well here. See, Charles Leclerc had a mechanical failure last season, if you guys remember as well, around this track, so was able to fight back from the worst possible way to finish round 1 of the season in, well, a similar vein to what Verstappen did, of course, back in 2022. But yeah, those Ferraris, though, they will want to try and push early on, get us out of the range if they possibly can. There's immediately Oscar Piastri getting right at my gearbox as well. What do we do if Oscar Piastri starts delivering really well this season? Do I chop and change between the two drivers again? Or do I still just focus on trying to make Hadjar a world champion? Well, here we go, Leclerc again, trying to have a look around the outside of Norris, and I think Ferrari are just starting to implement... Oh no, they certainly are not implementing team calls right there, as Norris tried to go wheel to wheel with him. Oscar Piastri, well, will find a way past myself as well, so... the drivers have started on the second row then, look to be quicker than the drivers have started on the front row. I'm just going to try and sit with Oscar as best as I can, see what his speed is like, whether he can drag me back towards that front 2. Of course, if they're fighting and we aren't, that will hopefully make our life a little bit easier, but the DRS is just so powerful around this circuit, so it is going to be interesting. Well, there we go, we might just have been able to get Carlos Sainz now at the DRS range of the two Cadillac machines, so we've clearly got the speed over everybody else, but quite clearly Oscar Piastri cannot keep up with his former teammate Lando Norris as well. I think just Ferrari, maybe playing those DRS games with each other, do stand a slightly better chance, as we will try and go back around the outside of Oscar. Oh, he's not going to try and fight it, but I've completely fired it in way too aggressively there. Never going to get the car slowed down. That just didn't brake early enough with the extra speed on the way into the corner. Yes, that's the first Matt212 bottle job of the new season, but it could have been a whole lot worse. Well, because these cars are now so hilariously quick inside F125, it does mean, you know, being precise with them, positioning them perfectly is obviously even more difficult. You know, you've got less time to think about it, of course, inside this game. But yeah, Carlos Sainz, though, we have slowly closed back up to the back of the MasterCard McLaren. I know I mentioned it a couple of times before, but we did predict that before it's happening. Of course, IRL ready for next season. So MasterCard McLaren, you know, if you want some other looks into the future from the F125 game, well, this is clearly the channel you want to be heading to. As are we going to hopefully be able to try and make light work of the Spaniard? He's doing very, very well, of course. Yuki Tsunoda struggled in qualifying, as we definitely want to try and get the better of this team over the course of this season. But from a long way back, out to the back straight, we will swoop back around the outside of Carlos. And purple through that sector as well we go. Looks like Piastri, he's holding that gap pretty level to those Ferraris. But as we get closer to the pit window, tyre strategy is going to be interesting. Oh, we've got yellows. That's a Mercedes, I believe. No, it's not. I think that's someone else. Something has happened down at the final couple of corners, as I thought for a second. It's a Red Bull. Is that Andrea Kimi Antonelli? No, it's Esteban Ocon out of the Grand Prix. So, of course, it was Antonelli that ran into those problems at the start of the Grand Prix, which I'm sure he'll still be disappointed about. But Red Bull, I see it so much on this game. They have terrible reliability. Here we go then. We just charged up the battery pack a little bit through those first few corners, and hopefully now with the DRS enabled, they're going to be able to try and fight back around the outside of our Australian teammate. Of course, it is his home Grand Prix, so I'm sure he'd be looking for a big result here. Of course, still no Australian has finished on the podium at their home event, but around the outside we will go and back up into third, as you can still see those Ferraris nose to tail just in front. Lando Norris, though, back in P1. Will it be him? Will it be Leclerc that gets priority pit stop then? Only time will tell. It is going to be, Lando Norris, as I'm going to go around again for the second time today. Try not to rejoin into the path of Carlos Sainz, who also dives into the pit lane there, but just completely lost grip of those rear tyres on the way into the pit lane. And the second mistake I've made, and it just gets even worse. What on earth am I doing, man? A comedy of errors as we try to peel into the pit lane here, and I think any hope we've got of trying to fight for the victory might now be over. Bottle Job 212 is back, it would appear, as trying to fight our way back out of the pit lane.
No more scheduled pit stops. Let's go.
Oh, I am stupid. I am stupid there. As into turn one, we almost get completely rear-ended by Ollie Behrman there through that first corner, as Antonelli, he went over to hards earlier on, so there's not a chance he's effectively no-stopping this race, is there? As I'm hoping these hard tyres will fare a little bit better through the rest of the Grand Prix, but we need to get on with it. There we go then, Oscar Piastri into the pit lane, and of course our teammate then back into the provisional podium places, unless Carlos Sainz can get a jump on him there through the final couple of corners, though. All over the back of Lance Stroll and Paul Aaron, who I'm sure are both as well about to dive into the pit lane. So we will, we're still inside your top 10, but we're going to be back up, hopefully, into 5th place here, as I think now sensibly 5th might be all we can muster in this Grand Prix. So I don't know what strategy Antonelli's going with. Let's see if I can listen in.
Okay, Antonelli behind. Time last lap, 1 minute 17.3. Okay, they're on old hard tyres. Their tyres are 13 laps old. We think they've got one more stop.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's not a chance Antonelli could effectively do this entire race on one set of tyres, but yeah, I mean, we've got 4-second gap over Tsunoda just behind, who's now on mediums. So I don't know what Yuki's doing either, really, in this race, but we need to try and close back in at the front, and if possible, I need to help Oscar Piastri get around those Ferraris. He looks like he's pretty close now in the range of one of them, but I could not tell you which. But it is quite funny when you take a look at the mini-map then. I know obviously a new season always kind of, answers a lot of questions and things like that. Teams that are maybe come on a bit stronger, maybe teams that need to put a bit more work into their car, a few more late nights back at the factory, but it's quite clear already that there is an interesting pace divide as well. That's my second warning of the day. Got to be careful with those. Ferrari and Cadillac, we are definitely the top 2 teams there, but McLaren, obviously, Carlos Sainz has done pretty well to hang as close as he has. Tsunoda, will say terrible qualifying for him. means he's been a lot further down the order. Mercedes, again, seem to be in a bit of no man's land, and, well, apart from Audi, they seem to be completely disconnected off the back of the pack still. When on earth are they going to put the development and investment into that team that they need to? Most of the midfield, though, the fight still seems to be pretty good. I believe it is the Williams cars that are right towards the front of that group, but it is quite interesting as to kind of how things form early on and whether that will carry on this season. But for our team, though, Piastri still ahead of Lando Norris, but doesn't look like he's quite got enough at the moment to take time out of Leclerc. I'm still just pushing on because I was about to say if we get a safety car or something like that, which if I keep making mistakes could happen, you know, we could easily get into the pit lane, serve this penalty and come back out only 2 places further back. But mistakes like that are just making it impossible for me to build up 10 seconds over Russell. Oh, safety car! Why? What's happened? Oh, one of the Alpines, Behrman's gone! Well, again, you know how I talk about Ollie Behrman being sometimes the unluckiest and most crash-prone driver on F125? That's why we got the safety car. I mean, if you watch it from the off-board, it looks even more hilarious. Making his way through. He's having a pretty tough weekend, you know, grid penalties out in Q1, everything like that. And just decides he's going to absolutely send it Tokyo drift style into the wall. And that is how we ended up with a safety car.
Okay,
we have redemption. We have a lifeline.
Which means you're going too fast. Reduce your pace.
Oh, that could make things really spicy towards the end of the afternoon, as none of our front runners want to dive in. None of them obviously want to lose their track position here. So as we dive into the pit lane, I still think it's a little bit odd that you can serve penalties inside this game under safety car. I think if you're already in the pits, then obviously it's fair game. But otherwise, it's still a little bit weird there, as I'm not convinced we're going to come out ahead of Pepe Marti and Franco Colapinto. So we are going to have some work to do in these final few laps. Oh, we're going to come out right at the back of that group, so this has not gone well. How?
Let's try and put that behind us now and get back into this race.
How on earth do you have an issue attaching the right rear wheel when you've had 10 seconds to line it up? And suddenly, well, I said we might come back out in this Grand Prix in P8. We've come out in P17. Oh boy, we're going to have a ridiculous amount of work to do. Still would be better though than if we hadn't a pit, I can't help but feel. Because we would not have built up a 10-second gap again. Well, getting ready then to go green flag racing with just 4 laps remaining of the Australian Grand Prix. Charles Leclerc, I'm sure he wasn't too happy about that safety car. But for both Cadillacs, it presents an opportunity. I've had a stinker of an afternoon. If I can just recover to points, I'll be pretty happy. But we're going to have to get the elbows out. We are on 10 lap pressure, 2-stage softer tyres than everybody around me, in a much, much quicker car as well. So I'm hoping that we're going to be able to slice and dice our way back through as best as we can here. But as Leclerc leads the way out of those final couple of corners, Paul Aaron not getting it on with it as early as I'd hoped he would. But making sure then I was trying to obviously save up the battery under that safety car, so we've got a full charge ready to go once again then. It's by the time we get into turn 1. I mean, look at the amount of grip we've got there. Tried to turn in at the same time as the car in front of us there and almost completely cut the corner. Around the outside of the Estonian though, in his V-car, but as he gets a little bit wedged over the curb. But we are immediately back up. It's going to be so tricky trying to manage the battery in these final few laps as well, of course. As I've done more league racing and things like that, I've kind of learned to appreciate, you know, the amount of battery, you know, how much you've got to manage it inside F125 if you want to find more speed there. As look at that though, a run we can get down in towards the final few corners there. It's down the inside of a McLaren and a Red Bull. Oh, don't lose the back end of the car through the exit of the corner, but past Andrea Kimi Antonelli and Yuki Tsunoda in one go then, as we are almost back up into the points already. Nikola Solov obviously qualified 10th, but yeah, it's dropped outside of that top 10 throughout this Grand Prix so far. Can we get a run on Sir Lancelot by the time we get in towards turn 1? Whoa, Lance! I had to trim the apex there slightly because I just knew Lance was not going to give me any room on the inside after I'd already committed to it. Lance Stroll, 0 awareness as always. Crawford, big mistake as we make our way out into the back straight. Just got a bit of a wiggle, and that'll cost him speed, cost him momentum all the way down this back straight then. As that Haas thing Actually, looks to be pretty racy in a straight line here, as next up then is going to be Solov. It's Bortolotto on his Aston Martin debut. Whoa, having a pretty good time of things so far. Down the inside, though, of Solov, we will go the young Hungarian. Whoa! Is everybody again breaking way earlier than I expected? I've gone down the inside for about 3 cars accidentally. Apologies there to Zach O'Sullivan, who did a pretty good job avoiding me. He scored no points last season, but is still just about running inside the top 10 when he hasn't got a wayward Cadillac flying through the shot. But again, somehow we kept it clean and tidy through probably the skill of our rivals rather than my own skill. To the inside of Colapinto, back in towards turn 1. Up another one then, so we're basically back to where we were then before this safety car, based on where our penalty would have left us, is to the outside of Pepe Marti. So Williams having a pretty good day out of it so far. But back up then into 7th. If we can get those Mercs, I will class this as a win. Oh no, what's happened to Piastri here late on in the day? Looks like Sainz has gone through, and Cadillac has one car making a good recovery. The other one seems to be really struggling. Oscar Piastri losing a place to George Russell, losing a place to Carlos Sainz. And he might be about to lose another one then to Pierre Gasly. This is not what I want to see in towards the final lap of the Grand Prix, especially now Ferrari looking pretty comfortable back out 1 and 2 as we dive our way through turn 1 then. Oh, we're going to try and get some DRS there. We are just trying to charge up our battery pack though to make sure we can get the run down the back straight. Looks like Piastri has been able to gather it up again a little bit, but no idea what happened to him. I can't see any front wing damage on the car, so I can't assume it's that. But always so difficult to tell inside this game then, as how many more cars are we going to be able to get? Whoa! On this last lap there, we definitely cost ourselves time through the exit of the corner as I tried not to gain an advantage on Pierre Gasly. But it's Piastri then in the DRS of George Russell, Gasly in the DRS of him. We are in the DRS of Pierre Gasly. It wasn't really the team I wanted to be battling with towards the end of the Grand Prix. But let's see if we can get the run then on the Mercedes, down in towards the final few corners, to the inside of Pierre Gasly, who has been better than George Russell most of the weekend, but he is not going to get the result to show it. Through the final corners though, it is going to be Ferrari kick-starting the year with a 1-2. I got no idea which one of them is going to take the victory. Oh, I tried to get a run on Oscar through the final corner. Leclerc will come through for 2nd behind Lando Norris. We will hang on for 6th.
And here he comes. It's all go, go, go for Lando Norris as he takes the checkered flag and wins.
And to get a victory at the first race of the season, this might be a sign of things to come. One thing's for sure is that this performance will be giving the team and the driver relief and confidence going into the rest of the season.
Well, it's been a long wait for many of our drivers, but the wait is always worth it. Bring them out to the awaiting crowd. It's time for our podium celebrations. He raises the trophy over his head. Lando Norris, head and shoulders above the rest today.
Well, there we are then. By just 0.8 of a second, it will be Lando Norris that beats Charles Leclerc for the Grand Prix victory this afternoon. Carlos Sainz will come through for P3, and Cadillac, well, the pace is there, but both of us, I mean, I made my own bad luck, to be honest, today. Oscar Piastri was just very, very unlucky in those final few laps there. Neither of us finishing on the podium, neither of us even finishing in the top 4. 5th and 6th. It's a tough pill to swallow, but, you know, we can move up from here, and there will be chances for redemption this season. George Russell comes through for a brilliant 4th place drive. George, basically did nothing, and, you know, he did the George Russell thing of do nothing. Wasn't quite a podium, but was pretty close here. Pierre Gasly in 7th ahead of Pepe Marti there, who I believe that's his first ever Formula 1 points. Franco Colapinto and Gabriel Bortoletto on debut for Aston Martin. He will bring home P10. Solov, I'm sure, will be a little bit gutted not to score a point here, but he did still beat out his experienced American teammate in Jack Crawford. Lance Stroll down in 13th there. Sonoda and Antonelli, a pretty disappointing weekend for the pair of them. Zach O'Sullivan, Ollie Behrman, and Esteban Ocon all failing to see the checkered flag. What does that do to our World Championship? Well, of course, the drivers result exactly the same as the finishing order. Constructors-wise, though, Ferrari, 43 points there for them, the maximum haul. Mercedes and Cadillac tied on 18 apiece there, and McLaren just a further 3 behind. Williams and Aston Martin with points on the board. I'm sure we will see Red Bull and Haas score as well, but VCARB, Alpine and Audi, they are going to be the big question over the course of this campaign. Thank you all so much for watching, though. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready I believe, it's either Suzuka or Bahrain. I just can't remember which when I'm under pressure. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with round 2 of our F125 My Team Career Mode. Yes, this weekend we're here in Bahrain, and let me just say, this one is a fantastic race, like a proper race. A lot of strategy, a lot of battling going on right the way throughout, and it all comes down to the wire come the checkered flag. Cadillac, though, we need a big result this weekend after a disappointing time out in Australia. I'm going to join you guys, though, down at the Team HQ. Yeah, after the first round, though, Oscar Piastri showed some good signs. Both Cadillacs, unfortunately, struggled towards the end of the Grand Prix there. It was Lando Norris, though, claiming the victory, I believe, for the... No, he didn't win it last year. It was Max Verstappen that won it at the start of Season 3. But obviously, yeah, with the Dutchman out of the picture, Ferrari did end up winning with a 1-2 finish. They look pretty indomitable as we start this new campaign. Carlos Sainz in third, just ahead of George Russell, and then both Cadillacs ahead of Pierre Gasly, with both Williams scraping into the points ahead of Gabriel Bortoleto. It means in the Constructors' Championship, Ferrari already 25 points clear, but Mercedes, Cadillac and McLaren all just covered by 3 points as we head back to Bahrain this weekend. I'm looking forward to this one, though. I'm hoping we can try and put Australia behind us. We know the car has got good pace. We know the car has got good speed. We've just got to learn from our mistakes in that opening race. If you're new, please do consider getting yourself subscribed. We're getting very close to 150,000 subs as well. Also, if you want early access to these videos, you can click the join button down below. It costs just £1 a month. Like I said, you get early access as well as a few other exclusive perks, and it is a really useful way to support the work we do here. And last but not least, we are getting very, very close at the time of recording to 8,000 followers over on my Twitch. We're trying to hit 10k by the end of the year, so I go live normally 4 or 5 times a week, so drop me a follow over there. There'll be a link down in the description as well. But yeah, without further ado though, let's return here to Bahrain.
Well, as the sun goes down, the speeds go up. It's almost time to get underway for this shootout for the fastest time and the best possible grid position for tomorrow's race. Let's get on with it. It's qualifying for the Bahrain Grand Prix.
Well, back then under the floodlights here in Sakir, ready for the Bahrain Grand Prix weekend, and I must admit, I'm hoping this circuit is going to suit our car maybe just a little bit more than the Australian Albert Park layout did. George Russell immediately going fastest early on in Q1, but of course, as always, you know, Q1 and Q2, they're not quite busy work for us inside this series, because we've still got to make sure we get the lap nailed, but we are obviously hoping that we should be into Q3 pretty much every weekend, just like we managed pretty much every weekend last season. A couple of notable exceptions, of course, that maybe cost us a real shot at fighting for the World Championship, but yeah, over 16 races, consistency is going to be absolutely key as we look at that. Through turn 5 and turn 6, completely flat out in this car. There is so much speed, but I don't think we're quite going to see as ridiculous laps as we did in Australia. Esteban Ocon then currently in a little bit of trouble down in the drop zone as we go purple through that middle sector then. So once again, I think through the higher downforce stuff, this car is going to be the one to beat. It's a shame we haven't got Monaco on this calendar. Not that I think we'd struggle for pace anyway at Monaco either way. Out of the final corner though, get the run back around towards the start-finish line. It is going to be a 124.6 straight to the top of the pile. And there we go then, obviously comfortably through in Q1 on that single run, just ahead of George Russell and Yuki Tsunoda there. I think Ferrari just keeping their pace hidden back a little bit. Lando Norris in P4, Charles Leclerc only down in 8th place. Any major surprises though? Tim Tramnitz has done very well to get that Audi into Q2. Esteban Ocon only just squeezes by ahead of Paul Aron there, but it is going to be the V-Carb, both Alpines. Colapinto will be disappointed after points last weekend to be out in Q1. So will Nicolas Solov, of course, qualified P10. This time around he's qualified P20. And Nico Hulkenberg over a second slower than his teammate. Let's not forget, this is just Tramnitz's second ever Formula 1 race. And there we go then. Normally I like to wait for the AI to do a run before I head back out onto the circuit, and Charles Leclerc has definitely showcased a lot more Ferrari speed here in Q2. A 124.2 then, so we're going to need to find a good few tenths of a second if I want to go quicker than him. Track is definitely ramping up though. I would be very surprised if we don't see times of a 123 in that final knockout, or final session I should say. Obviously not a knockout session Q3, because all 10 that are there are going to make it through. A little bit squirrely out in the first couple of corners. Sector 1 we don't seem to be that good. It's Sector 2 and Sector 3 where this car really does seem to come alive, so maybe it's just slightly better at looking after its tyres over a longer run as well. Because again, they're just got to try and keep it planted through the exit of Turn 5 and Turn 6. We know the car has got the grip. It's more having the belief in myself. Really not good to see that our teammate Oscar Piastri then currently down in the drop zone of 104.8. Middle split there, as once again we will go purple 1.2 seconds up by the end of Sector 2. So I can only hope that Piastri had a bit of an issue on that run. But yeah, it looks like at the moment we're going to be pretty consistent with the time I set in Q1 there. Plenty of curb through that final corner. Try and get it planted on the exit though, carry the speed back around towards the line. 24.4, 2 tenths away from Charles. We are steadily improving. And there we go then, by the end of the second session. Again, 4 drivers from 4 different teams making up your top 4. George Russell though, after going almost fastest in Q1, barely makes it through. I don't think there's been any major surprises though. Gabriel Bortoletto doing a very good job in that Aston Martin Honda. Pierre Gasly out in Q2. I just don't know what Mercedes' pace is really like early on. Tim Tramnitz though going quicker than Pepe Marti, so good to see for him. Maybe, just maybe, Audi are starting to come on a bit of a fight back. Well, we need to try and get a good bank lap in nice and early on here in Q3. Lando Norris top of the board currently on a 124.2, but I don't know if Leclerc went quicker there. I was on my out lap as those guys were finishing off their runs, so we want to try and make sure that we get a good first time. Like I said, if we could set like another 24.4, maybe go quicker than that, that'd be reassuring. But yeah, I reckon we're in the fight for pole today. Obviously narrowly missed out in Australia. Just ended up slower than Lando Norris, who of course set a new lap record for top speed in the sport. Can't wait to get to Monza and see what pace we're all going to be capable of there. But making our way through Sector 1, purple. That is exactly what we want to see there. And then a tidy run again down the hill. Oh, come on. I mean, this first lap could end up being the quickest one for me. Sometimes that does happen inside F125. The pace of the circuit kind of falls away right towards the end of the session there. As just be careful over that exit curve out onto the back straight. Esteban Ocon, currently the benchmark we are chasing down in P6. So plenty of curb there down at the bottom of the hill. Got to get better with that as we get ready for the new season of Creator Series. So purple Sector 1 though, purple Sector 2. Get on that throttle, carry the speed off of the corner. Come on, go, go, go. One more big corner to get it stopped for. Braking at about 90 meters out. Third gear through the apex, avoid taking too much inside curb. Don't lean on the outside curve too much either. I've used a bit too much battery too early. 23.8. Straight to the top of the board. Well, there we go then, as the track ramps up right towards the end of qualifying. We have made the difference. A 123.8 there will see us claim our first pole position of the year. George Russell's second there. Brilliant effort in that Mercedes to go quicker than Lando Norris and Yuki Tsunoda. Oscar Piastri ahead of Charles Leclerc as well. That's very helpful for the team with both Red Bulls in 7th and 8th. Last weekend's podium finished to Carlos Sainz down in 9th, just ahead of Gabriel Bortoletto. But what can we do as we head into the race?
It's race day, it's secure under the lights, and it's lovely to have you with us for the Bahrain Grand Prix. Formula One returns to the desert today on this exceptional 3.36 mile circuit. 15 corners provide plenty of overtaking opportunities, and it could be a strategic race, this one, with Sakir notorious for eating up the rear tyres. Watch out for drivers managing their rubber at some point during the Grand Prix. It's time to take a look at our starting grid for today's race. Isaac Hadjar lines up on pole position, just ahead of George Russell, who starts this event from P2. Considering the rest of the grid, we have Norris, Tsunoda, Oscar Piastri and Ocon, Antonelli, Sainz, Bortoletto and Jack Crawford, Stroll, Gasly, Zach O'Sullivan and Tramnitz, Pepe Marti, Leclerc, Paul Aaron and Jack Doohan, Colapinto, Soloff, Behrman and Nico Hulkenberg rounds off the grid. And with lights out just moments away, it's time to go down to the track.
Well, if we want to fight for a world championship this year, we've got to get on with it nice and early on. We've seen Charles Leclerc, obviously, generally him in this game, he starts the year quite slow and then ramps up. He's already got a second place finish, and obviously Ferrari won the opening race, so Charles can't really ramp up much unless he starts dominating by like 30 seconds come the end of Grand Prix. The team don't believe the one-stop is going to be viable this afternoon. You don't lose much time in the pit lane, so I think starting on the hards, then going medium and soft is going to be hopefully quite a good play around this venue. We're going to put 30 laps of fuel in the car, 29 laps worth of racing action coming up though. Let's see what we can do. Everybody around me on the hards, apart from George Russell, it is 5 red lights. There's the lights out, and away we go then. So I fairly wheel spin. What is Mark doing? Shut up in the background, man. I'm trying to start the Grand Prix there, and he's talking in my ear. That's very off-putting. As in towards someone there, we've got Russell going past us, the MasterCard McLaren. With Yuki Tsunoda trying to have a look for it as well. There is getting a big snap of oversteer off the exit of the corner. Andrea Kimi Antonelli in the Red Bull has opted to start this one on the softer compounded tyres, so that's a very, very brave choice by him. But he's had a lightning getaway because of it there. Russell will know he needs to try and scamper away at the start of the races. We don't quite know how his strategy will plan out. But yeah, I mean, Antonelli behind though in that Red Bull as well is going to be a big threat. There's probably, you know, over a second a lap delta difference between the soft and the harder compounded tyre here, and that Red Bull maybe only 6-7 tenths a lap slower on race pace. I don't think a lot of drivers got their ultimate lap out in Q3, especially not the Ferraris, way down the order for them. But Lando Norris, they're already dropping out the DRS, so he's struggling as well at the start of this one. Maybe this Cadillac is very good at firing up its tyres. Oh, here we go. Here comes Andrea Kimi Antonelli then. He's got to waste no time going for this. Oh, he's going to give me a big old squeeze into turn 1 then. Antonelli with a fire under his tummy at the moment then, as he's going to try and go in pursuit of his former teammate George Russell. I just want to try and hang inside his DRS range here. Just hoping he can carry me along for a few laps, because it won't be long before those soft tyres hit the cliff. It's a high-risk, high-reward strategy from the young Italian, but it could pay off. You know, well-timed safety car or a red flag, something like that this afternoon, and he could be in the money. Oh no, this is not what we need. Lando Norris now trying to have a look for it. Back in towards turn 1. I think the Ferrari man just trying to sense an opportunity there. Just wants to test the waters and see how vulnerable we are through those first couple of corners. I was happy to let Antonelli by. I'm not going to let the Ferrari through with as much ease. We know we're on the same strategy as him. But I mean, yeah, Russell 3 seconds up the road now. He's got a pretty comfortable gap. I think he's just got to look after his tyres over the rest of this stint and try not to lose his. Already Antonelli. See, just struggling a little bit getting that Red Bull exactly where he wants it. He could be vulnerable again pretty soon. Well, if Lando's going to try and get a move on me, we've got to try and get a run on Antonelli. It's up over 220 miles an hour in towards turn 1. 220 here in Bahrain. This is not known as like a particularly top speed orientated circuit or anything like that. And these cars are just so quick. As Antonelli might be able to try and get the run back on me though, up the hill. in towards turn 4. We've got to give him the room on the inside there. We'll try and use the extraordinary track width through turn 4, and we do hang on. But can we get away from him? That's the big question. Yeah, this thing is just so unbelievably grippy. Oh, we've got yellows, we've got yellows. That's a V car blowing up then early on in the day. Don't know if that's Paul Aaron or Zach O'Sullivan. It is Zach O'Sullivan then, who's going to be our first retirement of the day. Luckily no safety cars have just gone past pit lane entry. Yeah, Russell though, he's doing a pretty good job at the moment, just keeping that range up at about the 2-second mark. His tyres are definitely beginning to fall off quicker than ours. I want to get these tyres to about lap 12, then I want to do to about lap 21, 22 on the medium, and then obviously a very fast blast on the softs towards the checkered flag. It is going to be interesting. I feel like this is going to be one of those races where you don't really know how things are shaping up until right at the very end. But Lando Norris now clear of Andrea Kimi Antonelli. Oscar Piastri now clear of Esteban Ocon as well. So those Red Bulls, very fast early on, are beginning to really struggle. Oh, we've got more yellows, we've got more yellows. That's a safety car. I believe that's Pierre Gasly that's gone for a spin.
We need to keep it positive to avoid a penalty. Slow down, maintain positive delta.
Well, there we go then. We're not going to have a safety car. We're going to have a red flag here, which seems like a bit of an odd choice. Say, I think Gasly had only span down at the hairpin, but that's going to really open up the strategy.
Let's have a think about how we handle the rest of this race.
I mean, for Red Bull, though, that has worked out beautifully because Antonelli was probably about to dive in, so of course he's gained all the advantage of those soft tyres without kind of having to deal with the downfall of it a bit later on. We're going to stick to our original plan of attack, though. We're going to try and take the mediums about 10 laps and then the softs 8 right at the end of the race. Everybody else, though, has gone onto the softs. 5 red lights. Oh, and a mighty long hold there, but it is lights out and away we go. And yet again, not getting off to a particularly good start. Lando Norris clean around the outside, and we're going to end up sandwiched in towards turn 1 there. Antonelli again. Oh, a big send into turn 1 there. Slaps the side of Lando Norris's car. Lando will be lucky if he hasn't got any side pod damage there, but Antonelli in the wars. Oscar Piastri there moving up into P3, but just staying out of trouble. But we need to try and find a way around the outside of this Red Bull then, as he's going to be very, very slow up around the top of the circuit. But after such a good start to this race for Andrea Kimi Antonelli, I think I know it better than most just how one little wrong move can cause all of your problems there. He's going to have to dive into the pits at the end of this lap, and I don't know if we'll be able to stretch that tyre to the end of the afternoon. It does also help out. I believe it was Carlos Sainz had to dive in very early as well. Maybe picked up some damage. And Charles Leclerc, who had started further down the order. So he's now up in the points and will probably still be in the fight at the front by the end of the afternoon. But George Russell still maintaining his lead from the start of this race. Getting a nice gap, though, over Antonelli behind there, who seems to want to try and defend from everybody he still can. We've just got to try and stay in the range of our teammates. Here we go then, round 2 between Russell and Norris there. This time around, Lando's going to try the outside line in towards turn 1, and Russell might be a little more powerless, or a little more powerless, a little less powerful. I don't know. Either way, Lando Norris, he's made the move happen. He is up then into the lead of the Grand Prix, but Russell is immediately going to try and fight him back up towards the top of the circuit. Well, there we go. Russell, clearly that Merc is here to fight today. Didn't think they had much pace in Australia, but they seem to have turned it around. Well, Oscar Piastri, he really needs to try and get on with it here because he is starting to drift out of the range of Lando Norris just in front of him. So I don't know if he's just beginning to struggle on those tyres a little bit more than the cars in front. But either way, I think we've got to try and go for the move now. Open up that DRS over 200 miles an hour before we even get to the start-finish line. As there goes Lando Norris past George Russell as well then. So even if we can just kind of fill that 1 second gap, that means Piastri stays in the range. So I'm still worried about Ocon and Leclerc. They seem to be battling a lot more further behind. As George Russell, can he get a run back on Lando? No, he can't. This circuit is just so much fun, man. It's so improved on F125. But there's just battling every single lap here. It's just fantastic. Look at that purple through the first sector. Oh, thought about it on George. I think the tyre advantage is starting to move in our favour. Here we go then, George Russell. Is he going to be vulnerable on the run back in towards turn 1? He's still got the DRS off Lando Norris. There we go, 223 miles an hour in towards that first corner. Can we get it stopped around the outside? No, we can't. There is Oscar Piastri trying to have a look for it as well then. And all this battling might give Lando Norris a bit of an opportunity as we climb back up the hill. I think we've got a little bit more speed than George. I think he just knows at the moment it is not worth the fight at this stage of the GP. Those AI, they will get an undercut on us. We will most likely be chasing them down again towards the end of the afternoon. Come on, we've got to try and stick with Russell. That Ferrari looks so good under the lights here. And there we go, Lando Norris into the pit lane then. So I believe, is this the first time since the start we've led this race? I think it might be. There's Piastri also in. Charles Leclerc having to stay out at least one more lap then, and we're going to be diving in the lap after him, so kind of hoping that maybe some of these guys get held up in a bit of traffic. But I think most of the AI are on the same strategy. Bortoletto and Stroll, alongside Tsunoda, have gone the same way as me. But Lando, is he going to come out in some dirty air? I think he is. So there we go, then that works out fantastically. But Piastri's had a much slower pit stop though, and has lost even more. I'm really hoping Lance Stroll is going to dive into the pit lane as well at the end of this lap. Otherwise, we are going to be in a rare situation in which the Canadian is leading a Formula 1 Grand Prix. Just been monitoring the gap to Lando Norris towards the end of this lap, and he does seem to still be very racy. The team, yep, just reminding me that we need to peel into the pit lane. I cannot forget to do that. Otherwise, that could be pretty disastrous for us. But Norris now 3 seconds clear of Oscar Piastri, who I think is effectively in, well, either net P2 or net P3. No risk taken on that pit lane entry. Do not need a repeat of what we managed last time out. But is Stroll going to dive in as well then? I don't see the Aston Martin pit crew out. Are we going to see Lance Stroll leading a race here? Surely he can't take those tyres to the end of the afternoon. Nope, he is going to pit. Just the Aston Martin team there. Apparently having a nap. Bit of a slow stop. That was not fantastic. There we go. Everybody else making their way into the pit lane then. So we're going to re-emerge out in P2. We've got 3 seconds-ish to close up on Lando Norris here. Got to get some temperature into these tyres. As Russell's gone hards. Why? Oh, there we go. That's what we need. 126.7 there. New fastest lap of the day is 6 laps remaining. We can do a few more of those. I just need to get back in the range of Lando towards the end. I'm honestly getting a little bit of deja vu from the driver career mode over on Matt212 gameplay. We were chasing down Lando towards the end of that race. It looks like we're doing the same today. Well, as these soft tyres begin to burn up towards the end of the afternoon, I think we are only just going to be in the range of Lando Norris now. So these last couple of laps are going to be critical here. We need to try and just recharge the pack a little bit, but be careful that we don't lose the range to the Ferrari. But we know now we'll be getting that free bit of extra speed as we make our way down in towards turn 1. I've been trying to learn more ERS strats inside this game to help out when I'm doing creative series and things like that. And it has been a very, very interesting kind of dynamic that I've had to try and learn on the fly inside F125 there. But as long as you go down into none on corner entry, you can make some great gains and just flick it back up to medium on corner exit there. Through the chicane for the penultimate time in this race. We are charging up that pack absolutely fantastically. And this is what we need to be doing here. Perfect at the moment. Problem is, of course, if you don't get on with it on corner exit, you are just going to drop back so much there. But again, with the DRS as we make our way out onto this back straight. Is this the back straight? Is it actually the straight up in towards turn 4? Is it the straight down in towards the final corner? I don't know. Someone yell at me down in the comments. But 60% charge now. That surely is going to be enough to try and go for something on this final lap. Ferrari claimed all the honours last weekend. It looks like once more they're going to bag a double podium here. But will it be a second straight victory for Lando Norris? Is this finally going to be the year he can mount a challenge against Charles Leclerc over the course of the entire campaign? To his credit, he did manage that last year. Just things didn't quite go his way right at the very end. It's gaining down in towards turn 1. Are we going to be able to try and have a look there to the inside? Oh, we will think about it. It's Orlando just tried to turn in for the apex of the corner as well there. Make sure we get the throttle down nice and tidy on the exit. And it doesn't look like he's got much drive off of the corner. Suddenly, though, he has got the speed as he'll swing defensive up towards the top of the circuit. Can we go all the way around the outside through turn 4? Yes, we can.
You made it look so easy.
And Mark loving that one as well then. We've got to try and keep the car in the right places as we make our way down the hill there. Having to defend from Norris in towards the hairpin as we just got a little bit squirrely off of turn 6. We kept it inside track limits. We kept it clean. And now we've just got to try and park the bus in towards these final few corners of the Grand Prix. Surely Lando can't get a run down this back straight. He's going to try. He's going to try and use everything he's possibly got. We will defend the inside line. Wheel to wheel we will go as we make our way up the hill there. Try and give each other the space. And Lando Norris clean round the outside there. Up through the top of the circuit. That was not what we needed to do at this stage of the afternoon. Can we get a run though? Down in towards the final corner. We're going to have to drain everything we've possibly got in this car. Are we going to be close enough for a dive? We will have a look to the inside. Get it slowed down on the apex. Lando Norris can do it. We can do it too. Out of the final corner. Win number 3 for Cadillac.
Absolutely awesome. Just amazing, mate. Well done.
Isaac Hadjar takes the checkered flag and wins.
Well, they were clearly at one with their car today, Crofty, out there. New regulations, of course, for this season. And you can tell that they've done their homework. They've studied, they've put probably a lot of time in the simulator, worked well with their engineer. And, I mean, they were absolute joy to watch out there today. They really were.
We had drama from start to finish, but in the end, there was only ever one that could take that top spot. And it's Isaac Hadjar who triumphs today. He's claimed that top spot with an outstanding performance.
Well, there we are then, just 1/10 of a second come the checkered flag, but we will claim victory here in Bahrain. Pole position, fastest lap and the race win. Looked pretty simple on paper, but for those of you that stuck around, you'll know it was anything but. My driver of the day, though, has got to go to Charles Leclerc. 16th to 3rd, he kept his head down, he kept out of trouble, and made a lot of gains against other drivers towards the end of the afternoon. Piastri will come through for 4th ahead of George Russell and Yuki Tsunoda there, but just like we predicted out in Australia, I think Cadillac versus Ferrari is going to be the championship. Russell, just like I said, ahead of Tsunoda. Ocon, Gasly, Bortoleto picks up more points there, and Andrea Kimi Antonelli, despite that front wing damage, will hang on for a 10th place finish come the checkered flag. Lance Stroll just ahead of Behrman outside of the points. Carlos Sainz, a disappointing day for him. But yeah, just those V-carbs of Paul Aaron and Zach O'Sullivan who failed to see the checkered flag. What does that do to our World Championship? Well, it means we are up to 2nd then, just ahead of Charles Leclerc. Lando Norris 10 points clear at the top of the title. George Russell there now tied with Oscar Piastri. Carlos Sainz a little bit further back ahead of Gasly and Yuki. Esteban Ocon, Pepe, Marti, Bortoleto, Colapinto, and Andrea Kimi Antonelli with his first point of the new season. Constructors-wise, Ferrari still 21 clear of Cadillac, but we are now back up to P2, which hopefully is going to be the worst case scenario for us this campaign. Mercedes ahead of McLaren, Red Bull, Williams and Aston Martin all with points on the board. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready for the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video, and welcome to round 3 of season 4 of our F125 Cadillac career mode. Yes, we return this weekend here to the Jeddah Corniche and the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix, of course. If you missed out on the video that went live at the end of last week from Bahrain, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. A brilliant battle between myself and Lando Norris. Ferrari versus Cadillac, I think, is going to be a fantastic squabble over the course of the campaign. Maybe the elbows will get out. Maybe things will get a little bit catty between the two teams as well. I'll have to wait and see whether, Fred Vasseur and I, whether we're going to plan a boxing match towards the end of the year. Taking a look, though, at our World Championship standings, it is still Lando Norris at the top of the table, ahead of now Isaac Hadjar, Charles Leclerc, George Russell, Oscar Piastri, all inside your top 5. Ferrari having 19-point buffer at the top of the table, still ahead of Cadillac. At very worst this season, I hope we finish P2, but it will be slightly dependent on whether Oscar Piastri can pull his finger out as well. Yeah, both Ferraris, both with double podiums to kickstart the campaign, but I'm hoping this weekend we can try and get another win on the board. We've got $63 million of cash reserves at the moment, but there's not really much I can do now inside the game. We're still just trying to spam out the last few facility upgrades that I can possibly do. As you can see, we've got 3 going on the engineering side, 3 going on the personnel side, and I've completed every single one that is available inside this game as well. I don't believe there are any unavailable improvements. I don't know why my workforce isn't completely maxed out, but there we are. Of course, if you're new and you do want to enjoy, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed. We are getting very, very close to 150,000 subs on the channel as well at the moment. Also, if you want early access to all these videos, you can click the join button as well for just £1 a month. And last but not least, we're trying to hit 10k followers over on my Twitch before the end of the year, so there'll be a link to that down in the description below as well. Yeah, it'd be greatly, greatly appreciated. We're going to be going live 5 times this week over there, so plenty of live streaming content for you all. But yeah, without further ado though, let's return here to Jeddah.
Welcome to the Jeddah Corniche, one of the fastest circuits on the calendar. But let's see who'll be fastest of them all. We're about to set the grid for the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix. Yes, it's qualifying.
Well, I think we're going to need to get the average speed check out once again then, ready for today's qualifying session, because we might be able to go even quicker than what we did out in Australia then. Coming out the final corner though, of course, Q1 and Q2 aren't exactly where I expect to get the big times, so we just got to make sure that we make it into Q3 as always. This will immediately Charles Leclerc down to a 124.0. We broke into the 23s in Bahrain. 122s, do we think that could be possible here? Only time will tell. Oh, purple in Sector 1, purple in Sector 2 then on this first run, as 212 miles an hour. Not a bad top speed to hit down in towards the final couple of corners. Get the power down though, use the remaining of the battery on the run back towards the line. Are we going to dip into the 23s? No, we don't. We only go second, but look at that top 5. Antonelli, Behrman and Hulkenberg. That would be quite a shock. Well, there we go then, having a look at our times from Q1. Charles Leclerc fastest there, just ahead of myself. But Andrea, Kimi Antonelli, Yuki Tsunoda, Franco Colapinto, all getting up there as well. Brilliant lap by Hulkenberg in that Audi car to get himself up inside the top 10. Just behind Ollie Behrman, but just ahead of Jack Crawford. So I think we are going to see some surprises out in Q1. Oscar Piastri barely makes it through. Nicolas Solov makes it through alongside Lance Stroll. Zach O'Sullivan out, that's not a big shock. George Russell out, though, is a big shock, alongside Esteban Ocon. Tim Tramnitz as well, bit disappointed, I'm sure, alongside Pepe Marti and Jack Doohan there. So, what's that? 6 cars from 6 different teams out in Q1, but a Mercedes and a Red Bull not making it through. They will be very disappointed. Well, I do always debate as to whether to take Q1 and Q2 out of the footage, but we just seem to get so many surprises inside this series, I just don't think I can. You know, it's kind of a bit like IRL Formula 1 a couple of times recently, where everybody has been so tightly bunched up there as immediately Carlos Sainz becomes the first driver this weekend into the 123s. The team believe I've got splits for a 23.5 so far. We'll wait and see as to how close I can get to that. So a little bit wide through the start of the S's, but I mean, apart from that, these corners are basically entirely flat out. Bit of a downshift there as I got a bit squirrely through the exit. But again, you can keep your foot pretty much welded to the floor. As purple through Sector 1 we still go. We've got a lot of downforce on this car. Does seem like it works a bit more through the corners and down the straights, you know, against those Ferraris, against some of the other cars on this grid. But we're doing pretty well. Oh, just try and get it thrown out over that curbing. So far, so good. Oh, purple in Sector 1, purple in Sector 2, and it seems to be Sector 3 where we lose a lot of time against our rivals. Will we join Carlos Sainz in the 83-second club here? Let's find out. Long run back towards the line. Yes, we will. To the top of the board we go. 123.7. And there we go then by the end of Q2. A 123.7 is the fastest time on the board. Again, I've had to get out my average speed calculator. That lap was 166.38 miles an hour. I'm hoping we can get to 167 when we get into Q3, but Sainz makes it through. It looks like Ferrari a little bit off the pace here today, because it seems to be Cadillac versus McLaren. Both Ferraris do make it through alongside Andrea Kimi Antonelli, Pierre Gasly, Colapinto through once again, Nikola Solov for the second time this year as well. That Haas car seems to be very, very good around these straight line circuits. Hulkenberg, after a great time in Q1, cannot make Q3. Well, here we go then, ready for our last laps of anger here from Jeddah. Like I said, I reckon a 123.5 is doable. I want to try and reach 167 miles an hour for an average lap speed around this circuit. We should go way above 170 when we get to Monza, shouldn't we? I reckon we could be looking like 172, 173. I'm sure by saying all this, though it will then rain for the Italian GP qualifying session. But again, nice and tidy through those first few corners. I need to be a bit more effective with my ERS usage around this lap. Don't hit the inside wall. Keep it tidy on the exit of the corner as well. As we thread the car through these S's, don't again nudge the wall. You can see how much more it opens up the corner on the exit there. Nicely used a bit of battery. And that was completely flat out from turn 5 all the way through to about turn 11, isn't it? This is the banked turn 12, as once again, no surprises, purple through Sector 1. But like I said, trying to use just a bit more battery around the lap, give us some speed off of the corners. As you could probably use 6th gear through there. Out onto the back straight that isn't very straight, though. Open up that DRS again, just try and take the line of least resistance, the shortest run in towards Sector 3 there. It's down to 7th gear. That's the line I've needed through that corner. That's definitely been one where I've been costing myself a little bit of speed so far this session. Make sure I keep just a little bit of battery, though, ready for the final corner. This has felt like a pretty complete lap up to this point. Braking at the 100-meter board there. Little bit of understeer through the middle part of the apex. We'll get the power down on the run back towards the line. Shortest run, 123.0. Surely that is good enough for pole, but surely I've got to try and chase a 1 minute 22.
Everybody? Okay, let's go.
Oh, I'm stupid. I'm so stupid. I've gone back out on the old set of tyres. Luckily, I think it's good enough for pole position anyway there, but I think the 1 minute 22s will have to wait another year. What a slightly anticlimactic end to Q3 then for us, but what a lap it was still. 123.002. That's got to be, what, close to 167 miles an hour average speed? Oscar Piastri, though, will join us on the front row. So for the first time this year, Cadillac have got a front row lockout. Lando Norris, Charles Leclerc, though, very quick by the end of Q3, just ahead of the 2 McLaren cars. Gasly, Antonelli, Solov, and Franco Colapinto will round out your top 10. But Cadillac, we've got a huge chance this weekend. Let's see what we can do as we head into the race.
Welcome to one of the fastest races in the entire calendar, and while it's one of the newer races on the F1 World Tour, it's already staked its reputation as a fan favourite. It's Jeddah, and it's the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix. So let's take a look at the topographical map of the Jeddah Street Circuit. As you can see, a number of challenging corners for the drivers to master here. We'll see just how much the teams have benefited from their time spent in practice this weekend. And like many street circuits, this track has the potential to punish drivers that get it wrong. Let's hope we avoid any safety cars today. Let's run you through the driver grid order for today's exciting race. Isaac Hadjar lines up on pole position, and Oscar Piastri completes the front row. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Norris, Leclerc, Yuki Tsunoda and Sainz, Gasly, Antonelli, Solov and Franco Colapinto, Crawford, Behrman, Lance Stroll and Aaron, Bortoletto, Hulkenberg, Zach O'Sullivan and George Russell, Ocon, Tramnitz, Pepe Marti and Jack Doohan rounds off the grid. And now it's time to head down to the track.
Well, we are the only drivers so far this year to start on the front row in every single Grand Prix, so hoping obviously we can keep that going for as long as possible. 25 laps though here from the Jeddah Corniche. It is a tough circuit. It is just, I think honestly the best way I could describe it, I think, is an assault on the mind. Just how focused you have to be to make it work around here. Let's see what we can do though. We've got Oscar Piastri alongside me. We've got to try and work together. It is 5 red lights. There's the lights out, and away we go then, getting off to a fairly clean, tidy start. It's everybody around us on the mediums. This is Lando Norris trying to have a look around the outside. Oh, he's turned in on me in towards someone. They're both Ferraris trying to get wheel to wheel with us through that first corner as Piastri would immediately say thank you very much.
Some damage, you might start to notice it soon.
And immediately then picking up a little bit of damage on the car as well. I mean, from my perspective there, Lando Norris just started to turn in on me when we were the car on the inside. Whether he knew that Oscar Piastri was there as well or not, I've got no real idea. But, you know, there's a car on the inside. He can't really just turn in as and when he chooses. We're definitely going to try and make sure we gave him some space on the circuit. But down at turn 1, you've got to be very, very careful. So I've got no idea there whether the Ferrari picked up some damage. I would expect he has. And all of that's worked out rather well for both Oscar Piastri and Charles Leclerc then, as Lando Norris, I think, yeah, is definitely a little bit wounded as he makes his way down the back straight. Looks like he has still got good speed in that car, as Oscar Piastri immediately trying to break free up at the front of the order as well then. Can we just help our teammate today? I've never had a teammate inside this series even get a podium yet. So a race win here would be absolutely fantastic, as here comes Charles Leclerc diving to the inside down in that final corner. We'll let him by, but we'll try and get a switch back on him. Oh, for that final turn there, as Charles getting fantastic traction. But Oscar Piastri then is absolutely bolted up at the front of the order. That is exactly what we want to see for the team. So we will keep Leclerc pinned defensive down in towards... Oh, that inside wall as he parks the bus into turn 1. I said the elbows might get out between Cadillac and Ferrari, and it looks like they are. Well, I think as long as we can stay in the range of Charles Leclerc here, this front wing damage shouldn't be too bad. It might well be that we go for a slightly early pit stop in this race to obviously try and make sure that we still make the one stop happen. Andrea Kimi Antonelli used that to great effect last weekend.
Slight damage, but nothing too serious at the moment. Just be careful.
Contact with both Ferraris then down at that first corner. Whether they're just going to try and gang up on me a little bit, only time will tell. But yeah, we've got to try and keep Leclerc in our line of sight. As can we try and get a run on him back in towards turn 1? We are coming from a long way back. Yeah, not a chance we'll get to him there. But again, up over 220 miles an hour. And we're running a fair bit of downforce here. Yeah, I think always trying to stick with... Well, Leclerc was going to be difficult here, as I was not expecting Lando Norris to try and keep the nose down the inside in towards that fast corner. Normally the AI will kind of consider having a look and then always back out. But apparently not that time around. If you're Lando Norris there as wheel to wheel with our World Championship leader down in towards that final corner. So again, a little bit more contact as we tried to give him a bit of a squeeze. I didn't feel anything through the steering wheel that time round, but again, Lando Norris trying to hold firm and keep his track space there as we will ouch our way back down the inside of turn 1. Come on, we've just got to stay focused here. These early laps proving very chaotic, but yeah, the gloves are off. Oh, again, Lando, I mean, this is just what happens, isn't it? Down in towards the final corner here, the AI, they've got so much speed, as not only Lando Norris there, but Carlos Sainz and Yuki Tsunoda all trying to make the way by there, so dropping immediately from 3rd place all the way down to 6th. As Carlos Sainz, and he's going to try and apply more pressure to Lando Norris back into turn 1. Are we able to get past Yuki? No, we are not, and we are just sinking like a stone early on in this race. Can we get the power down off of that first chicane to get a run back to the inside of the McLaren, man? Yes, we will, but I completely locked the fronts. We need to pit there as I'm going to... No, Yuki! Oh, man, I tried to let him go around the outside, but he just completely turned across me like I wasn't even there, and now we've got huge damage that we need to try and limp back around to the pit lane. Tsunoda's got damage as well. I mean, this race almost immediately has turned into an absolute disaster as trying to get the car rotated through turn 12. Gasly, of course, had a spin last weekend now, might be able to try and move his way through. But yeah, we need to try and get back around to the pit lane then. I'm sure Tsunoda will also be diving in, but we're going to need a safety car or a red flag or something now in this Grand Prix if we want to remain in the fight. I'm not going to try and hold any of these guys at the moment, as Gasly will make it through, so will Andrea Kimi Antonelli. Tsunoda, yeah, holding everybody else up, but another disaster early on in the race, early on this season.
Your lap times are falling off now. We want you to pit for repairs.
Yeah, no doubt. We've got barely any wing mark. Of course we need to pit for repairs, but we need to hope that Oscar Piastri can fly the flag for Cadillac today, because at the moment, it's looking like we're not going to stand a chance. Into the pit lane we will go, though, at the end of that lap. It's going to be Nicholas Solov all the way up to P7. Good today. He scored his first ever Formula 1 points as well. Would be good for the Haas team there, as of course, yes, Tsunoda into the pits as well. No real surprise there, but like I said, unless we get a safety car, unless we get a red flag, something to try and bring us back into the fight, it is going to be a difficult climb back up through the order.
There seems to have been a problem attaching the front wing. We need to try and put that behind us now and finish the race strong.
I mean, at least we've still come out ahead of Yuki, but
one stop left in this strategy.
Team as well, having issues not getting the front wing off, and we've got a penalty.
It will go against our finishing time at the end of the race. Get your head down and let's get it done.
We got a penalty there for understeering on pit lane exit. That seems a little bit harsh, but this race goes from bad to worse. Well, I think Tsunoda in that McLaren then, we are going to have to try and work with him here as he is on the medium. So he's definitely planning on pitting again before the end of the afternoon. I would ideally like to stretch these tyres to the flag.
Try to keep focus.
I'm happy just to sit behind him for now. Let him drag us along. Just see where we can end up. Just studying Yuki over the course of this lap. I think the best course of action is for... come on, not that. That's not what I was going to say. I was hoping we could get a run on him back in towards turn 1. Carry the speed through that first sector. There we go, new fastest lap of the day. So clearly Yuki doesn't see it that way, wants to try and fight us. But yeah, I reckon we're better off leading most of the lap, letting him through down in towards the final corner, and then getting the DRS run back on him again. That seems to be where we're both a bit stronger around this circuit. But I mean, we're going 3 seconds a lap faster than Tramnitz in front. So there is a chance that we could still get some good points. Well, by the end then of lap 11, we have closed in on Tim Tramnitz in this race. It's 225 miles an hour in towards turn 1. But these guys now immediately just beginning to hold us up a little bit as we will try and get down the inside of the Audi driver. German, doing alright so far in this Grand Prix. Obviously a new circuit for him in Formula 1. We should definitely be able to score points, though, in this race. I mean, we're just that much quicker than a lot of these cars towards the back of the field. Even if I have to pit again this afternoon, we should be pretty good there as Pepe Marti. First weekend this year, Williams have really struggled. Down the inside we will go. And you can see even the likes of Ocon has been able to make no progress at this stage of the Grand Prix there as Paul Aaron. Are we going to be able to have a look? Oh, almost accidentally down the inside of that next corner there, but it's that front right-hand tyre we've got to be really, really careful with in this GP. Obviously, if we keep nudging the walls, things like that, we will increase that wear so badly, and it will make a huge difference come the checkered flag. So just trying to keep it inside track limits there, getting a little wash of understeer. Can we have a look to the outside of Paul Aaron? I think we're going to be out of battery by the time we get down in towards the final corner. 221 miles an hour to the inside of the Estonian we will go, and hopefully we're going to see a load of these cars now in front of me diving into the pit lane. Jack Dooham is going to be one of them. Esteban Ocon opts to stay out there as here comes Paul Aaron back around my outside in towards turn 1. So we've actually come out ahead of Lando Norris in this race, so that's pretty good. Back inside your top 10. Admittedly not far ahead of Lando. We're going to have much worse tyres towards the flag. But it does, like I said, mean that we've still got a fighting chance up towards the front of the order. Well, next up then is going to be George Russell here as we make our way out onto the back straight. But I think I'm probably better off holding off behind him until we get down in towards the final corner. Oscar Piastri into the pit lane. I don't think we'll have got the jump on our teammate here, but if we could, and if we could hang on to him through the rest of the Grand Prix, I think I would be very, very happy. Just trying to get the DRS run on George Russell and down in towards this final corner. Well, to the outside we will go there as he wants to just try and defend it a little bit. Wheel to wheel with him, but we will make it through there, and sadly, not quite picking up the DRS though on the exit. As there we go. Piastri and Charles Leclerc way out still in front. Are we going to be able to get ahead of Carlos Sainz though? Maybe back up into the podium in this race? No, we are not. We will come out right behind the MasterCard McLaren. But if we can stick with him, this race might not be over. Well, after 17 laps clean out in front here, Oscar Piastri has now relinquished that lead to Charles Leclerc. Is the Ferrari just a little bit too much to handle for our Australian teammate? Is his first win this season going to have to wait another day? Still want to see the other Cadillac drivers score a win. We want to prove that so that we know we are in the fight for the Constructors' Championship. I think Piastri is going to be better than a lot of teammates we've had, but still no guarantee. You know, he will need to pull his weight against those Ferrari cars over the course of this season, but at the moment, we are staying in the range of Sainz. We're doing a pretty good job, but if I hit a wall, we could get a puncture at any moment. Well, I apologise that this race, especially in the second half, hasn't been the most dramatic. We have just been focusing so much to try and make sure that we keep in the range of Carlos Sainz there. But I think with 1 lap to go, I think Lando Norris has got issues in that Ferrari. He's suddenly dropped about 3 seconds. So whether he's slapped a wall somewhere, whether he's picked up a bit of damage, or maybe it's an engine issue on that Ferrari. Either way, suddenly now, we might be a bit more home and dry in this final lap then. Andrea Kimi Antonelli trying to close in, but I think if it finishes like this, I'm pretty certain it'll be Leclerc. Does he move to the top of the championship? I think he does, ahead of Lando Norris here. But for Charles Leclerc, Jeddah has often been a circuit, again, a bit like Baku, where he's able to have the speed over 1 lap, but doesn't often convert it into good race pace. But here today, he was patient early on. He has bided his time, and it looks like he is going to get the fruits of that labour. For Oscar Piastri and for the Cadillac Formula 1 team, it is going to be his first podium of the year as well, which is absolutely fantastic. It's going to be the first time ever my teammate gets a podium inside this series, so I really do hope this year Oscar Piastri is going to be able to try and help us fight in the Constructors. Lando Norris, though, might be about to lose another spot late on in the day to Andrea Kimi Antonelli, as could we potentially look to get a run on Carlos Sainz down in towards the final corner? I don't think we will. Looks like Sainz is going to bag a second podium. Look at that tyre wear, though, as Charles Leclerc comes across the line to claim the victory here on the Jeddah Corniche, then rubbing down the wall on the exit of the final corner. 80% wear almost on that right-hand side. We will survive, though.
And that's the end of the...
Charles Leclerc, what a drive, what a victory, he wins!
Well, they were clearly at one with their car today, Crofty, out there. New regulations, of course, for this season, and you can tell that they've done their homework. They've studied, they've put probably a lot of time in the simulator, worked well with their engineer, and, I mean, they were absolute joy to watch out there today. They really were.
There's room for 3 on their podium, but only ever 1 right at the top. Let the celebrations begin. And who gets to take the top step of the podium? Yes, it is I, Leclerc, Charles Leclerc on top.
Well, there we are then. Charles Leclerc, I think that's got to be the most dominant victory we've seen so far this year. 3.8 seconds clear of Oscar Piastri. Carlos Sainz in 3rd ahead of myself, and Andrea Kimi Antonelli did get Lando Norris on that final lap as well. So bitter disappointment for the Ferrari driver. Gasly just ahead of Franco Colapinto. Jack Crawford gets good points for Haas, and Gabriel Bortoleto every single race so far Admittedly, that's only 3, but in all of them, he's been able to clutch up and get inside that top 10. Ollie Behrman in 11th, just ahead of Stroll. Nikola Solov will be disappointed once again. Qualifies inside the top 10, but didn't have the race pace. But it was just Nico Hulkenberg that failed to see the checkered flag. What does that do to our World Championship? Well, it means now Leclerc at the top of the table, 7 points clear of Lando Norris. We are 13 off the top of the title. As you can see, Oscar Piastri there, 18 back. So had Oscar held on, he would have 47 points and Leclerc would have 51. That would mean all 4 of us are covered by just 6 points. But ifs and buts and coconuts. It is going to be Leclerc leading the table for now. Carlos Sainz there, a second podium for him. Means he is still in P5 ahead of those 2 Mercedes. Andrea Kimi Antonelli, good points for him ahead of now Yuki Tsunoda. Esteban Ocon, Colapinto, Pepe Marti, Bortoletto and Crawford all on the scoreboard there. Constructors-wise, Ferrari now 24 clear once again at Cadillac after we reined in that points margin last weekend. Ferrari have done a very good job here. McLaren and Mercedes tied on 38 for P3. Red Bull ahead of McLaren. Red Bull ahead of Williams even, Aston Martin and Haas. And it's just Alpine, V-Carb and Kick Sauber that are yet to score a point. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready for the, I believe, the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video and welcome to round 4 of season 4 of our F125 Cadillac career mode. Yes, we return this weekend here to the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix back at Imola. Of course, if you missed out on the video that went live a few days ago from Jeddah, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. It was quite a crazy race from the Jeddah Corniche. It seems with 3 races down that the battle at the front of the order is going to be between ourselves and Ferrari over the course of the campaign, and well, tempers certainly reached an all-new level last time out. Charles Leclerc now with a 7-point lead over his teammate Lando Norris. We are 13 points back at the moment, with Oscar Piastri just a further 5 behind. Ferrari with a decent 24-point buffer in the Constructors' Championship as well, but 3 different winners from the opening 3 Grand Prix. Will Oscar Piastri make it a 4th this weekend? Only time will tell, but yeah, I'm very, very excited to see how this championship is going to continue on. It seems like, yeah, Ferrari, of course, are, the main team so far this season. The main team so far in this entire series. They have dominated, of course, courtesy of Charles Leclerc, 3 World Championships back-to-back inside this game. But are we finally this season going to be able to try and give them a proper run for their money? As you can see, taking a look at some of the facilities inside the game, we have got basically nothing left to do inside F125. We've done all of the available corporate ones, we've got 1 more personnel one, and we've done all of the engineering ones as well. We are steadily just trying to get any last upgrade I can onto the car, but for some reason the only one I've got left is the durability one, and it just won't apply. So that's basically as far away as we are from maxing out this car inside the game. You can see research, apart from 2 engine upgrades that I'm actually waiting on Ferrari to give us. I can't do anything else either. So it's safe to say, yeah, F125, we might be kind of reaching everything we can do inside this series. Performance-wise, though, Red Bull and McLaren, actually weirdly, just ahead of Ferrari and ourselves, but most teams now getting pretty much up towards the ceiling of what you expect to see inside this series as well. So I think we're going to see a little less movement this year, unless we obviously get some major reg changes or anything like that. Of course, if you're new, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed. We are getting very, very close to 150,000 subs on the channel as well. Also, if you want early access to all of these videos, you can click the join button down below. It costs just £1 a month. You get, like I said, get early access as well as a couple of other little perks. But yeah, without further ado though, let's return here to Imola.
Welcome along everybody to Imola, just down the road from Ferrari HQ, and they know a thing or two about pace, and pace today is king. It's qualifying day, and it's great to have you with us.
Well, heading out then into qualifying here, just with the weird way I record this series. This is actually the first time ever that this series is being ran on the new patch that came out for F125 last week. Of course, a massive thank you to everybody that watched and enjoyed those videos we did, testing out the all-new F2 cars, and then also doing a bit of a direct comparison between the old AI and the new ones in the wet conditions. They are definitely a lot better. There's still a lot of work, though, that could be done with them inside this game. Is really trying to chuck the car through the Zero Villeneuve chicane at the start of the lap. But yeah, this qualifying session, though, is going to be really, really tricky. Number one, it's changeable conditions, so everybody's got to try and get their first run in Q1 nice and tidy. Number two, where I haven't raced this car in about a week, I'm really struggling to kind of adapt to its speed around the lap as well, so got to be really, really careful with it as we make our way up the hill. Nice and tidy through Sector 1, purple through Sector 2 then as we really try to attack the curbs through the chicane. But of course, yeah, everybody just wants to try and get a safe lap on the board nice and early on in this session, because this will probably be the only dry running we get throughout qualifying there. A little bit of a correction through that penultimate corner. Huge staff of oversteer as we try and get the power down out of the final turn. And on the run back to the line, we do a 1:11.6, and that puts us straight to the top of the pile. And there we go then, as the rain starts falling down a bit later on in the session. Oscar Piastri actually ends up going fastest by 0.4 of a second ahead of myself. Both Mercedes are up in P3 and P4 there. Both Ferraris make it through. Tim Tranmits a fantastic lap in his Audi car to get himself inside the top 10 in Q1. Both Audis actually making it through, which doesn't happen often. But both V-Carbs out. Jack Doohan, both Haskars, and Gabriel Bortoletto all out in Q1 then, so a bit of disappointment for him. I apologise as well. Solov is, of course, Bulgarian, not Hungarian. I don't know how I got that muddled up in my head. Q2 then looks to be one of those sessions where I think being the last car on a run is going to do you a lot of favours here. Everybody out there are on the full wet, so let's just see what we can do then. I've made sure to give myself enough time to go for 2 runs if I need it, so I'll have to be careful with how much ERS we use the first lap round. But yeah, everybody then out for a run, so I think we're going to use this first one as a bit more of a sighting lap, and the second one is where we'll really try and go for it. Doesn't mean I'm going to leave a load of time on the table, though, throughout this first run, but we shall wait and see. Well, purple Sector 1, purple Sector 2. I think we are going to rocket up to the top of the timings, but it's how quick will everybody else be going behind us then. Still got most of a charger battery to go for another run as well, which is absolutely fantastic. And we won't quite have it all, but I think honestly, you just want to be the last car on a run at this stage of the session. Annoyingly, the AI will only ever go for 1 run inside this game, as we will dip below the 1:25s. Actually, a very odd kind of weather effect here at the moment. Kind of see as the circuit is drying up in random patches. But down through turn 1 and turn 2 again then. Nice and easy, nice and tidy. See, already a 10th up then by the time we come out of those first couple of turns. Yeah, these these full wet tyres even should be able to get a couple of laps in them. But are we going to see anybody else go quicker? No, the AI are all diving back in. So do they just not believe it is, you know, there's enough grip out on the circuit to warrant going for this again there? Or are they kind of just all, you know, the mindset, if they all pit, then nobody needs to improve? I mean, if you're down in P11, you'd absolutely be wanting to go for a run here right towards the end of qualifying. But how odd is that then? As the track reaches its best levels of grip of this session, nobody else wants to head out and complete a lap then, as we are up over a second on my previous best. Always seems to happen at Imola as well inside this game. I've had a couple of really odd qualifyings around here, but as we make our way then down in towards the final couple of corners, nice and tidy, nice and easy. On the way in, get the power down through the exit as well. We're going to be close to 1.5 seconds further up. Yeah, we're going to remain at the top of the board. And have a look at that then, 2.5 seconds clear of anybody else by the end of Q2. But this time around, it's Andrea Kimi Antonelli who is our closest rival. Tim Tranmits, though, making it into Q3 for, I believe, the first time in his Audi car there. So a fantastic effort by him. Pierre Gasly, Esteban Ocon, both Frenchmen will be gutted to have dropped out in Q2 there. Especially, you know, Pierre Gasly, that Mercedes looked to be rapid through Q1. Both Williams will drop out. Nico Hulkenberg out as well as Lance Stroll. So a few surprises there by the end of Q2. But could we see some big shocks as we head into Q3? Ollie Behrman up in P9. That's pretty good when we bear in mind where that Alpine's been this year. Well, heading out then into Q3, it does look like the circuit has all but dried up, but once again, I'm just going to go for a double run. A bit of a build lap first time, make sure I know where the grip is, and then we'll try and go for one banzai lap right towards the end of this session there. Antonelli, you can see, for some reason, the only one showing up on intermediates on the board, so I'm guessing that he went out a little bit earlier on before the crossover point, and obviously, yeah, we're just now picking up a bit more speed right towards the end of the session. This is going to be one of those sessions, again, where you want to be out there right at the very end. But apparently not if you're the AI. Purple through Sector 1. But, I mean, imagine if everybody else pits again. This could be a huge pole position margin by the end of the session. Only time will tell, as I mean, we are not downshifting through the top of the circuit. Well, this really does encourage everybody to try and get that lap nailed. We are going to immediately set a benchmark, but of course, you know, that wasn't my fast run. This, hopefully now, is going to be my fast run here, as we will run a 1:13.2. Based on the times we set in Q1, that would not be competitive, but we'll wait and see as to how much the AI can improve by. Just getting on the brakes nice and late in through turn 1 and turn 2 there. Tim Tramnitz goes to the top of the board immediately. Norris does a 1:10.7. That is insanely quick by the end of qualifying there, as we are really trying to attack through the exit of Sector 1. Don't think we're going to get close to that time set by the Ferrari. I think they've just been hiding their out-and-out pace here, as Piastri's only been able to go P7 come the end of the session. But we would need 2.5 seconds here. To be fair, we're already up by 1.3. So we are definitely finding more and more speed there, as up over the top of Aqua Minerale. 1.5 seconds up, as long as we end up near the front. Normally it's not qualifying pace here that is my strong point. It is the race pace, where we seem to be a whole lot better there, as beginning now to run out of battery. 2 more corners to go though, here of our final run in Q3. Attack the curb through the first part, really try and carry the throttle through the second. 1.3 seconds up. I don't think it's going to be enough, but we're going to go pretty close. We join him on the front row. Well, there we are. Despite maybe fractionally better conditions for ourselves, that lap by Lando Norris just ridiculously quick. Happy, though, that we could split the Ferraris, so we're definitely in the fight as we head into race day Sunday. Carlos Sainz, their brilliant effort up in P4, just ahead of Yuki Tsunoda. But yeah, 1 Cadillac versus 2 Ferraris. This is going to be very difficult unless Piastri can bring himself into the fight.
Welcome once again to the Autodromo Internazionale Enzo e Dino Ferrari. The clue's in the name. This is very much Ferrari home turf, and the locals will be out in force today to support their team in what we hope will be a magnificent spectacle of motorsport. On then to the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix. 3.1 miles of track at Imola, featuring 19 turns, 9 to the right and 10 to the left. Remember that Imola differs from most other Formula One tracks, as it's taken anti-clockwise. Let's hope nobody forgets that today. The exit from turn 18 will probably be the setup for many of today's overtakes, leading as it does into the longest straight on the circuit and its only DRS zone. So with the race not far away from starting, here's what today's grid rundown looks like. Lando Norris put in a fantastic lap yesterday, and he'll start from pole position. And Isaac Hadjar completes the front row. As we continue through the rest of the grid today, we have Leclerc, Tsunoda, George Russell and Antonelli, Piastri, Behrman, Tramnitz and Franco Colapinto, Gasly, Ocon, Nico Hülkenberg and Sainz, Pepe Marti, Stroll, Zach O'Sullivan and Paul Aaron, Doohan, Soloff, Bortoletto and Jack Crawford rounds off the grid. It's almost time for those 5 red lights to go out then. Let's see who can prevail today.
Well, it would be fascinating, wouldn't it, if Ferrari ended up in this scenario where one of their customer teams is fighting with Ferrari for the World Championship. Of course, only once in Formula One history has a Ferrari-powered car won a Grand Prix that wasn't a Ferrari. That, of course, being Sebastian Vettel at the 2008 Italian GP. What can we do today, though? Of course, 32 laps here from Imola. The medium tyre often can be a bit like jelly in the early stints, so I'm not opposed to doing a short first stint and then trying to extend the hards a little bit further. Maybe we can work on an undercut, because honestly, I think Ferrari have got just a bit more speed this afternoon. 5 red lights are on, though, here at Imola. Oh, and a mighty long hold there, and it is lights out, and away we go, trying to give my shortest run down in towards turn 1, but Leclerc has immediately had me, and even the MasterCard McLaren of Tsunoda going to try and look as well there. So, I see, just getting a bit caught out. Tsunoda trying to do his best Verstappen impression, getting around the outside there with that first turn. There's a bit of shuffling going on further behind, but yeah, not my best start in the world on F125. Is just got to settle down and get into a rhythm. Of course, didn't take long for Yuki last season to win a race. And obviously, as we've seen, Red Bull and McLaren should be in this fight on raw performance as well. It's just obviously, yeah, Ferrari have got a very, very good lineup. And so do we down at Cadillac. Of course, with the new driver rating update, Oscar Piastri now in this series is 96 rated, which is kind of ridiculous when you think about it as well. Of course, he had an absolute clanger, though, didn't he? Out in Baku last weekend, so he'll be hoping, I'm sure, when we return to Singapore, then he can have a bit of a better time of things. Lando Norris, though, trying to scamper away on lap 1. Only the one DRS zone around this Imola circuit. Oh, but it is a rather big one. Out of the final corner, we survived the start. Norris still leading. Yuki Tsunoda there trying to apply pressure to Charles Leclerc back in towards turn 1. Yuki to the outside, and well, Ferrari, they were happy with a 1-2. And they've immediately gone and lost it. Tsunoda, for the second time in this race, goes round the outside at turn 1. I mean, this is just ridiculous, isn't it? Every single lap, Yuki and Charles are just going to keep swapping early on in this race. Is Andrea Kimi Antonelli. Also, let's not forget, not a Ferrari driver, but this is still his home event. And after having a couple of pretty terrible cars over the last couple of seasons, it would be great to see him, obviously, in that Red Bull, finally have a machine that can fight. I don't believe I've seen him win a race so far on F125. His AI has been pretty terrible for the most part. So yeah, Yuki though immediately getting that range off George Russell, so doing pretty well. But as Leclerc there really tries to hang the car through the top of the circuit, is he going to be able to get another run on Tsunoda? Or are we finally going to be able to get in this fight as well? It is only lap 4 of this race, but I do not just want to, keep watching these two battle. There's a bit of a snap oversteer there. I think we just dipped the rear wheel over the grass. I tried not to really gain an advantage from it, but we certainly won't be able to have a look for a run back in towards turn 1. I think the thing is with these two in front, it's just how quickly they get past each other out of that final corner. Normally it's a really difficult turn to kind of stick on the gearbox of the car in front, but again, you can see Leclerc, I mean, he's passed him pretty much by the start line. It's just insane. Like, I can only assume George Russell's got some rather major issues, because now Ollie Behrman up to P6 then in that Alpine. I guess what's reassuring for us, though, up at the front is Lando Norris isn't really getting away from Leclerc, Yuki, and I, as we actually got a really nice run that time around. You can see sticking to the back of Tsunoda, trying to drain some battery as we make our way in towards turn 1. We just have not got enough at the top end there as well. Tsunoda tried to have a look around the outside of Charles Leclerc. Leclerc defended that very, very late. Tsunoda forced almost to the grass in towards turn 1. It's certainly given Charles a bit of a gap now ahead of the pair of us, but we've got to try and stick in that range. And finally, we actually make an overtake. Oh, safety car, red flag. Oh, one of the cars at the back of the field's gone. I hadn't even spotted that. I think that must have been the McLaren of sight then, who's went around. I'm sure there'll be a replay up on your screens at the moment. But big error early on then. And that makes tyre strategy super difficult in through the rest of the race.
All right so far, but this is a chance to take a breath. We've got another half of this race to go, and there's still a big opportunity there.
24 laps on a set of hard compound tyre. Do we think that's doable? Or would I rather start on the soft and then try to fight our way back through? I think that's what I want to go with. Tyre wear, like I said, shouldn't be too much of an issue here, but I'd rather just be quick off the restart, try to get ahead of those Ferraris, and then manage the pace a little bit later on in the day. This is going to be a big gamble in this race, but we've got to try and go for it then, as everybody around me on the hards. It is 5 red lights. It's lights out, and away we go then, and well, despite having much more grip on those tyres, Leclerc again though seems to be the fast starter on the run in towards turn 1. So he really tries to cover off his teammate there. Lando having to brake a bit early almost took me by surprise. Luckily we get the car slowed down and we hang on to our grid position this time round. But Charles Leclerc then, of course, Ferrari's darling, back up into the lead of the GP. Again, if we can try and pull away from those cars behind, that would prove very, very useful. But that early pit stop, that early red flag even, yeah, really kind of spicing up the strategy here. I have to wait and see as to how it pans out. As you can just see how much more grip we've got over the top of the circuit there over Lando Norris. Of course, we know as well those harder tyres will be more difficult to fire up, and we've got to try and capitalise as Lando, desperate to defend, up in towards the chicane. So around the outside we will go. Back up then into second place of this race for the first time since the start. And let's try not to lose the range to Leclerc. Oh, Lando. Oh, I want to try and defend the inside, but Lando Norris, they're very, very committed to try and make that happen down at turn 1. The Ferrari definitely has a lot more speed than us today, and for some reason, I think we're just burning through so much battery to even try and keep up with the AI. I know Imola is definitely one of their strongest circuits inside this game, especially as the cars get more and more upgraded. Lando Norris knows if he wants to beat Leclerc to a World Championship this season, he's got to try and outscore him nice and early on. For Ferrari, though, I mean, this season, probably the first one ever, where Leclerc started the season pretty well as Lando Norris back around the outside of his teammate on that run in towards turn 1. Leclerc will try and defend, but again, we will try and force our way through between a pair of other cars here, get ourselves into the middle of that squabble, as Lando Norris now once more trying to run away at the front. I think Ferrari have got the ultimate speed today, but all we can do is try and just stay in it and prove ourselves to be a bit of a nuisance, similar to what Verstappen has done so many times this year against the McLarens. And so far today, of course, no Verstappen in this series, so I guess we've kind of got to fill that void. Oh, Lando. I swear for a second there, it just seemed like he was slowing down up over the top of the circuit. It's Leclerc already just beginning to drift away a little bit further behind. 1.4 seconds now, that gap. As I do expect the Ferraris to pit in before the end of this GP, but getting right up on the gravel as we make our way through the exit of that final corner. Lap 12 of 32, and for the first time today, can we take the lead of this Grand Prix? To the outside of Lando Norris we will go. Big speed there, dipping a wheel on the grass, but we will swoop through and finally up into P1 then, as Norris will drop further and further away off the exit of the chicane. Next goal, try and get out of the DRS. I'm starting to get these soft tyres fired up where we need them, but we've got to make sure we look after them as well. So we'll try and break the toe then off of Lando Norris out of the final corner. Move to the inside of the circuit there. Luckily, yeah, nothing we could do that time round, as Norris will make it by. I think honestly the undercut is gonna have to serve as our best friend here. There's obviously the Imola pit lane, a really, really long one. You lose a lot of time by stopping, so as long as the AI do pit, we should still be in a pretty good spot. But yeah, I'm hoping, of course, because of how quick everybody is and how still fairly bunched up the entire field are, that when we do pit, of course, we shouldn't have to deal with much traffic before the AI pit towards the end of the afternoon. I have to wait and see, though, as again, I mean, that Ferrari off the corners is just ludicrous. Well, by half distance then, these tyres feel absolutely destroyed. Yeah, and there you go, Mark telling us dive into the pit lane then. These tyres are pretty cooked at this stage. Tyre warning light just flashing up. We make our way down through the final couple of corners. You can see just not able to get the car where I need it, as Lando Norris running away up at the front of the order. Make sure we get it slowed down there a little bit early on pit lane entry, but I'm really intrigued to see what is Tsunoda doing with the tyre strategy this afternoon. Is he still on effectively a one-stop? Is he now having a two-stop this race? We'll get official confirmation soon, and where will it be kind relative to him? There's Bolton on that first set of hards, so Sonoda is definitely two-stopping. There is not a chance he can get that set to the end of the Grand Prix. Will I come out, though, ahead of you here after he had such a strong start to this race? Really big disappointment to see him struggling as much as he is. Looks like we're going to come out just ahead of him as well, which is really, really important. But of course, effectively now then, we've got to try and undercut Lando. And probably undercut him by quite a lot. He's obviously going to be on fresh softs at the end of this race. I'm going to be on old hards. Well, this is not really where I want to be at the moment. I was hoping it would be quite a while longer before we caught up to the AI. But as Jack Crawford dives into the pit lane then, just see, hopefully we'll try and get a run now around Paul Aaron. Load of cars into the pits though. So we get a big old squeeze from the Estonian. Yep, I know how to use ERS on this game, Mark. Leave me be. As we need to try and find a way around Jack Doohan in that second. Oh, Alpine car there is almost running into the back of him. Down in towards Tosa though. We will get down the inside. And we'll move up then into 7th place. Rather odd here that we're not seeing an overtake down the start-finish straight. Obviously, he absolutely dominates this circuit inside F125 as Nicholas Solov. He's having a pretty good recovery so far, running up in 6th. Always a bit difficult to work out exactly what's going on with the strategy. As we've actually come out ahead of one of the Ferraris. I didn't even notice that. So locked into our own battle against Paul Aaron then, as I'm hoping we'll try and get inside the range of Solov just to get the DRS off him. I would assume that's Charles that we've come out ahead of then, so even the AI aren't really going for an orthodox strategy here, as both Audis up currently inside your top 5. But Solov there, he doesn't want the fight at the moment then. He will immediately peel into the pit lane. Esteban Ocon as well into the pit. So Tim Tramnitz running up in P3 in that Audi. Oh, Hulkenberg. Very, very slow up over the top of the circuit, and this is where it gets painful when you don't catch the AI at the right places around the lap. Oh, a little bit of contact. So I just wasn't expecting the Audi driver to be so slow off of the corner. And I think Hulkenberg, yeah, just decided then that probably wasn't worth the fight. Ollie Behrman up in P2 in that Alpine. So this is really giving a few of our midfield runners an opportunity to try and prove themselves. Luckily for me as well, of course, Charles Leclerc, he has got to try and find his way around a lot of these machines, as neither Tim Tramnitz or Behrman diving into the pit lane. They're both just trying to enjoy this. I mean, they could go to the end, I think. Let's just listen in.
Just ahead, push hard. Time last lap, 1 minute 16.6. Okay, here's the gap that we're trailing the car ahead by, 1.0 seconds. Okay, they're on old hard tyres. They've done 21 laps on those tyres. We think they've got one more stop. You're gaining by 2 seconds a lap. Amazing. Gap to your teammate behind, 10.0 seconds.
There we go, though. Mark maybe not realising that they have once stopped in this race. But yeah, Tramnitz and Behrman, by the sounds of it, aren't going to try and get to the end on that set of rubber. As annoyingly, we're going to close up to the second Audi in this race at exactly the same place we did the first. Oh, try and keep it inside track limits there as well. He gets a huge wobble up over the curbing. Still going to be down the inside, though, as we make our way through the chicanes. So we'll have to wait for the DRS back in towards turn 1, I think. Trying to get the power, though, off of those final couple of corners is where, how far ahead Lando Norris is. Oh, over everybody else still. You can see there, Behrman diving into the pit lane, so I think Tramnitz is going to do the same. Yep, there we go. Tim Tramnitz into the box as well. So Lando Norris, 24 seconds up the road. Charles Leclerc, new fastest lap of the day, only 2 seconds behind us. Oh, we've got yellows. That could be a safety car as Zach O'Sullivan becomes our first retirement of the Grand Prix. Please don't be a safety car. I don't want to see Lando Norris claim a huge advantage from that, as he just seems to be stricken on the inside of turn 1. So I think that was just a mechanical failure. Lando Norris, though, into the pit lane immediately then, as it looks like we do have about enough speed to try and keep Charles Leclerc at bay. Norris, though, opting not to deal with any traffic, anything like that. He's going to be on a set of soft compound tyres to the finish line here. So will we get the jump on him? I think we will. The next question is, by how much will we get the jump on the Ferrari man? Back to P1 in this Grand Prix. Leclerc will get the jump on him. George Russell might even get the jump on Lando, as he makes his way back out onto the circuit. No, Norris just about hangs on to that third spot, and that could be critical. Every single lap then at the moment, Leclerc and Norris just getting closer and closer in towards that first corner. But this time around again, Leclerc actually hangs on. Has there been a call from higher up at Ferrari? I just have visions of someone ringing a telephone in a smoke-filled room holding a cigarette, telling them, you know, Charles Leclerc, he is Ferrari's darling. We've seen it IRL. We see it in this series, of course. You don't win 3 world championships with Ferrari and don't remain pretty special. I'm trying to think. I think it's only Michael Schumacher that has won 3 or more championships with Ferrari in Formula 1. I know Niki Lauda won 2. I can think of a few drivers that won 2. But of course, yeah, every other 3-time world champion or more, of course, hasn't won them all with Ferrari, if any of them, with quite a lot of those drivers. But Leclerc, again now though, desperately trying to get into our DRS. I think both of those drivers know if they are the one that gets in the range of me, they are probably going to win this race. But with 4 laps to go, we are desperately trying to hang on. Norris has made an error through the final couple of corners, and that has given Leclerc another chance to breathe. Well, I just said how Lando Norris should be able to hang on to the podium here, but with the pace he's dropping away, Andrea Kimi Antonelli might be able to get to him by the end of this race. What do you do if you're an Italian Formula 1 fan? Do you hope for Ferrari? Or do you hope for Antonelli? In towards someone though, Charles Leclerc out of nowhere thinks about trying to have a look for it, and now we've got to really try and charge up the battery pack. Bring it down into ERS setting 0. So hopefully we're going to be able to charge it up through the rest of the lap here. But of course that will mean we're going to be more vulnerable. The AI definitely not as strong off of corner exit as they once were on this game, but they're still pretty good when you're not using the battery. Charles Leclerc able to get a huge run on me up towards the top of the circuit. We will give him a bit of a pinch to the inside of that corner there, and again just about able to hang on this time round. One more lap after this one though here from Imola, and you can see now Antonelli, if he could get in the range of Lando Norris there, he could potentially get to him by the time they get down in towards turn 1. I've basically charged up the pack as much as I can. We've got 91% there as Leclerc, he doesn't even want to wait for the DRS zone. Charles Leclerc trying to look round the outside, we lock up the front. We just about gather it up through the final couple of corners. Let's go then. Activate the DRS, or sorry, the ERS even, out of the final corner. Let's try and break the slipstream as we make our way back in towards turn 1. Defend the inside line, but it's nothing against Charles Leclerc there, who moves through and up into the lead of the Grand Prix. Are we going to be able to try and hang with him on this final lap there as we get very, very squirrely out of turn 1? I think Lando Norris has just like got enough ahead of Antonelli, a bit further behind there as we just carry too much speed through the Gilles Villeneuve chicane. We know we can continue to use battery. Sector 2 has been our strong point throughout the entirety of this race so far. Can we hang on? Can we try and find a way around Charles Leclerc before the end of the lap? You don't normally see overtakes through the second half of this lap, but Charlie tried to do it against me last time round there. Really nice run out through Aqua Minerale, up the hill into the chicane we go, but again we lock up the fronts, we pick up another warning, and Charles Leclerc, he waited right to the very end of this Grand Prix, but through the final couple of corners, he is going to become our first repeat winner of the season. Ferrari are going to be back on top here at Imola, but by less than a second. Boy, we made him work for that one.
And Leclerc to the line, to the checkered flag. It's King Charles today. He wins.
And that's 2 wins in a row now, of course, Crofty. And it marks the fact that it's not a fluke. So, you know, their head's in the right space. What more can we see going forwards?
It's what they've all been racing towards, waiting for them. High above the pit lane is our podium. And for the lucky 3, it's time to stand on it. And who gets to take the top step of the podium? Yes, it is I, Leclerc. Charles Leclerc on top.
Well, there we are then. Charles Leclerc making that move on the last lap as one Ferrari went for the overtake, the other one desperately defending. Lando Norris, I think he was a little bit screwed over. I just don't think the soft tyres worked around this circuit today. So your top three on the grid, reversed come the checkered flag, but I think we're still happy that we're able to split those Ferrari cars. It does just mean, though, that Leclerc started to build up a little bit of momentum up at the top of the championship. Andrea Kimi Antonelli gutted, I'm sure, just 2 tenths away from his first podium of the year. George Russell ahead of Esteban Ocon. Oscar Piastri, I thought he'd had a pretty good recovery, but truth be told, he just stayed exactly where he was as Colapinto beats out Bourbon, and Bortoletto from the back of the field to come through for P10 is a very, very impressive result there. Gasly in 11th, just ahead of Nicolas Solov. Carlos Sainz couldn't do a lot there, and shame to see the Audis kind of fell apart throughout the course of that Grand Prix. Zach O'Sullivan, though, our only driver that failed to see the checkered flag. What does that do, though, to our World Championship? Well, it means now Leclerc 17 clear at the top of the table ahead of Lando. We are a further 3 points back, sorry, I should say. And then there's a bit of a drop back to Oscar Piastri ahead of George Russell, who is yet to score a point this season. Still Solov, Stroll, doing both both Audis and both V-Carbs there. Constructors-wise, though, Ferrari again further extend that gap at the top of the table. 40 points now, the difference between the team in red and, well, the American team in red so far this campaign. But, I mean, you can already see it is just Ferrari and Cadillac taking the lion's share of points early on this season. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns, I believe, ready out in Canada. Hello everyone, and welcome back to a brand new video, and welcome to round 5 of season 4 of our F125 Cadillac career mode. Yes, we return this weekend to the Barcelona circuit, of course, for the Spanish Grand Prix. If you missed out on the video that went live earlier on in the week from Imola, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. It's safe to say, as we've made our way through the first quarter of this season, we have learned a lot so far. It really does look like the battle this year is going to be between ourselves and Ferrari, but Ferrari have their own problems. Charles Leclerc, Lando Norris, of course, both of those drivers want to win a world championship. Charles Leclerc already has 3 to his name, to his credit, this in this career mode. But Lando Norris is not making it easy for him early on this season. It was, however, Charles Leclerc that took back-to-back victories in the last 2 races, and in doing so has a 17-point buffer now at the top of the championship. But we're coming up to a few tracks that I'm hoping are going to serve us quite well. Barcelona, Canada, Austria, all really, really fun venues inside this game where you can get some pretty crazy racing. But I think I already know that Carlos Sainz is going to finish 3rd this weekend, because his record so far is 3rd, 13th, 3rd, 13th. I don't know how he's managing it, but fair play to the Spaniard as well there, of course. If you're new, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed to the channel. A massive thank you to everybody. We have ticked over 148,000 subs. We are less than 2k away from 150k there. Also, if you want early access to all of these videos, you can click the join button as well for just £1 a month. And last but not least, drop me a follow over on Twitch. We're trying to hit 10k over there as well before the end of the year. But yeah, without further ado though, let's return here to Spain.
It's a Catalonian qualifying for you today. Welcome along to Spain, to Barcelona, and wherever you are in the world, do you feel the need? The need for speed?
Well, as we head then into qualifying here, we've already seen lap times dipping below the 1:10 in practice, but I think if you absolutely hooked it up, there could be a 1:07 in this car this weekend here. We'd have to get the lap completely nailed out in Q3, but you never know what might happen inside F125 then. Of course, Q1 should be a formality now, but I know the first weekend I tried to skip it, that I will end up then getting knocked out down in P16 or something like that. So, yeah, I'm going to keep leaving the Q1 runs in because it's also great to kind of use this time to learn just how much pace there is in this car, how much speed you can carry off some of the corners there. As Purple immediately through Sector 1. That's not a bad way to start. Barcelona, though, this is really a circuit that I have fallen in love with on F125. It just seems to suit this game's handling model really well. And is finally quite fun to drive on as well. Obviously helped by the removal of that final chicane, of course, a couple of years ago. But yeah, I think just obviously where these cars now are super grippy as well, it does make it really good fun to try and hang on around the course of a lap. As Purple Sector 1, Purple Sector 2, we are currently 8 tenths up on Paul Aaron. Well, I don't know what time he's ran so far in this session. A 1:10.5 for the young Estonian. As we make our way climbing up through the top of the circuit then, probably can leave the ERS wide open until we get back around towards the start-finish line there. Up towards the line, 1:09.2. We actually go 0.003 of a second slower than our teammate Piastri. And there we are then by the end of Q1. Oscar Piastri there, a brilliant lap just to go a little bit quicker up at the top of the order. We will end up second ahead of Lando Norris there. But Hulkenberg once again in that Audi car slotting himself up inside the top 10. Both Audis once more make it through into Q2. As both Aston Martins out in Q1, they'll be disappointed to lock out the back row there. Both V-Carbs, Jack Doohan and Pepe Marti, all out in Q1. And again, our Formula 3 graduates of Nicola Sullivan and Tim Tramnitz, they both squeeze by into Q2. Well, I know you can't take too much of a read from Q1, but it does genuinely feel like Ferrari have still got just a little bit more pace over Cadillac early on this season. But this weekend, though, maybe, just maybe, Oscar and I are going to be able to try and deal a bit of a hammer blow punch. We are going to have to maximise every result we can this season if we want to try and get the better of those reigning world champions. We know just how good Ferrari are inside this game. Yes, it feels really odd to be saying that based on what Ferrari are up to currently in real life. But again, I mean, you are so committed through Sector 1, only using the brake pedal once there, and again we go purple. I mean, 165 mile an hour apex speed through Kampsa is utterly ludicrous. Oh, just cutting the apex there slightly in towards Sector 3. Really got to try and get the car wedged over the curb, and then as we make our way back up towards the top of the circuit, again, we'll try and keep the ERS open as best as we can. I don't think we actually want to use it through that final corner, because it gives you just a little bit of understeer, but on the run back to the line, there we go, dipping down into the 108s. The first driver to do a sub-69 second lap. Nice. And there we are then. Yep, we were the only driver to dip into the 108s then by the end of Q2. Gasly goes second just ahead of Sainz there. So Ferrari, admittedly, not a million miles away, but still not quite, you know, are they just hiding something before we get into Q3? Tim Tramnitz, though, brilliant effort there to make it into the finals round of qualifying once again as Oscar Piastri barely squeaks through, but Tramnitz has managed that by just 1/1000th of a second ahead of Franco Colapinto. Ollie Behrman, Solov, Hulkenberg, Ocon and Jack Crawford all out. So yeah, I think Esteban Ocon will be disappointed to be almost a second away from his teammate Andrea Kimi Antonelli. But I still believe this is going to be a fight for pole between myself and Oscar. We need to nail this lap. Well, maybe my original estimation of a 107 here was slightly too optimistic as we get ready for our first run in Q3. But yeah, definitely can get down into the 108s again. Definitely, I reckon we could set like a mid-8 again if I absolutely hooked it up. This is just a really, really odd circuit to try and get a lap completely nailed there. But open up the ERS and the DRS out of that final corner. 215 miles an hour as we make our way down in towards turn 1 there. Could probably have broke slightly later through that first corner, but we carry good speed. Try and then scroll off as little as you can through turn 3 and use a little bit of ERS through the exit as well, up to 8th gear to make our way in towards turn 4. Just tipping it in a little bit early, but that should allow us to get back on the throttle as well. We did hesitate just a little bit though as we plunge down the hill. Nice and tidy, nice and safe. This first run, as always, is just about giving yourself a good benchmark, but with how high the pressure is already mounting this season, getting yourself a good benchmark and getting yourself a good benchmark are two very, very different things. On the anchors, 100-meter board, that was nice through there, didn't allow the car to run too wide on the exit. And again, we've gone purple in Sector 1, purple in Sector 2. Try and carry the speed up towards the top of the circuit. Still got a little bit of ERS that we can use up on the run back around to the line. Careful of that bump on the inside there. Don't run wide off the exit of the corner. 108.6. That is P1. Well, there we are then. P1 by 0.4 of a second ahead of Charles Leclerc there. Very, very happy with that lap. Carlos Sainz, of course, he always goes well here at his home event, running up in P3, just ahead of George Russell and Andrea Kimi Antonelli there. So 5 cars from 5 different teams making up your top 5. But yeah, I mean, Leclerc on that final run got pretty close, and then we just moved the bar even higher. 108.3, I mean, it's so fun when you get these laps really hooked up right towards the end of Q3. I think the biggest thing is, of course, where so many laps now are so short on the F1 game, you've just got to use the ERS completely everywhere, especially as the cars get more efficient. You'll notice I'm on the ERS pretty much on every single corner exit. But yeah, that's a great way to start, though. We've got 33 more laps to try and survive here. Let's do this thing. It's race time.
Welcome along, everyone, to sunny Spain, specifically to the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. So many great moments in Formula One history have been written at this very track over the years, including Michael Schumacher's first win for Ferrari back in '96. That win was in the rain. We might have better weather here today, but we're just as overjoyed to be at the Spanish Grand Prix. It's an updated track at Catalunya, and the popular opinion in the paddock is that we never wanted the chicane in the first place. That's now been gone, the final corner is much faster, and at 2.9 miles and 14 turns, we await the Spanish Grand Prix. It's time to take a look at our starting grid for today's race. Isaac Hadjar lines up on pole position, with Charles Leclerc alongside. Considering the rest of the grid, we have Sainz, Russell, Andrea Kimi Antonelli, and Piastri, Norris, Gasly, Tsunoda, and Tim Tramnitz, Colapinto, Behrman, Nicola Soloff, and Hulkenberg, Ocon, O'Sullivan, Pepe Marti, and Paul Aaron, Doohan, Stroll, Crawford, and Gabriel Bortoleto rounds off the grid. It's almost time for the lights to go out, so let's head down to the track where preparations are underway.
Well, both Aston Martins and an Aston Martin Jr. making up the back 3 spots on our grid then today, so really not been a good weekend for them, but with 33 laps ahead of us, a lot can change as we head into the race. I want to start on the mediums. I think a lot of the AI are going to be on the soft compound tyre, though, ready for the start of this race, but the hard tyre, ever since the most recent patch, seems to just be the meta now on F125, so we'll see how far we can take the mediums. Hopefully they'll come back a little bit stronger towards the end of the stint, and then obviously I think everybody is going to be on the hards to the checkered flag. Let's see what we can do though as we wait on the grid on those 5 red lights here for the Spanish Grand Prix. Oh, a mighty long hole, but it is lights out and away we go there, and Charles Leclerc has rocketed straight past me. One is trying to fend from him on the run into turn 1, but we're going to get no chance of that. Can we stick alongside the MasterCard McLaren? Oh, of Carlos Sainz there, I thought we could, but instead we locked the rears up, and Antonelli now squeezing around our outside there, so a disastrous start to this race. We're going to immediately try and move the brake bias a little bit further forward there to avoid rear locking, but that has been a very, very scary one. They were almost spinning out in front of the entire field at the start of this race, and really not the ideal one that we wanted there. Oscar Piastri, he's had a good start though. He needs to help us out in the Constructors' Championship. Too many weekends so far this season. He has ended up being a little bit anomalous, but I was hoping that even if we lost that lead to Charles Leclerc at the start, that I would stay inside his DRS range. That is definitely not going to happen. And while Charles Leclerc now knows he's got to try and run away at the start of this one. We saw issues for Ferrari back at Imola, of course, with Lando Norris there, trying to obviously give himself the best strategy to win as well. But Charles Leclerc still did reign supreme, and hopefully for him this weekend, that is not going to be as big an issue with Lando Norris having a pretty terrible qualifying. It doesn't really look like he's made much of an impact at the start either. Leclerc will lead by the end of lap 1. Piastri is also on the mediums, so that's quite interesting then from our teammate. But anyway, yeah, we've got to try and keep up with Andrea Kimi Antonelli. I was going to say, we seem to be running a little bit less downforce in a lot of cars here, so just trying to hang on through the twisty bits, but surely now we're going to be able to get a run on Antonelli. Look at the speed, 221, as we make our way down into towards that first corner, as Carlos Sainz then makes the move on Charles Leclerc for the lead of the race as well. That's exactly what we like to see. So Charles Leclerc then, now only 1.6 seconds in front of me, and reassuring then that he's not as fast as I was hoping. There we go then, Antonelli very, very quick early on, but I think as soon as that Red Bull gets in the dirty air, he begins to struggle as Sainz, to his credit, he's already starting to pull away from Charles Leclerc. Like I said, Carlos Sainz, every single series, every single race, I come back to Barcelona, he is rapid inside this game, and it is quite cool to see for him. But yes, Leclerc tries to hang on inside his range. I need to try and get in the range of Charlie Boy. I mean, Carlos could still be a World Championship threat for all I know. If this pace McLaren can keep up, then never say never inside this game. But of course, with these 16 race championships, it is so important that you start the year strong. I know Leclerc, it took him 3 races before he chalked up his first win. But still, of course, yeah, very, very consistent. And obviously leading the World Championship with a healthy buffer now. As he just seems to be, I think he is the only driver, isn't he, so far to have podiumed in every single race there. But trying to drain a little bit of battery to make sure we stay inside that DRS range, which we have just about done. So now I can try and recharge the pack. ERS strats. It's something I've learned doing Creator Series. They are so, so important inside this game. You know, to keep charging at the pack whenever you're not trying to go for an overtake. Oh, there we go. I think Charles Leclerc, I think he's just dropped out the DRS range of Carlos Sainz then, so that is critical for the McLaren man. That he has got him out of the range, and of course Carlos will know that Charles Leclerc and I probably a lot more interested in making sure that we outscore each other here than we are about the McLaren. Could he look to try and chalk up an easy victory this afternoon if Leclerc get locked into battle with myself? Team still worried about that, as you can see how much Charles Leclerc is pushing, throwing the rear end of that Ferrari car out to the left-hand side as we make our way through turn 4. And you can see now immediately Sainz is taking this opportunity. He'll be told to push this lap, build up a bit more of a buffer as we just get the car away from that curbing just in the nick of time. But surely Leclerc now, he's going to be under pressure by the time we get back in towards turn 1. Just see there, those soft compound tyres as you get towards lap 10. Even with all the upgrades on the cars, even with how much better tyre wear now can be, and obviously temperature management as well, the AI, they still just can't do anything about it. And this is why I always use the medium tyre for the first stint around this venue. Get the power down out of the final corner. Surely now this will be the run on Charlie Boy back in towards turn 1 there. And look at that, Leclerc will defend, but he knows it's a pretty futile exercise. Can we now get him out of the range and try to keep up with the Spaniard? Well, if we can get back to P1 then before the AI make their pit stop, it will have definitely been worth it to start this race on the harder compounded tyre. I thought that as soon as I saw the race start, or the strategies the team were recommending, I knew that this would have to be the game plan there. As what is Sainz doing? That was an incredibly late move to the inside there, but broke far too early in towards turn 1. And around the outside we will go then, and into the lead of the Grand Prix for the first time since lap 1. Just like we did with Leclerc, we've got to try and immediately get him out of the range. But lines like that at the top of the circuit will not help us. But as we get towards our pit-in lap then, things looking even better for us at the moment, because now Bortoleto has found a way around Carlos Sainz in this race. As immediately the Spaniard will peel in, so will Charles Leclerc there just before Oscar Piastri was going to get the jump on him. But Bortoleto trying to have a look down the inside at turn 1. We will hold firm. I'm diving into the pits at the end of this lap, so wait until then you can have the spot and get on obviously up the road. I mean, a pretty disastrous start to the race for Gabri. I mean, he'll just be hoping that a safety car doesn't come out just yet there, as what on earth was that? Trying to get down the inside of turn 4. He almost did an Esteban Ocon versus Max Verstappen on me. I'm sure Bortoleto has just been told to calm down by his team because he's dropped back quite dramatically through the middle sector of this lap. But, I mean, that is so risky for the Brazilian at the moment. Like I said, we're pitting at the end of this lap anyway. He's going to get, back ahead of me. It's not obviously a spot. As we just understeer slightly there in towards pit lane entry. Make sure we get the car slowed down, though, as Bortoleto's in anyway. What was he trying to do in this Grand Prix? The thing that's really worried me about that is, of course, you know, we've lost time there. That's going to expose us to the undercut from Carlos Sainz a little bit more, so I got no idea. I would assume the AI going over to hards. Scansley makes his way through. Tim Tramnitz in that Audi up to P3. But where will Carlos Sainz be then? He's still just a little way behind as here comes Hulkenberg on the run in towards turn 1. No, we've held on against the Hulk, so... I mean, both Audis here having a really, really good race out so far. But Sainz is on medium, so he's going to be very, very quick. And they should be quick right the way through to the end of the afternoon. So Hulkenberg there, I think, just sensed the fact I was on cold tyres. Thought about having a look to the inside, but won't make it happen. Well, I have really, really hoped that we'd see Audi kick on in this series a lot more than they have done, but it does finally seem like they're starting to get their act together here as Tim Tramnitz into the pit lane. What a start to Formula 1 life it has been for him as well there. You've got to give him credit. He has done a fantastic job so far. It's Carlos Sainz, new fastest lap of the day there, going over a second quicker than me that lap. I think we're going to be under pressure from the Spaniard pretty soon. Maybe at the very end of this lap there as just try get the car in the right ERS setting there through the first couple of corners as Carlos again immediately wants to try and have a look. He will do everything he possibly can to win this race. I need to do everything I can though as well because Leclerc is right up our trumpet again. There we go, Carlos. Oh, surely not having a look around the outside there. Nope, we'll think better of it as we got yellows out. That seems to be an Alpine down at the rear of the field. Is that Ollie Behrman? Out of yet another Grand Prix inside F125. Looks to be a fairly simple mechanical failure. Nope, it's his teammate, Jack Doohan then, that falls to the wayside this afternoon. Through that final corner, we've got to try and break the toe from Carlos, but it's such a long run back in towards turn 1 there. Is Leclerc now actually getting a bit of a run as well. We'll let Carlos through on the inside. Charles Leclerc will think about it. So Carlos there tried to give me a bit of a squeeze. I wasn't actually trying to get back around his outside, but we will manage it. As we will try and put all that dirty air over Charles Leclerc's front wing. But it hasn't really worked. Yellow's out, luckily, just at the nick of time. Otherwise, Charles Leclerc was going to send it. He might send it on the exit of the corner there, almost pushing into the grass. Goes Charles Leclerc. So, really does seem like on those mediums, he is getting back into this fight. But again, as we battle each other, Sainz will try to scamper away. Oh no, we just made a little mistake there, and that's left us vulnerable to Charles Leclerc on the run into turn 1. Don't think it's in our best interest to fight him this time round, unless Sainz now starts to pull away, but yeah, just got a little bit of a wobble through the final couple of corners at exactly the worst time on this lap. Russell and Piastri are not a million miles away either. You would hope that these harder tyres will become the better one to be on by the end, but although the medium tyre wear was quite high, never really felt like they fell off during that first stint. I do think the medium might be the best tyre to use around this circuit, and that's a little bit of a shame for us now. Oh, here we go, Charles Leclerc. Charles Leclerc for the first time since very early on, trying to take the lead back in this Grand Prix, but look at that, Sainz definitely trying to be firm with it through that first corner, of course, the former Ferrari teammates, and it is Leclerc once again that comes out on top. So Charles Leclerc, yeah, really, really struggled early on in this race, but now bolting on those mediums, that Ferrari has come alive again. And back up to the lead for the first time since about lap 6. Right, come on, Carlos, you got to do it this time round, buddy. Otherwise, I'm going to be queuing up to try and get a run past you. I mean, look at this, we're almost at VMAX by the time we get to T1 there. As Sainz this time round tries to get the run around the outside of Charles. Can we try and get involved as well then as Carlos Sainz will make the move happen. Leclerc finds the grip to slot back in, but we will use a little bit of battery to try and have a look down the inside by the time we get towards the top of the hill. Similar to the battle we saw early on there as Leclerc gets himself on the grass. How on earth did Charles Leclerc gather that back up again? If ever you don't believe the AI have got traction control in this game, that should be a reminder that they absolutely do. As I was trying to give him a bit of a squeeze, but there was definitely a car's width still on the circuit. But what a save from Charles Leclerc there. Well, George Russell is slowly bringing himself into this fight as well late on in the day. And well, I can't remember the last time we saw Mercedes really battling for the victory. It must have been Zandvoort last season where Russell did claim victory. It was the last time we saw them looking this good. trying to get a run on Carlos Sainz again. Over 220 miles an hour by the time we get in towards turn 1, but around the outside we will go. And up then once again to the lead of the Spanish Grand Prix. 7 laps remaining. A lot can still change here. But I think Charles Leclerc now has just decided he's had enough, sitting behind Carlos Sainz. As we've just been trying to recharge the battery pack, it has allowed Leclerc just to close back in once again here late on in the day. As we all know, this final couple of laps are going to be super important here. You never know how tight this championship could be come the end of the year. So as Charles Leclerc tries to get a run to my outside in towards turn 1, will we be able to keep the car alongside him? Yes, we will. Make sure I hug that apex so we don't give him too much of a squeeze. But that is super important. We know now, even if Leclerc's got the DRS, that we can defend in towards turn 1. Around the outside, up in towards turn 4. Surely he's not going to try that one again. Still going to try and find the grip there. I'll make sure I give him the room. Sort of banging wheels down the hill. Looks like we've had the other Alpine then of Ollie Behrman go for a bit of a spin late on in the day. So hopefully that doesn't bring out a safety car or anything like that. I think it's too late for a safety car, isn't it now? We just about get back around the outside of Charlie Boy before we make our way back up the hill. Will he get a run through Kampsa? We'll again try and use just a splash of DRS. A splash of ERS even, just to give myself the run. But 2 more laps remaining here from the Spanish Grand Prix this afternoon. It has been a dramatic fight right the way throughout. At different stages, it looked like one driver was going to dominate. But out of Charles Leclerc, Carlos Sainz and I, all 3 of us here still covered by a second as we get ready for these final 6 miles of the Barcelona circuit. Leclerc, huge run on me as we make our way back into towards turn 1 there. Nothing I can do that time round, as he clearly commits a lot more battery to trying to make the move happen. But as long as we stick with him on this lap, surely we're going to be able to get the run back in towards turn 1. I would say that might be, the only disappointing thing about the Barcelona circuit is if the start-finish line was down at the end of that straight in towards turn 1. It could mean, obviously, that usually the final lap is decided by the time you get in towards that first corner. There aren't really any other places to overtake around this circuit. But as we make our way through the final couple of corners then, Charles Leclerc has had a brilliant recovery through the second half of the day to bring himself back in towards that fight. But as we activate the DRS, we got the battery wide open as well. Will we get a run to the outside of Charles Leclerc? Yes, we will. And back to P1 then late on in the day. Make sure I got the car up in the better... huge snap through turn 3. Really had to try and hang on to the car that time round. I'm going to leave it in hot lap around the rest of the venue because I think we should be good enough to then have the speed everywhere we need it. Just defend the inside line into any corner we have to. But that was super scary down through turn 3 there. Leclerc still trying to hang on right behind me. If we make a mistake, he will still be there ready to pounce if he can do. But as we make our way up the hill, Charles Leclerc became our first repeat winner of the season last weekend. We are going to join him in the 2 wins club. It is still wide open, but I think quite clearly the battle is more likely going to be between Charles Leclerc and I as we make our way through this season. Lando Norris has had an absolute stinker this weekend, but that does not matter to me. Through the final corner, it is going to be P1 here in Barcelona, our 2nd win of the year. We are here to fight.
Absolutely awesome.
Isaac Hadjar takes the checkered flag and wins.
And they led every single lap of the race. It was a light to flag victory, and that is total dominance.
It's time to bring out the bubbly and spray it around. It's our podium celebrations. And it's Isaac Hadjar who triumphs today. He's claimed that top spot with an outstanding performance.
Well, there we are then. Win number 2 of the year, but with 3 cars covered by less than a second, this championship is going to be so wild and unpredictable. Charles Leclerc once again gets another podium, and, well, I said at the start Carlos Sainz would come third, and that is exactly where he finished. George Russell, Oscar Piastri, just ahead of Andrea, Kimi Antonelli, Tsunoda, Gasly, Lando Norris be devastated down in P9. No idea what happened to him here, as Franco Colapinto picked up the last point, just ahead of Nikola Solov and Tim Tramnitz there. Jack Doohan retiring from the race, and yeah, Lance Stroll and Gabriel Bortoletto a long way back, both a lap down. They will have to go back to the drawing board and work out just what went wrong here. Taking a look though at our World Championship standings, Leclerc still has a 13-point buffer up at the top of the table. We are now 20 points clear though of Lando Norris, as Piastri's still another 12 points behind him, so both former McLaren drivers seemingly number 2s so far this year. Sainz with his strategy of 3rd and 13th is now back up to P5 overall, just 1 point ahead of George Russell, with Antonelli, Gasly, Tsunoda and Ocon inside your top 10, and then still you can see Solov, Stroll, Tramnitz, Doohan, Aaron, Hulkenberg and O'Sullivan yet to score a point. Constructors wise though, for the first time really all year, we make good gains on Ferrari, back that gap down to 25, so we want to try and make sure that we can keep that battle alive as well. Mercedes still in 3rd ahead of McLaren and Red Bull, but I think that battle for P3 as well is going to be fascinating over the course of the campaign. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready for, I believe it's the Canadian Grand Prix. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video, and welcome to round 6 of season 4 of our F125 Cadillac career mode. Yes, we return this weekend here to the circuits of Villeneuve and the Canadian Grand Prix. Of course, if you missed out on the video that went live towards the end of last week from Barcelona, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. We dealt a hammer blow to Ferrari and finally chalked up our 2nd win of the season. Of course, this one though was a lot more down on raw pace. As you can see, Charles Leclerc though still has a 13-point buffer up at the top of the table, but with a 20-point further gap now down to Lando Norris further behind. I think this championship could come down, you know, between Charles and I over the course of the season. Constructors wise though, Ferrari do still have a pretty healthy 25-point lead as well, so we need to try and make sure that we keep closing that down over the next few weekends, and hopefully Oscar Piastri can pull his weight as well. Of course, if you're new, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed to the channel as well, because, well, I've finished F125. At least I feel like I've finished my team now, because I have got no more facility upgrades that I can do inside this game. We have basically maxed out everything, unless there's some unavailable improvements that I wasn't aware of inside this game. But yeah, it kind of feels like we are getting everything we possibly can done with my team inside this title. Of course, apart from winning that World Championship. That is still the #1 goal, as always. Quickly as well, before we head out onto the circuit, if you want to get early access to these videos, you can click that join button as well for just £1 a month. Follow me over on Twitch. We're trying to hit 10k over there as well before the end of the year. But yeah, without further ado though, let's return to Montreal.
Welcome back, everybody. We're here in Canada at the wonderful Circuit Gilles Villeneuve. Who's going to come out fastest of all in the next hour? Yes, it's time for qualifying.
We're heading out then into qualifying here from Montreal, one of the toughest circuits, I think, to try and get a lap hooked up. It is one of those places that is easy to learn, but really trying to extract everything out of a car cannot be so easy. It's also a circuit where the AI are very good over one lap, but do then tend to struggle a bit more in their race pace here. So even if we don't get the car quite towards the front on Saturday afternoon, I think we could still definitely be in the fight come Sunday there. But immediately, purple sector 1. That's normally my strongest sector of the lap, though. Well, although I maybe don't think we're in the fight for pole today, I'm hoping at the very least that we're going to make it into Q3, as we have done in every single qualifying so far this year. Carlos Sainz slots up to the top spot on the board at the moment, but on the run back to the line, we will go even quicker. I did pick up a little bit of front wing damage on that run, but despite that, we still go to the top of the pile. And there we go then by the end of Q1. Once again, it looks like it's going to be Charles Leclerc and I battling up at the front of the order, but I'm a little bit nervous. I can't see Oscar Piastri anywhere. Please say he hasn't gone out in Q1, because that will not help our Constructors' Championship hopes. There he is, down in P15. Very, very close to the drop zone there. We'll squeeze by under a tenth of a second. Lance Stroll out in Q1. At least Gabriel Bortoletto seemed to have a bit more speed this weekend. Colin Pinto will be disappointed, just ahead of Solov doing there. Tim Trabnitz, who of course led during the Spanish Grand Prix last time out in Q1 alongside Zach O'Sullivan there. So no team had both drivers knocked out in Q1. That is quite rare inside this series. Well, last weekend it seemed like we were running a bit less downforce than most of the other cars around us. This time round, seems like we're running a bit more than most of the other competitive machines. We seem to gain a lot of time in Sector 1 in Q1, and then obviously Sector 2 and Sector 3. We seem to be losing a bit more of it through those straighter, faster sections of this lap. It is all about trying to get the power, though, out of Turn 1. If you can't do that, you're not setting yourself up for a particularly good lap time here. It's trying to weave our way through that first chicane, get as close to the wall on the inside as you can. Oh, and again, Purple through that first sector, really, really attack the curbs. But it's so tricky to get the power down out onto the back straight. You love this venue, though. It is really, really interesting. That kind of... Just Formula 1 circuits aren't built like this anymore. You know, it's special. It really is a unique place, I think, in Formula 1 here. And I always look forward to the real-life Grand Prix as well. But making our way down through the hairpin. Purple Sector 1, Purple Sector 2. I believe Oscar Piastri has done a much better lap time in this session there of about a 107.4. But I'm hoping that we could maybe look into the 106s as car in front of me peeling into the pit lane there. Really attack through that final chicane. I probably won't get a better line than that through there. And the time is going to show it, a 106.8. That puts down a gauntlet for Charles Leclerc, Lando Norris. Any of you guys want to challenge me? I dare you to try. Well, there we are then, by the end of Q2. First and third for the Cadillacs. We can be pretty happy with that one there. But again, feels like Charles Leclerc maybe just hiding some of his pace. Nico Hülkenberg in the Audi, though, makes it into Q3. That's the at least second weekend in a row. I think the third weekend in a row one Audi has made it through. They are still yet to score a point this season. I believe it is them and V-Carb that have yet to score. So Hülkenberg will definitely be starting inside the top 10. Paul Aron there goes quicker than George Russell in 11th. Both Red Bulls out in Q2 as well, so they will be left kind of scratching their heads as to what has happened. But we have one goal and one goal only now. Try and bag another pole. Well, of course, out in Q3 then, normally we try and go for the 2 runs, but I reckon if we can match that 106.8 from Q2, that should, in theory, be good enough for pole position here. But I've seen Leclerc. I mean, he is arguably... I think, honestly, Charles Leclerc might be one of the greatest qualifiers of all time in Formula 1. You know, I put him a step below maybe a Senna and a Lewis Hamilton at their peak, but he's certainly right up there as a driver that can extract everything when given one opportunity to try and get the job done. And let's see if we're going to see more Charles Leclerc magic this weekend. As banging off the red line, as I just couldn't quite reach the upshift there on the exit out into the back straight. As we've done all weekend though so far, Purple through that first sector. We actually went Purple through Sector 2 by the end of Q2 as well. Not quite able to go fast as that time around as well. We just nicked the rear wheel on the grass. I felt it through the steering as the car wanted to pivot to the inside and lock the rears up. Luckily, a bit of quick thinking there, a bit of natural instinct helped us gather it up as Sonoda actually going to give me a nice slipstream down into towards that final corner. We will take all of it that we possibly can there. As he actually tried to dive bomb me in towards that final chicane. Not sure how I feel about that, but it is still going to be a 106.4. I've got no idea how much we beat Leclerc by, but maybe cut the final chicane a bit, just because I was worried about getting completely rear-ended by that MasterCard McLaren. Well, there we are then, pole position again by about 0.4 of a second over the Ferrari that joins us on the front row. Charles Leclerc in third ahead of Carlos Sainz and Oscar Piastri. Yuki Tsunoda just ahead of Gabriel Bortoletto with Hülkenberg, Behrman and Gasly inside your top 10. I really want to see Hulkenberg score points today. He has had such a tough time with Audi so far in this career mode. It would be a fairy tale day for him. But Bortoletto as well. Let's not forget, he was a lap down, less than 10 laps into Barcelona last weekend. He deserves a big result as well today. But only time will tell. 35 laps ahead of us. Let's head into the race.
Here in Montreal, lights out is quickly approaching on this artificial island originally built for the World Fair in 1967. Now it's used for a World's Fair of a different kind, ever since Formula One first arrived here. We're back in Montreal for the Canadian Grand Prix. With top speeds of around 210 miles per hour heading into the overtaking opportunity of turn 13, the 2.7 miles of the circuit Gilles Villeneuve are some of the quickest on the Formula One calendar. There are 14 corners in total, with 60% of the lap taken at full throttle, and average speeds clock in at about 130 miles per hour. Off the back of a fantastic qualifying session, it's time to see how our starting grid looks like for today's race. Isaac Hadjar lines up on pole position, edging out Lando Norris, who'll start from P2. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Leclerc, Sainz, Oscar Piastri, and Tsunoda, Bortoletto, Hulkenberg, Behrman, and Pierre Gasly, Aaron, Russell, Esteban Ocon, and Antonelli, Crawford, Pepe Marti, Lance Stroll, and Franco Colapinto, Soloff, Doohan, Tremnitz, and Zach O'Sullivan rounds off the grid. It's almost time for the lights to go out, so let's head down to the track where preparations are underway. And alongside me, bringing glamour and expertise to our commentary today, Naomi Schiff. Now, we had great fun watching them win last time out. What a great victory it was. But can they carry that into today's race?
Well, they're certainly in a great position. It's always great to just come off of a win. The momentum's there, the team are working well together, and so is the car. So what they've got to do is just keep building on that. Don't change a winning formula. Keep it simple and keep doing what you're doing.
Well, I must admit there, I hadn't really thought about it before, but it was quite weird on that grid rundown, seeing the number 5 back on the side of the Aston Martin. Of course, Sebastian Vettel racing with that team, what, 4 years ago? Really wasn't that long when you think about it, but this is a circuit where the two-stop can be viable. It's quite low grip, so the hard tyre doesn't tend to work as well around here today, so I could honestly be tempted to try and double soft after a stint on the mediums at the beginning of the race. Try and take them 15 laps and then 10 laps on each set of the soft compound tyre. It will require us to be quick, though, early on in the race and try to scamper off into an early lead. Let's see what we can do, though. We got both Ferraris just behind me. The 5 red lights are coming on for the Canadian Grand Prix. Oh, and it is lights out, and away we go. I don't know why Mark is immediately doing that, but a fairly good hookup down in towards turn 1. It's Lando Norris there. Tries to get all the way around the outside. He'll have the inside line. Oh, ready for turn 2. As again, we just get a little snap of oversteer there. Quick splash of battery up the hill. And we've been able to withstand the pressure from the Brit off the first few corners here. Charles Leclerc still waiting in the wings, just ahead of Carlos Sainz and Oscar Piastri. We need Piastri to do well this afternoon. But Lando Norris knows after a very, very disappointing day out in Barcelona last weekend, he needs to try and extract a big result out of his Ferrari today, otherwise the momentum will so quickly shift in Charles Leclerc's favour here, and he will then, kind of be forced into that number 2 role, and look at that, immediately he's going for it. Oh, down the inside of the hairpin, trying to gather it up there as I accidentally brought the car all the way down to first gear, so Lando Norris will say thank you very much, and even Charles Leclerc now trying to have a bit of a look for a move as well. Who will Lando give the slipstream to? I think he's trying to give Charles a bit of a run around the outside there as wheel to wheel with the World Championship leader, and we will squeeze him out down at that final corner. Never going to happen around the outside through there, sunshine, but you got to give him credit. He did try to make it work. DRS now enabled, and maybe, just maybe, we can try and get Leclerc out of the range. Oh, at the moment, though, Lando Norris, I don't know if he's just trying to back me back up into Charles Leclerc, or maybe Leclerc is digging deep just to try and stay in this range at the moment. But as we get towards the end of lap 4, you can see the Monegasque man behind me is closing in. And it's closing in quicker than I'm closing in on the Brit just in front of me. Can we get a run on Norris out of this final corner? It seems to be one place, actually, where the Ferrari is very, very good with that quick change of direction, trying to get the loud pedal down. Whoa, Lando! I don't know if he just went into trying to save the battery in towards that first corner, but the closing speed seemed to ramp up massively by the time we got into turn 1. Luckily, I was already thinking about the move. Otherwise, we could have just gone straight through the back of him there. But up then, into the lead of the Grand Prix we go. And how long will we stay here? Well, if you guessed then it was going to be less than a lap we'd stay ahead of Lando Norris even, you might well be right. Norris, I mean, what is that? He immediately tries to get through and then deliberately gets back in front of me and brakes on the racing line. Way, way earlier than he needs to. Surely that Ferrari isn't that bad on the brakes in towards turn 1 there, but Lando Norris definitely trying to pull out some cheap tricks early on in this Grand Prix. I'd love to know what the gap is back to Bortoletto. I believe he's running in about 8th place there as Hulkenberg. I've only just realised Hulkenberg is keeping up with Oscar Piastri here early on, so he's broken free from the rest of the pack as well. See, I still think the 2-stop is going to be the way to go this afternoon, but I think if we wanted to make it work, ideally, we would need to come out ahead of that Aston Martin. He's doing a very good job holding everybody else up further behind, but will it be a good enough job?
Rain about 10 to 15 minutes from now.
What? That was never on the horizon. Surely we're not actually going to see rain then in this Grand Prix. You guys saw on the pre-race it was perfectly dry. Whoa, throughout the entirety of the afternoon there. As again, having another moment of rear lockups through the final corner, but there was never rain predicted on the horizon. So, I mean, if that does arrive, we would be better off on the soft compound tyre. But of course, I've got no idea when it's going to fall, where it's going to fall, how bad it's going to be, how long it's going to be. This is really, really bizarre. F125 does really seem to still chuck up some anomalies from time to time. But as we try and make our way then out onto the back straight once more. Oh, easy does it. I mean, this rain, if it does even arrive, could throw up anything in this Grand Prix. But I want to make sure I'm back ahead of Lando Norris. I mean, he's doing it again. What is that? Lando Norris there trying to brake check me in towards that first corner. At least it wasn't just, you know, like a one-time thing. It wasn't my brain playing tricks on me. But through we will go then and back up into the lead of the race there as we try and keep it very committed through the first couple of corners. We might have immediately got him out of the DRS range there. That would be very useful. Whoa, not with snaps of oversteer like that, though. Just so I keep the back end in check. But yeah, if Norris and Leclerc could battle it out with each other for a while, that would be rather handy.
So we're expecting rain in about 10 to 15 minutes.
There we go then. The team are adamant there is definitely rain on the horizon rocking up in a little while in this race. But how will that affect things? You know, we have seen it before on this game where you get just a little bit of rain and it doesn't mean that you even need to box for intermediate tyres or anything like that in races as well. So, I mean, that would be fascinating if that ends up being the case here. But as we get closer and closer to our pit window, I wonder if Mark's thinking about it.
Okay, we're approaching the pit window. You're going to be on softs. Gap to
God,
your teammate
Mark and I.
behind, 16.0 seconds.
Oh, like 2 peas in a pod, myself and our engineer there, as a huge slide out of turn 1. Probably not ideal. But yeah, we're going to box in then at the end of 15, bolt on a set of the soft compound tyres. We've got a bit of a gap now over Leclerc and Norris. But yeah, these mediums are feeling very second-hand. I would not want to take the hard tyres much further than how far I've already taken these mediums, to be honest. They are beginning to struggle, especially with rain predicted later on. I mean, the hard tyre, you might well pit onto them and then have to go to inters anyway. So it's a big, big gamble either way. But we're just going to try and do what we can. Well, Oscar Piastri then at the moment appears to be bottling this race almost as badly as he did in Baku just a couple of weeks ago IRL. He's now behind Hulkenberg in his Audi. I really like Oscar as a driver. He is 96 rated inside this series. Why do EA and coders insist that your teammate has to be terrible? I'm seeing it in the driver career mode as well. We're going up alongside Max Verstappen. And in that series, more often than not, he is also really, really slow now because I'm his teammate. I don't know why they do it. I think the only time I haven't seen it happen was when I was teammates with Charles Leclerc on last year's game. Because, of course, he took a championship off of us, either on 24 or F1 23. But as the circuit then begins to become more and more overcast, luckily for me, looks like Norris and Hulkenberg are both in as well. So, I mean, we're going to re-emerge. They're still in the podium places in this race. Let's try and work on getting that undercut on Leclerc. There we go, rather unsurprisingly, Carlos Sainz and Charles Leclerc then both diving into the pit lane at the end of the very next lap. So we're going to get a nice jump on Charles here then, as we're almost up to half distance. I mean, like I said, the pit lane here doesn't cost you too much time. But what is the gap going to be then to Charles Leclerc? I think he's been jumped by Norris. So Charles Leclerc won't be too happy about that one then, getting undercut by his teammate in this race. But we have not got a 5-second buffer. I think if we want to try and win this race, depending on what happens with the weather, that needs to be up to 10 by the time I pit again.
Tyre wear rates are lower than we expected. Stay out a little longer if you can.
Well, that's good then, if the rain doesn't arrive exactly when we're expecting it to. That could be quite handy. Team want me to extend this stint a little bit longer then. I'm not really going to have a look at what they want me to do. But yeah, Leclerc now... Not only has he found a way back around Lando Norris, but he's got him out of the DRS again, so it does definitely feel like this championship is going to be between Charles and I. But when is that rain going to start falling? I'm hoping fairly soon, because of course I don't want to have to make another stop to the dries if I'm then going to have to make a switch to inters afterwards.
Okay, track conditions aren't improving. It's your choice as to whether you want to fit full wets next time you come in.
Hey? Full wets? I don't think we're going to be making that call just yet, Mark. We're still running on dries. I'm running pretty competitive here. Here's all Paul Aaron.
Okay,
No.
Terminal, they're retiring the car.
I say no to that, not because I'm a huge Paul Aaron fan or anything, but more just the fact it looked like V-Carb could have been in a fight for a point as well today. You know, I do want to see every team score. I want to see every team have a good chance inside this game. But, yeah, I don't think V-Carb are going to get a point today, then. Got a few cars into the pit lane. I don't believe that will be moving to inters.
Don't worry about the tyre condition for now. Everything's looking good.
Leclerc is starting to close in a little bit on me, but Norris isn't. Well, this is the lap we are meant to peel into the pit lane then, but I'm not quite sure we can do it just yet. The team will not give me an idea as to what's happening with this rain at the moment. Is it going to get worse? Is the circuit going to become less manageable as well? But I don't really want to stay out on these tyres too much longer unless I have to. The team believe it's going to get a lot worse a lot quickly. Then we will stay out. If not...
showing a clear patch on its way. There's about 10 more minutes of this rain. Dries definitely seem like the fastest tyre at the moment.
So I think this is about as bad as the rain is going to get. So I think we'll make the call now to go on to a fresh set of the softs. Make sure... Oh, it's a used set, but that's alright. Oh, easy does it. Come on. Don't start making mistakes now, Matt. Need to get a nice tidy run down in towards the pit lane here, as we've got about a 9.3 second lead over Charles Leclerc. We are still going to have to try and claw it back towards the end. I think we'll come out somewhere around Yuki Tsunoda in this race.
You're doing well out there. Keep it up. We're looking at about 10 more minutes of rain. 10 minutes.
I mean, this is just a light kind of spitting rain, isn't it, around this circuit? Kind of what we saw in Baku. Obviously, if you guys remember, down at like turn 1 and stuff, just a little bit of rain around the corner of the track. 2.4 second stop's pretty good going.
That was a fantastic stop, faster than we were expecting.
But with much fresher, softer tyres than those Ferraris, surely we're going to have some good speed towards the end. Can we come out ahead of the Mastercard McLaren of Yuki Tsunoda? Yes, we will do. So we've got an 8-second gap to try and close back in on Charles Leclerc. We need to be near enough a second a lap faster in these horrible, horrible conditions. I mean, look at that though already. 3/10 out of him through those first couple of corners. And we're still trying to fire up the tyres. I mean, look at that then. I know it's only the first lap. I know this should be where we have the biggest advantage. But, I mean, that was what? 2 seconds out of Charles Leclerc. I think maybe, in completely not a way I was expecting, this two-stop strategy has worked out fantastically for us. I mean, look at that Lando Norris. He's got no defence. And in turn 1, these grippier tyres, these fresher tyres, have just got so much grip. I mean, Mark's saying there we made that overtake look easy. It's because it was. Those Ferraris have got nothing in comparison right now. And hopefully we're going to be back with Leclerc before we know it. I mean, we are going 3 seconds a lap faster than Charles Leclerc right now. And Lando Norris wasn't able to put up much of a fight. I don't think Charles Leclerc will be able to either. Through those first couple of corners. I don't think he's struggling so much through the corners. It's more the traction. As you can see, trying to drain a little bit of battery. But, I mean, look at that. Right around the outside we will go there. Leclerc unable to defend it. And back to the lead of the Canadian Grand Prix we will go. 7 laps still left of this race. We have got to try and keep it on the island. It's very useful if I want to make sure that we pick up the win. But Charles Leclerc, Ferrari, on paper, they made the right call today. I really do think they have still for that team. But like I said, almost accidentally, the double soft stint has probably been the way to go. And I'm hoping now maybe the circuit will dry up. But as long as it doesn't get much wetter, I'm not going to complain. But this is the only other thing that made me a little bit more nervous towards the end of the afternoon was going to be whether we'd have to try and lap some cars here, but with a 17-second gap now over Charles Leclerc behind, we're still not really seeing anybody making the switch over to the intermediates here. Jack Doohan, the first car I'm going to lap in this Grand Prix, and he's definitely on the hard tyres then, so still limping around, trying to get him to last. Oh, easy does it, looking at the rear slightly, down through those final couple of corners. I mean, could we make a switch to wets? These things now are really beginning to struggle. Sorry, intermediates, I should say. Could still be tempted there, but nobody else is doing it at this stage of the Grand Prix, and I just don't want to risk it. Like I said, at this stage, we've got such a gap over Charles anyway, I can basically just afford to cover him off towards the end of the afternoon. I'll set up the intermediates all ready to go if I need them. As you still see how much we're sliding around. Those rears aren't going to be fun by the end. But we are steadily lapping traffic. Well, with just 1 lap to go then. We know obviously with the new patch, the AI are still very, very good in especially these kind of slick conditions. More because of their traction control than anything else there. But actually the gap in these last few hasn't been going up anywhere near as much. And in fact, Jack Crawford there thinking about trying to have a look back past me here. But as we try and navigate our way through, I'm trying to think when the last time, well, we would have seen as dominant a victory as this. Look at that Crawford. He's actually using me to try and find a way around some of the other cars here. Could I help the Haas man trying to get up into the points there? Has no idea what's going on behind me. I can just see the AI going 3 wide through the final couple of corners there. Hopefully, we'll kind of leave that be, as I think it's actually Solov now trying to make some moves. Down through those first couple of corners though. 1 more lap to go. We don't need to take any risk here. We've got a 23-second lead over Charles Leclerc. And like I said, races like today, they are really, really good fun. Kind of the all-new characteristics, the implementation of tyre wear temperature and how it affects grip in slippery surfaces for this year's game. Races like today really go to showcase that on just how much of a step up it is. Like I said, I can't really claim that I'm a strategy genius or anything like that, because ultimately today, it's been a little bit of blind luck that has helped us here. But as we navigate our way through the final few corners, is Solov on intermediates? Yes, he is, so that explains why he's going so quickly here. As the tyre wear warning light flashes up, could the Haasman try and steal a point away? I want to try and lap Bortoletto, because I know that'll mean then that Hulkenberg is guaranteed a point here, even if he were to bin it on the last lap or something, anything. As, I mean, look at this, Solov trying to push Antonelli down in towards the final couple of corners. Solov's diving in! Why? Nicholas Solov into the pit lane with 1 lap to go. No idea what Tsunoda's doing. It is P1.
And it's victory today for Isaac Hadjar.
Well, that's 2 race wins in a row for them. I think they'll be really happy with that. I mean, 1 race win is great, but to have 2, you know that you've got it. You're a little bit more comfortable in your skin. This is a great sign of maybe what's to come next.
From lights out to the checkered flag, Each and every driver has this moment in the back of their mind. Now it's time for their celebrations. Our podium, it awaits. And you've got to hand it to Isaac Hadjer, head and shoulders above the rest today, and victory with another impressive performance.
Well, there we are then. 25 seconds clear come the checkered flag, despite making the extra pit stop. Pole position, fastest lap, race victory. That is how we do it. And if that doesn't send out a warning message to Charles Leclerc, I don't know what will. He comes through for P2 ahead of Lando Norris. Both McLarens inside your top 5. Esteban Ocon, a pretty decent recovery drive as well. And Nico Hülkenberg there finally gets some points for Audi as well inside this series. Oscar Piastri, I don't really know what to say, to be honest. Really disappointing there to see him down in P8, over a minute behind us come the checkered flag, with Behrman and Bortoletto rounding out your top 10. Gutted as well that Solov dived into the pit lane, because I think he could have had his first Formula 1 point as well right at the end there. I mean, he was flying along on those intermediates on a 4-stop strategy, but ultimately, yeah, could not make it happen. Paul Aaron and Lance Stroll, your 2 drivers that failed to see the checkered flag. That now means at the top of the World Championship, a 6-point gap between ourselves and Charles Leclerc. Lando Norris, though, another 30 points behind, so yeah, this is very quickly becoming a 2-horse race. Oscar Piastri now just 3 clear of Carlos Sainz there, with Russell ahead of Antonelli, Tsunoda, Ocon and Gasly, and Hülkenberg with his first points of the year immediately jumps up into 12th spot as well. It now just leaves Solov, Stroll, Tramnitz, Doohan, and obviously both of those V-carbs yet to score, and constructors-wise as well. Kick Sauber go from 10th all the way up to 7th. Courtesy of that result as well. Ferrari extend their gap up to now 29 points in the Constructors' Championship as well. We need Oscar Piastri. We need him to try and deliver some big results. Thank you all so much for watching, though. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready out, I believe, in Austria. Hello everyone, and welcome back to a brand new video, and welcome to round 7 of Season 4 of our F125 Cadillac Career Mode. Yes, we return this weekend here for the Austrian Grand Prix on the reverse layout. Of course, if you missed out on the video that went live a few days ago from Montreal, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. It was, unironically, one of the most fascinating races I've ever had inside F125. It goes to show that when this game is good, it is damn good. And we had a lot of fun out last weekend at the Circuit de Villeneuve. Probably slightly helped by the fact that we took our 2nd victory in a row. It means the gap at the top of the World Championship has been cut down to just 6 points between myself and Charles Leclerc. Between us, we have won the last 5 Grand Prix in a row. So I think it's very quickly becoming a 2-horse race up at the top of the championship. But obviously, with a lot of very, very fast tracks coming up, it is going to be difficult to try and keep up with those Ferraris. Constructors-wise, I still need Oscar Piastri to help us out a little bit more than he is. We are currently trailing Ferrari by 29 points as we close in on the halfway stage of the season. But as you can see, every team has scored apart from VCARB so far, so even down in the midfield, it has been wildly unpredictable throughout these opening few Grand Prix. Of course, yeah, if you're new around here, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed to the channel. We are closing in on 150,000 subs. And before we get into this one, I know what you're thinking. Matt, why on earth are you wearing McLaren merch? Well, today, I can officially announce we have partnered up with Castor. They do all of the merch for McLaren and Alpine inside Formula 1. So you might notice that I'm wearing a couple of their tops from each of the teams in future videos. A massive thank you to Castor for sending this out for free. And if you want to pick up any merch, like I said, from McLaren and Alpine, use the link down in the description below. You help support the channel. And I believe as well we'll have a code down there as well that you can use as well. So yeah, like I said, use that link down in the description below. A massive thank you to Castor for sponsoring. And yeah, let's head then here to the Austrian Grand Prix.
High up in the mountains here at Spielberg, it's time for qualifying on what will be the fastest laps of the season. Stand by for qualifying at the Austrian Grand Prix.
Well, I was really hoping this weekend we could try and see how close we can get to a sub 1 minute lap here at the Red Bull Ring, but it looks like we could see some changeable conditions. So apparently Q3 might be dry, but honestly when the sessions like this, it can be wildly kind of unpredictable. So first of all, I just want to focus on obviously trying to make sure that we make it into that third session, and then maybe there we'll see what the track conditions are like and whether we can chase that elusive 59-second lap time. I have not seen anyone manage it so far on F125, but when they max out my team car, hopefully we're going to be able to get pretty close. I think last season here we were running like mid 101s, but of course the car has seen quite a few helpful upgrades. I also do believe for the most part, the reverse layout here I think is a couple of tenths a lap faster, just obviously due to a couple of little weird nuances with it as well there. But so far then, this first lap forgetting to activate the DRS as we plunge back down the hill. Yuki Tsunoda is currently my benchmark, but he's only on a 103. So we'll try and dive our way down through the final couple of corners. Oscar Piastri might give us a bit of a faint toe on the run to the line. 101.9, 2 tenths slower than Lando Norris, but that was far from a perfect lap. Well, those first runs then were critical for everybody there, so if you didn't get a lap in nice and early, you were going to be in big trouble. Lando Norris fastest, just ahead of both Cadillacs. Zach O'Sullivan gets that V-carb up into P4, so that would be a fantastic weekend if he could stay there. Tsunoda, George Russell, they'll both be very disappointed to go out in Q1, alongside Paul Aaron, Jack Crawford, and both Audis. Audi have looked so much better recently, so that is a bit of a shame for both of their German drivers. Q2, I believe, is intermediate conditions, and then hopefully it'll dry up again for Q3. Well, there we go then. By the end of Q2, the last of the rain has passed through the circuit, and everybody heading back out then for one lap of anger back on these soft compound tyres. So this will hopefully give us a bit more of an idea. Of course, the circuit does ramp up all the way into Q3 as well, so if we can't quite get there this time, there will be more opportunities. It's just like trying to use the battery in all of the right places as well. This circuit can be very bumpy though. Let's look at that 200 mile an hour approach speed in towards turn 3. Purple through that first sector was first and foremost. All well and good trying to chase that sub 1 minute. But of course, you know, we've got to try and make it into Q3 and get the lap time that we need on the board. Solly Behrman there goes fastest, but everybody is improving. Solov almost dips down into the 101s. So I would have thought that's hopefully where we're going to be aiming for here by the end of qualifying, as I believe it's Sainz fastest. Now, there you go, Charles Leclerc, 101.5, so times are getting quicker and quicker as we make our way down the hill. Esteban Ocon 101.4, so we could definitely get a 1 minute lap time here if I get it absolutely nailed through the final corner, get the power down on the run back towards the line. It is going to be a 101.4. We go P1 in Q2. And there we go then. Are there any major surprises? Oscar Piastri does squeak by barely down in P9, just ahead of the Aston Martin of Gabriel Bortoletto. Andrea Kimi Antonelli, he'll be pretty disappointed to be out there slowest on the board, of course, with his first Austrian Grand Prix for the Red Bull team. Zach O'Sullivan, who looks so quick in Q1, unfortunately also out. So it's going to be Esteban Ocon that has to fly the Red Bull flag this weekend through Q3. But what's that? 7 different drivers from 7 different teams inside your top 7. That's pretty good going. 8 different teams in Q3. Well, the circuit is going to continue to get more and more rubber put into it. Of course, in Q2, some of that rubber got washed away. So every lap now, we will hopefully see a bit of an evolution in this track there. As again, want to try and maximise the ERS use. Ready to start the lap, but braking really late there. Trying to hope that the camber will carry the car in towards those first couple of corners. I know there's a couple of tenths to find through turn 1 and turn 2. But the rest of the lap was pretty good there. I'm going to avoid that curb through turn 4 this time round. And purple in that first sector then. Oh, careful of that wall on the outside. It'll catch a car and rip the wheel off if given any opportunity. And then up through the top of the circuit there, fighting the back end of the car as best as we can. But we are up in the green at the moment, 4 tenths up. Could this be a 1 minute lap time here as we try and get the car nice and tidy through the hairpin? Get a good run off of the corner, but I think we've used a bit more battery in the early stages of this lap so far. We'll have to just try and save a little bit. Ready to get the run through that final corner. Braking at the 100-meter board there. Chuck the car in 4th gear. Tried to hang on to it on the run back towards the line. What is it going to be? 1010. We need half a tenth here on the final run. Surely this is doable. One final opportunity then. One last chance to try and put ourselves in the history books. We need 55 thousandths of a second to set about 1 minute flat lap time as we try and get the run out of the final corner. Let's just make sure we keep it clean and tidy through the first part of the lap. I really need to focus up now if I want to try and nail this. Oh, nice and tidy again, just a bit smoother. Smooth is good, smooth is fast on the early couple of stages of the lap. And then the rest of it, we've really got to try to attack. It is all about maximising width, trying to give yourself the best run you possibly can there as well. Getting a little bit of understeer, so close to that wall on the outside. Definitely compromise ourselves a bit of speed there. And then as we make our way up through the top of the circuit, avoiding the wheel spin too badly as we climb up the hill. Are we going to see anybody else go quicker? We have locked down that pole position, but we are trying to chase a barrier that will define Formula 1 in years to come. Still about a tenth down. We're going to have to send it through those final couple of corners. Use a little bit more battery as we make our way down. Braking super late. Really attack the curb there through the final corner. Can we get the run back around towards the line? We are still half a tenth up. 1 minute 0.9. We have done it. Well, there we go. We definitely trimmed the apex through that final corner, but I'm pretty certain the 2 rear wheels were on the circuit, and then obviously the 2 front wheels were back inside track limits. 1 minute 0.967. I think for me personally, there is not a lot more that I could get out of that Formula 1 car there, but Cadillac with a front row lockout as well. That is super, super important as we head into the race today. Charles Leclerc, though, my main championship rival, will line up 3rd ahead of Esteban Ocon. Let's not forget, if we win this one, we will take the lead of the World Championship, irrespective of where Charles Leclerc finishes. Can we make it 3 wins in a row? Let's find out.
This is it then, race day in Spielberg for this year's Austrian Grand Prix. Not long to go before our drivers hurtle off the line and into the first turn, the Niki Lauda curve. It was renamed in 2019 in memory of one of Formula One's most beloved figures. It's time to take a look at our starting grid for today's race. Isaac Hadjar lines up on pole position, and Oscar Piastri completes the front row. Looking at the rest of today's grid, we have Leclerc, Ocon, Lando Norris, and Bortoleto, Soloff, Sainz, Gasly, and Pepe Marti, Colapinto, Doohan, Ollie Behrman, and O'Sullivan, Stroll, Antonelli, Tim Tramnitz, and Nico Hulkenberg, Russell, Crawford, Sonoda, and Paul Aaron rounds off the grid. And now it's time to head down to the track.
Well, here we are then, down on the grid, ready for the Austrian GP. I'm looking forward to this one. This is going to be a big race, though, and plenty of opportunity. But that being said, this race can also be chaos quite regularly inside F125. So I want to stay towards the front, stay out of trouble. I'm hoping it's going to be the most boring race in the world if we want to win a world championship this season. But when does it ever work like that inside this game? The 5 red lights are on, though, here in the Styrian Mountains. And 5 red lights are out, and it is lights out. And away we go there, or not for us. We've had a terrible start. Ocon and Piastri would immediately look to the inside. So will Lando Norris. Oh, in towards turn 1 there. So I guess we kind of bogged down Charles Leclerc in that launch as well. So we will hang on then in P3 as Leclerc's dropped all the way down to 6th place. It's Gabriel Bortoleto trying to make a move as we make our way in towards Sector 2. Just got to be very careful in the early stages here. Any understeer can prove critical. And let's not forget tyre wear around this track as well is absolutely brutal. It can be a real killer inside this game. So yeah, got to make sure that we avoid doing anything like that. Got to avoid taking too much risk early on. Ease the car into the stimp. Make sure that we are comfortable with our machinery underneath us there. Maybe we just set the car up a little bit more towards qualifying pace. But as long as we beat Charles Leclerc today, I'm happy to try and work with Oscar. I do really want to win the Constructors' Championship as well for Cadillac this season. So if we obviously, if we need to help Oscar to make sure the team gain more points over Ferrari, that could still be very useful.
DRS enabled.
I mean, 110 lap time from a standing start there is nothing short of staggering, isn't it? These cars, I know I keep going on about it, but they are so ludicrously quick as to the inside of Esteban Ocon. This is not normally where you see overtakes happen, but we'll try and get around the outside through the exit of the corner. The Red Bull man, he would love a podium at the team's home Grand Prix. Can we go all the way around the outside, though? Yes, we can. And up then back into P2 of this race. And hopefully I can leave Ocon and Norris to squabble. But there we go. By the end of lap 4, then we've got back in the range of Oscar Piastri. But we have had to use a lot of battery to try and get back here. So I'm going to try and just recharge the pack up a little bit more over these next couple of laps. But yeah, Ferrari getting embroiled in all these battles going on a little bit further behind. It's really given both Cadillacs an opportunity to scamper away at the front. Leclerc, I mean, he is still down in P6 at the moment.
Everything's looking good.
Oh, you can just see there, Oscar Piastri, though, cannot get that turn 1 quite figured out. But yeah, I need to recharge the pack so we got enough to attack him. I'd hope, I mean, if you were Cadillac right now, if you were team principal, would you already be starting to play the number 1, the number 2 driver role at this stage of the campaign? I don't really know. Oscar's not a million miles away, and it might be good to keep him on our positive side. That being said, though, of course, rumours circling that Lando Norris could be interested in joining the team next year from Ferrari. That could certainly create some spice. Well, I don't want to get too confident too early on this afternoon, but the opening laps have really been a message sent in Ferrari's direction. We are pulling out nearly a second a lap still on Lando Norris early on in this GP. Yeah, Oscar Piastri really has been dragging us along for a little while now. But I think as we get towards, the pit stop window, we're going to have to start trying to have a look for a move.
Make use of the overtake button and see what you can do.
Yeah, happy to work together, of course, for quite a while in this race, but when it seems like he's got the pace over Lando anyway, obviously we can afford to hopefully have a little bit of a battle with our teammate. But yeah, Charles Leclerc now moving his way through most of that slightly slower traffic. But, I mean, yeah, it's so easy, obviously, if you just have a bad qualifying, especially when how close the times seem to be. Qualifying, definitely the pace seems to be closer than race pace. You know, if you lose, say, 6-7 laps trying to fight your way back through to where you should be, already the other cars are gone, and where the speed between this Cadillac and the Ferrari is so close generally, it can be near impossible to make that back up. I've fallen victim of it a couple of times as well inside this series. Let's see what kind of speed we can get down the hill. I mean, look at that, up over 220 miles an hour down in towards the final corner. Let's see if we can get a run then back in towards turn 1 there. I don't think we're quite going to be close enough. Yes, we are actually. So Oscar Piastri there won't even bother defending it for us. And a bit like Ferrari back in 2002, that almost kind of looked choreographed. Well, tyre wear warning light flashing up then as we get towards the end of lap 16, but still the gap at the front opening up now, almost 4 seconds clear of Oscar Piastri. But I've been watching the gap between him and Lando. He's not really pulling away anymore, but that gap is staying pretty stable at about 8 seconds then in this race. It's all braking at the 100-meter board there, pretty much as late as you'd want to into the pit lane, and make sure we get it slowed down there. I mean, it's always good when I remember to make sure that I give my camera enough storage space on my PC. Apologies there, but yeah, the brakes, so good on this Cadillac car as well. It feels like it stops on a dime on pit lane entry as Lando Norris then diving in.
We're delighted with that. Pit strategy complete. See these tyres through to the end now.
I mean, this has got to be one of the most awkward pit lanes in all of Formula 1, but we're going to come out just behind Charles Leclerc then. Would be great if we could overtake him on the road this lap. But yeah, Charles Leclerc not even being given priority pit stop down at Ferrari, so clearly he's not getting, complete number 1 status within the team, but you can see how much we're gaining on him as we head back up towards the top of the circuit here. I mean, we are closing in rapidly. Fresh hard tyres versus dead mediums makes a huge difference.
Yep,
we're going to keep trying to push on then, so hopefully, I mean, we shouldn't get undercut by Piastri anyway in this race. So look at that, Leclerc got no speed up over the top of the hill. See if we can try and get a run then on Leclerc down in towards the final corner. Up to 220 miles an hour. Of course, he almost cut across the nose there to make sure he gets into the pit lane. And then powering down towards the start-finish line. We will be back into the lead of the Grand Prix by the time we get to half distance. One, just trying to send it into one. Come on. In many ways, I'm hoping that we can just control this race to the flag. Oh, we got yellows. We got yellows. That might be... I think that's a Williams breaking down then in this Grand Prix. So I think that might be Pepe Marti, who've been having a fantastic run through the early stages of this afternoon after a brilliant qualifying yesterday. Nope, it's Franco Colapinto out of the race. So yeah, he was doing very, very well early on. But the high altitudes here can really push a Formula 1 engine. And the Argentinian is the first to crack. Oh, we've got more yellows. We've got more yellows down in turn 1. And it's another Mercedes engine. This time in the back of one of their factory cars. They're George Russell out of the Grand Prix. I mean, he was having a pretty terrible day out anyway. Right towards the back of the pack. But two Mercedes power engines going bang. And they will not be happy about that.
Come off ahead of you. There's a yellow flag ahead.
There you go. Russell stricken on the outside of turn 1. Too busy trying to spot him. Rather than focusing on where the apex is. But Cadillac, Ferrari still in your top 4. Getting a little bit worried. Looks like Oscar is just steadily dropping closer and closer to Lando Norris's clutches. Do I drop back and try and help our teammate? I think we just need the win. What goes to show just how good the teams are in qualifying, but how big the margin can still be come race day Sunday. Ollie Behrman here getting lapped at just 2/3 race distance, as he will be very cheeky and make sure that he gets the DRS down the hill. But yeah, disappointing season so far for Ollie Behrman. I mean, he's just not that good in this game. Always seems to crash out or have mechanical failures. I think he's been very unlucky as well. But yeah, Behrman running last today. And I don't think he's going to finish any higher. Oh no, there are some cars pitting. Was not expecting a 2-stop strategy to be the way to go. I mean, these hards, we are just running consistent 103s there. As oh, Pepe Marti, come on, man. Oh, that's a little bit scary. The pit lane exit here, if they ever wanted to do this in real life, would need a huge rework. Oh no, what is Pepe Marti doing? Come on, man. We don't need to have this kind of battle at this stage of the day. You're a lap down. I know you've hard tyres of pressure. What's he doing? Pepe Marti getting in the way. I mean, that is ridiculous from the Spanish driver there. Just completely, just would not get on the throttle on the exit. And now he's trying to fight me down in towards the final few corners. Luckily, the front wing damage shouldn't be too bad on the car. But that is so stupid. See, that is how a blue flag should work. Paul Aaron comes out of the first corner, gets out of the way immediately, makes it obvious, and then I'm sure he won't dive bomb me again. Pepe Marti, that's who you need to learn from. That's not ideal. Huge lock-up at the top of the hill late on in the day, and just when I thought we were on a Sunday drive home there, luckily we had a decent margin over Oscar Piastri. That gap, though, was going to be really slashed. But would rather do that and lose a few more seconds than risk hitting the wall. Come on, we've still got 9 seconds-ish. Let's just hang on. Well, as we are about to start the last lap then here of the Austrian Grand Prix, I hope that Pepe Marti knows he has now made an enemy for life inside this series. Still not happy with him, with what he did there up at the top of the circuit, but we've got to kind of move past that. We've got to focus on the much bigger storyline today, because for the first time really all season, in a dry race, we have absolutely dominated when it comes up against Ferrari there. Oscar Piastri, it has been a brilliant drive for second place there. I see Zach O'Sullivan and Tim Tramnitz just having a bit of a battle just in front of me, as they will both jump out of the way then up towards the top of the circuit. But this is huge for Cadillac. This is a huge result for us. And clearly the last couple of races, as this car is becoming more and more competitive, we have found something extra this weekend. Whether it's just this track specifically that suits the car very well, whether we're in for a really good time through the next few rounds this season, only time will tell. Maybe it's the setup. Matt212 Racing There's a link down in the description below if you want to head over and access all of my setup data. Oh, inside F125 is Zach O'Sullivan almost running into the side of me there, but in towards the final few corners for the first time ever in our My Team series on F125. We are going to take the lead of the Drivers' World Championship. It's a huge day for Cadillac. It is a huge day for Isaac Hadjar. It is going to be P1 here at the Red Bull Ring.
And it's victory today for Isaac Hadjar.
And of course, what 3 race victories, a hat-trick of wins, does for a driver's confidence is huge going forward in the championship. You know, they've got the energy on their side now, and it's for the others to try and stop this progression of victories.
We had drama from start to finish, but in the end, there was only ever one that could take that top spot. And you've got to hand it to Isaac Hadjar, head and shoulders above the rest today, and victory with another impressive performance.
Well, there we are then, the first ever 1-2 finish for Cadillac in Formula 1, and what a story it has been throughout the Austrian Grand Prix today. We did dominate that one, but honestly, I think we need a few races like that over the course of the season. Cadillac 1-2 ahead of Lando Norris and Charles Leclerc. Carlos Sainz finishes in P5, just ahead of Esteban Ocon. But look at that, Antonelli and Tsunoda. I mean, Antonelli from 16th on the grid finished a second behind Esteban Ocon, who started P4 in identical machinery. What a race that was by the young Italian. And yes, Tsunoda from the back row to still scoring points today. A very, very good race by him. Gabriel Bortoleto in P10 there, just ahead of Jack Doohan, who failed to score. Nikola Solov, how many times have I seen him start just inside the top 10 and finish just outside of the top 10 so far this year? Again, another weekend where his first points will have to wait. Drivers' Championship, though, we have now got a 7-point buffer ahead of Charles Leclerc. So we want to try and continue building that up as best as we can over the next few races as well. But it will also mean, of course, when we take a look at the constructors, Cadillac are a lot closer to Ferrari as well there. You can see further down the order, though, not much change. Obviously, Bortoleto with another point on the board, but still a lot of drivers yet to score so far this season. And so many of them are getting so close to doing it. Ferrari, though, 13 points clear in the Constructors' Championship now, ahead of Cadillac, so we have slashed that margin this weekend. McLaren still ahead of Mercedes and Red Bull there, with Williams ahead of Aston Martin and Kick Sauber, thanks to Bortoleto's point as well. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon ready for my home race. We will return out at Silverstone. Hello everyone, and welcome back to a brand new video, and welcome to round 8 of our F125 Cadillac Career Mode. Yes, we return this weekend here for the British Grand Prix at the iconic Silverstone circuit. Now, of course, if you missed out on the video that went live a few days ago from Austria, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. It was a huge weekend for us and the team. For the first time ever inside this series, we bagged a 1-2 finish. Cadillac firmly on top in the Styrian Mountains. We also, for the first time ever, took the lead of the Drivers' World Championship. Yes, we have a 7-point buffer ahead of Charles Leclerc as we return this weekend here to, well, my home Grand Prix. Of course, I know it's not Isaac Hadjar's. But yeah, things are looking pretty good at the moment. We've got a 3-race win streak going, so we're building a lot of momentum as we head in towards the summer stretch. Of course, a massive thank you to everybody for their continued support on this series as well. Obviously, I'm trying to make sure that we keep episodes going towards the end of Season 4 as well, but I've got some exciting things planned when this season comes to an end as well, of course. So yeah, if you want to make sure you see all that, hit that sub button, click the join button as well if you want early access to all future videos as well inside this series, and as well, make sure you click the link down below if you want some Castor merch as well. There'll be a link down to that in the description, as well as all of our other partners here on the channel. But yeah, Silverstone though, this is going to be a big weekend. It's a circuit where the AI though are very, very good. I honestly believe if we can win here today, we definitely can win the World Championship this season. But, I mean, we're just going to have to wait and see what happens.
Welcome along, everybody, to a venue that was built for speed. Once an airfield, now one of the finest racetracks in the world. It's qualifying day here at Silverstone for the British Grand Prix.
Well, last weekend then, we tried to chase the elusive sub 1 minute lap time around the Austrian Grand Prix. We managed to get a 1 minute exactly lap time, but couldn't quite dip into the 59-second range. Let's see, though, just how quick this car is going to be this weekend. I would expect 121s to be doable around here. We won't quite kind of match the average speed that you get out of a Jeddah or a Monza, but we're not going to be a million miles away either. Out of the first couple of corners then, trying to get the throttle down. Of course, Sector 1 is a lot, Session 1 even is a lot more about just making sure we get into Q2. We've been pretty good in qualifying so far this season, but hopefully that will continue. I mean, around the back half of the circuit, you are full throttle for close to 20 seconds from the exit of Luffield until you get all the way down through Maggots and Beckett's there. And I mean, even through some of these other corners, you're only going down a couple of gears. This car just has so much grip. There's green Sector 1, purple Sector 2. And we keep it clean and tidy through the exit of the loop then as we try to get the power back down on the run to the flag. 122.6. We go slower than both Norris and Piastri. And there we go then, by the end of Q1, home hero Lando Norris, of course, already a British Grand Prix winner. He will go fastest there, just under a 10th clear of Oscar Piastri. I'm hoping he's riding a wave of momentum from his best result last time out. Charles Leclerc down in P6. Tim Tramnitz returns to the top 10 again, so great effort by him. But Pierre Gasly out in Q1. Franco Colapinto will be disappointed, so will Behrman and Zach O'Sullivan, their home Grand Prix. Solov either seems to qualify 7th or 21st so far this year, and well, Nico Hulkenberg 1.5 seconds slower than his teammate. What is going on with the Hulk? Well, it's almost similar to what we see a lot IRL in 2025, where qualifying times are so close. One mistake on a run can mean that if you're normally expected to be in Q3, you can be out in Q1. I feel like it's been one of our stronger points this year that we're able to try and ramp up the speed as we make our way through without making too many errors. I'm sure by saying that, this lap then will go spinning off somewhere at 190 odd miles an hour through turn 1 and turn 2. Again, braking nice and late. You kind of want to almost outbrake yourself through the first part of the loop before you gather it up on the exit. And then again on the loud pedal off of the corner as you carry the speed down the back straight. Yuki Tsunoda currently the benchmark we are trying to chase. And we are a good couple of tenths up in Sector 1. Seems to be Sector 2 though, where our car comes alive. So of course, yeah, this section, I mean, from here we are flat out at 36 seconds on the clock. We will be flat out until we get hopefully down in towards the final part of Maggots and Beckett's there. As I mean, yeah, the old turn 1 completely flat, easy flat in this car. I would have thought it'll be flat out right most of the Grand Prix as well. First part there flat, second part flat, third part flat. Then you get down on the anchors just briefly before again you are on the loud pedal there as we are getting closer and closer to sub 1 minute by the time we get towards the end of Sector 2. Oh, not quite getting the car down both gears very early there. Using the engine brake though to carry the speed. So just locking at the front slightly to make our way through the final couple of corners. Get on that loud pedal nice and early on the exit. Run towards the line. 22.7. Slower than we ran in Q1. But again, we go third. And there we go, Charles Leclerc fastest by the end of Q2, just ahead of George Russell. Frenchman Esteban Ocon and Isaac Hadjar in 3rd and 4th. And once again, Oscar Piastri, he plays it risky in Q2 there, only making it through in P9, just ahead of Tim Tramnitz. Yuki Tsunoda, though, obviously went from the back of the field to P9 in Austria. He's not quite going to be last this time round, but he's not much better up the order. P13 for the Japanese driver there, as McLaren really do seem to have dropped the ball early on this season. Like I said, I think 121s are going to be doable here, but getting an absolute lap hooked up is no easy feat. 29 thousandths of a second. That is all that separates Oscar Piastri and I after the first runs, and as the AI try and stay bunched up to give each other a bit of a slipstream, we are going to be going at it alone. One more lap, one more opportunity in one of the quickest Formula 1 cars I think I've ever driven on these games. Out of the final corner, we use a little bit more battery just to carry that speed in through turn 1 and turn 2. I'm sure we will see an AI go even faster by the end of their run. That is not the line we needed down through that first corner there. Big mistake immediately. But Lando Norris has found the time, a 122.1 for him. Will we see Charles Leclerc go even quicker at the front of the order, as we are already 2 tenths down? I know there is time to find later on in the lap. Piastri will join his former McLaren teammate at the top of the timings, and we are making an absolute hash of this at the moment through the exit of Luffield. Try to get on the loud pedal as early as we can, but 3 tenths down at the moment. We're going to need a miracle through the second half of the lap there. We've used a bit more battery as well, which doesn't really do me any favours as we try and again carry the speed. This will be where we have to be brave. This will be where we have to try and find a little bit more through the exit of Maggots and Beckett's. I'm only going to downshift once through there, and look at that, the car barely hanging on, but we've found the time. 600ths of a second down as we make our way down the back straight. We're still a 10th down on Lando Norris. Even if we can get this car back on the front row, it'll be better than lining up P3. Leclerc's had another nightmare qualifying. He will only line up P5 here. Will we find anything more through the final corner? I don't think we will. It is only going to be P3 here. And as I said, we don't mess up qualifying. Of course, that's exactly what I do. Well, I firmly believe, even if I just kept the lap tidy, there was about another quarter of a second in it. We should have been with Lando Norris by the end of qualifying. But it is Ferrari here that deal a hammer blow in the World Championship. Not the Ferrari I'm sure they would have wanted. Charles Leclerc will still have work to do. But the number 2s lining up on the front row of the grid this afternoon. Let's see what they've got under their sleeve as we head into the race.
Welcome to not only the home of British motorsport, but also the birthplace of the Formula 1 World Championship. It's race day here at Silverstone, a classic on the calendar, and it's time for the British Grand Prix. The 3.6-mile-long Silverstone circuit is one of the longest of the season, with 18 corners in the current layout. With average lap speeds reaching around 145 miles per hour, it's also one of the quickest tracks of the year. Watch out for cars taking the right-handers of Abbey and of Copse flat out. Before we begin, let's take a quick look at the grid lineup for today's race. Lando Norris put in a fantastic lap yesterday, and he'll start from pole position. And Oscar Piastri completes the front row. As we continue through the rest of the grid today, we have Hadjar, Ocon, Charles Leclerc and Russell, Antonelli, Sainz, Tremnitz and Jack Doohan, Crawford, Aaron, Yuki Tsunoda and Pepe Marti, Bortoletto, Stroll, Franco Colapinto and Ollie Behrman, Gasly, O'Sullivan, Soloff and Nico Hülkenberg rounds off the grid. That's it then, it's time to go racing as we head down trackside for today's race.
Well, after a tough qualifying yesterday, and my starts aren't the best on F125, lap 1 here I think is going to be critical this afternoon. It's also a circuit where generally the AI probably get more battery than they should be allowed inside this game. But 26 laps ahead of us then here from Silverstone. We've got to try and hang on early on and fight our way back to the front. Lando Norris, Oscar Piastri, Isaac Hadjar, your top 3, 5 red lights. And the British Grand Prix is go, go, go then. There's a lot of wheel spin off the launch. We're going to again get under pressure from Leclerc and Esteban Ocon into turn 1. There's big contact between the pair of them, but we will hang on around the outside. And immediately Charles Leclerc then will move up into P4. I don't know whether Ocon got some damage from that, but I just wanted to stay well away from it all through that first corner there. It's trying to get the power down out onto the back straight. can see Norris, though, desperate to try and hang on at the start, and already a top 4 starting to bolt free, like we've seen so many times this season. I mean, Cadillac and Ferrari. Imagine if Cadillac hadn't, if we hadn't been able to put the upgrades into the car this season. Ferrari would have made this World Championship very, very boring. So you're welcome that we are finally bringing the fight. Hopefully, going to obviously put an end to Charles Leclerc's reign of terror throughout the My Team series so far inside F125 there as we wind our way up in towards Maggotts and Beckett for the first time. Lando Norris knows just how important it is to try and break the DRS as early as you can, because of course with 2 DRS zones at opposite ends of the circuit, if you can't get away immediately, it is going to be very, very difficult to break away after that. I reckon Ocon has got damage though. He's already 4 seconds behind by the end of lap 1, so a good job for Charles Leclerc that he's obviously been able to get by him, because I think, we're going to see that Red Bull dive into the pit lane then, and immediately Antonelli is going to have a huge train of cars behind, but yeah, I mean, it was probably going to happen anyway, the Cadillac and Ferrari now being left to battle each other at the front, where everybody else squabbles behind. Well, I don't know whether Charles Leclerc maybe just got a little bit of damage as well in that incident with Esteban Ocon, or whether he's just really not struggling early on this season. But yeah, tough old weekend last time out. Of course, just lost too much time at the start, so was never able really to fight for a podium place. And well, it looks like the same could be happening here early on, as Piastri now right up the gearbox of his former teammate. Of course, these two, they did have quite an intense rivalry back at their McLaren days as well, before obviously Lando Norris left to go to Ferrari. And of course, yeah, Oscar Piastri went to Mercedes before he joined us at Cadillac this season. So it is great to see these two battling on the road once again. It's just trying to charge up the battery pack as best as I can, but that is proving not to be too easy early on in this race. There's almost run out of battery already. Will we see Piastri, though, get a run on Lando Norris? To the inside goes our Australian teammate. And obviously he led laps last weekend. He's not quite going to take the lead there, though. Luckily, those two are holding each other up, so it gives me a chance to just harvest a little bit back up. Meanwhile, with all that going on, I've just realised Oscar Piastri has completely dropped off the back of Lando Norris. Oh, and that was not where I needed to get a bad run. I was hoping we could try and get the move done on Oscar Piastri immediately then and try and drag him back towards Lando Norris's clutches, but not going to happen this time. So we have to wait and be patient for it. I've got to make sure I got enough battery that once I get round Oscar, we can close in on Lando rather rapidly. But honestly, yeah, the Ferrari seems like a quick car here. Just Leclerc is unable to maximise it. Right, come on then. We need to try and get a run on Oscar Piastri because Lando Norris is just pulling out a rather tidy little lead at this stage of the Grand Prix. Whoa, getting a huge snap of oversteer as we try and get the power down off the exit of Maggotts and Beckett. But you can see we should still be able to get the run on Oscar. Almost 225 miles an hour. And our Australian teammate doesn't put up much of a fight that time round. The gap, though, still upwards of 2 seconds to Lando Norris. And could he still be a threat in the World Championship? He's not a million miles away. I think he's, what, about 40 points back at the moment? Not insurmountable with half a season to go. Yeah, here we go. Oscar Piastri making it around the outside there. We've got to try and work with him. It's not a tyre warning light already on then in this race. So, yeah, no wonder the other cars are doing very, very well here. This circuit is so tyre limited. Like I was saying, obviously in the driver career mode, I actually had to two-stop this race on the reverse now because the one-stop just wasn't possible. But yeah, still just trying to hang on to the car at the moment. I'm going to try and charge up the battery pack behind Oscar Piastri again. But as Charles Leclerc now almost in the range. Lando Norris, I mean, Ferrari, I think, honestly, we dominated Austria. But Ferrari have come back swinging this afternoon. We'll see if we can just re-jump Oscar then down in towards the final couple of corners. If we can get a huge run on him. But otherwise, they're just going to try and charge up the battery pack. I mean, again, the speed is so ridiculous in these cars, but we will make it happen. But Lando Norris now 5 seconds clear at the front of the order. And he is into the pit lane as well first. So, no real opportunity to try and undercut him today. Let's make sure we get the car slowed down on the way into the pits there, as Piastri will hang out there. Antonelli in as well, so he might get a good jump on Charles Leclerc here. Can we hold up Lando? No, we can't, but I think he's had a slow stop because it definitely didn't look to be that quick in the Ferrari. But onto the hard compound tyre we will go then, right the way through to the checkered flag. Come on, we need a good stop, team. Come on, come on, come on. 2.5's not bad.
Perfect job on the turn in there, mate. Looks like a nice stop time. We're happy with that one.
And maybe that Williams of Pepe Marti can hold up Lando Norris just a little bit.
Look
So
after these
forgetting
tyres
to
now.
deactivate the
Race in this
limiter.
compound.
We will come out right behind Nicholas Solov then in this race, so I don't even get an eye on what the gap is to Lando there, but I think as he makes his way out the pit lane, he's done pretty well and will probably find his way past the Spaniard pretty quickly as we will try and find a way around the Bulgarian, who will move defensive. That Haas livery looks so good as well inside this game, but back up we will go then into P8, and luckily for us, Ollie Behrman pretty well positioned as well, that hopefully we will get into the slipstream range of the Alpine later on this lap. Not quite managing that against Behrman this time round, but we're still going to be much closer to him as Charles Leclerc, Oscar Piastri, and I believe that's one of the McLarens all diving in. So Lando Norris will reclaim the lead of the Grand Prix. As yeah, everybody in then on either lap 12 or lap 13, so the hard tyres shouldn't be as bad to try and manage towards the end, but it's still not going to be easy. As out of the final corner, what is the gap to the leader? As we are only just going to be ahead, as Leclerc's actually got the jump on Piastri through the pit lane. Lando Norris is gone up at the front of the order. I've accepted now we're not going to be able to beat him, as Piastri must have had a terribly slow stop in this race. But I mean, if we can just beat out Leclerc and Antonelli, I'll be happy. We've got to think about the bigger picture.
That was the fastest lap of the race. Keep this up. Well done.
Beautiful. That's exactly what we need to do. 10 laps to go. I still need to average 4/10 a lap. But that was basically exactly what I managed last time by. So, there we go. Lando there, I think, just getting held up slightly by the Sauber of Nico Hulkenberg. If he could give us some slipstream, that would be very useful. He definitely held up Nico. We've gained about another half a second. Well, 4 laps to go then, and now Charles Leclerc beginning to close back in once more. Thought we'd kept the gap over him, but it just seems like Ferrari able to keep their tyres in a much better window right the way throughout the entirety of a stint. We saw it on the medium with about 4 laps to go at that last. We really began to struggle, and it seems to have happened again there, as I don't know. I think Leclerc might have just been within the detection point down at that first corner. We'll wait and see as we head out onto the loop. You can see, yeah, Leclerc definitely now inside DRS range. These final few laps, these could be World Championship defining. Well, we haven't seen much of Charles Leclerc over these last couple of Grand Prix, and, well, with speed like that, we might not see much of him here either. The Ferrari man getting the run down the Hamilton straight, and will inherit P2 then in this Grand Prix. See, last weekend, Cadillac, we bagged our first 1-2 in Formula 1. Ferrari have certainly had their fair share throughout their time in the sport, but are they going to be able to get another one today? You've got to try and use that battery down the back straight, but down in towards the field, not going to be where we can make the move. So we'll have to sit back, wait patiently, try to recharge the pack, and go for it somewhere else. Let's see if we can get the run then on Leclerc with just 2 more laps to go here at Silverstone. I wonder who the British crowd will be cheering on. Oh, that was aggressive, but look at that. Where did Leclerc find the speed? Got a warning for a collision with him, I don't know. I didn't realise we made any contact there, but sending it down the inside at the final couple of corners, and I'm not too worried if he gets another run on me down in towards turn 1. But we will try and make it awkward for him there. As Leclerc just parks it on the apex through that first corner. Clearly fancies playing the DRS games as well, so I will do the same, letting him back through down at those first couple of corners. We're less than 2 laps remaining of the British Grand Prix. The mind games are really coming out. We're only halfway through this season. The World Championship is still wide open, and if Lando Norris can continue the momentum, he could easily bring himself back into the fight as well. But today, we are still just focused on Charles Leclerc. Only, what was the gap? 7 points coming into this weekend. I'm hoping we can leave here with a 10-point swing. If we can stop Ferrari getting a 1-2, massively helps Cadillac out in the Constructors. But again, Oscar Piastri has been such a weak link too often so far this season that it's made things very, very awkward. Can we try and get a run down the back straight once again. Oh, running a little bit wide there, but we'll just like keep the car near the circuit. And surely now we're going to be able to get a run on Leclerc down in towards those final couple of turns. Back down the inside we will go once again. But again, Leclerc tries to find the momentum around the outside. He'll have the inside line ready for the loop. We will try and go the long way around though. And again, we will just about make it happen there. Get the throttle down off of the final corner. One more lap to go of the British Grand Prix. And again, Leclerc going to try and make it happen. Down in towards turn 1. That time around, he doesn't lift out. He doesn't try and do any mind games. So neither will I. Brake nice and tidy in towards the loop. I mean, surely going to have to wait for the back straight, but we've got near enough. A full charge of battery, but I know the AI as well. They will drain anything they've got left to try and make sure they hang on to the position inside this year's game. I could have had a look. Whoa, we almost accidentally had a look down the inside there before we even get to Luffield. Can we have a look down the inside there? No. Charles Leclerc again gives me the room, gives me a bit of a pinch to the apex, but will hang on to the spot himself there. Up in towards the old turn 1. No Hamilton Verstappen style antics today. But again, as we try and activate the ERS on the exit, just to carry the wheel speed, all eyes will be on this battle as Lando Norris rounds his way into the final corners. Whoa, the Grand Prix there. Tyre warning lights flicked up. We get a huge snap of oversteer. Will that cost us a run on Charles Leclerc? We are still gaining down in towards the final couple of corners, but we are way too far back to have a look. Lando Norris through the final couple of corners. He will win the Grand Prix. As we will send it down the inside of Charles Leclerc. Try to rejoin the circuit. There is contact between us. I can't hang on to that. Leclerc will come through for P2. And as we crash across the line, it is third.
We're really happy with the podium down here, so well done.
And here he comes. It's all go, go, go for Lando Norris as he takes the checkered flag and wins. It's time for our podium celebrations. And as ever in Formula One, 3 is the magic number. He raises the trophy over his head. Lando Norris, head and shoulders above the rest today.
Well, there we are then. Lando Norris takes the victory here at Silverstone ahead of Charles Leclerc. And after we backed to 1-2 last time, yep, Ferrari, they have come back swinging this weekend. We come through for P3, though, just ahead of George Russell. Really disappointed with Oscar Piastri, not even able to get P4, but honestly, yeah, the tyres just fell apart for both drivers later on in the race, and that's kind of the way it goes sometimes. Carlos Sainz, Yuki Tsunoda in 6th and 7th ahead of Bortoletto, as Crawford and Doohan both get a top 10. Is that their first points of the season? Let's go take a look. I think Crawford might have already scored so far. Yeah, Crawford had, but Doohan gets onto the standings as well there. So a good result by him as Gabriel Bortoletto keeps just picking up points at this stage of the campaign. Constructors-wise, you can see Ferrari now 31 clear back at the top of the table ahead of us. McLaren still in 3rd ahead of Mercedes and Red Bull there as it is just VCarb yet to score a point. And Drivers' Championship-wise, well, our gap at the top back down to just 4 points. But if Lando Norris can get a good weekend going at Belgium next time out, he is certainly back in the fight as well. This championship, I really do think, is going to come down to the wire, but it's going to be so intriguing as we head through the next few races. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready for the Belgian Grand Prix. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video and welcome to round 9 of season 4 of our F125 Cadillac career mode. Yes, we return this weekend here to the Belgian Grand Prix, of course, at the iconic Spa-Francorchamps. Of course, if you missed out on the video that went live a few days ago from Silverstone, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. It's safe to say, as we cross the halfway stage of this season, this championship is absolute cinema so far. At the top of the table, though, we have still got a 4-point buffer ahead of Charles Leclerc, but you can see last weekend, though, it was Lando Norris in the second Ferrari that reminded everybody he wants to be in this championship fight as well. So he is only 30 points back at the moment. But of course, if he can maintain that momentum, if Ferrari can work together, then he could be, back in that fight by even the end of this weekend here in Belgium. Of course, yeah, bit of a shame. Oscar Piastri still isn't really pulling his weight in the second car at the moment. We are 31 points behind Ferrari in the Constructors' Championship. And, well, to be honest, I would love to give Cadillac a Constructors' crown come the end of the season. But yeah, for Oscar, though, just too many races of kind of not quite there, not quite in the fight. Still hasn't taken a win this year. It has only been myself and the 2 Ferrari cars as well. But returning to Belgium, this is one of my favourite tracks on the F1 calendar. It's one that I've always gone well at as well inside F1 25, so I'm hoping that can give us the extra momentum we need. Of course, I believe it's also our first sprint weekend of the year as well. If you're new, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed to the channel. If you want early access to all of these videos as well, you can click the join button down below. And last but not least, drop me a follow over on Twitch. We live stream over there quite a lot. I'm trying to get to 10k before the end of the year. But yeah, without further ado then, like I said, it's a sprint weekend. We've got a lot of racing to get on with. Let's get out there.
High-speed straights, heady elevation changes and dramatic corners. What is there not to love about today? It's qualifying day here at Spa-Francorchamps.
Well, here we are then, ready for one-shot qualifying here from the Belgian Grand Prix. Normally on the sprint weekends, I would rather run one-shot qualifying just because it helps stop the videos becoming an hour long, and then also can often lead to a little bit of spice as well, as immediately making a bit of a mistake up at that first corner. But I've got no real idea how this car is going to handle this circuit in these slippery conditions, but Eau Rouge is still completely flat out. Goes to show just how quick these machines are now inside this series. But yeah, this is meant to be the only wet session of the entire weekend, so obviously it's Spa though, so changeable conditions can always be around the circuit. But already on this lap, I've seen the likes of Antonelli, I've seen Behrman, I've seen Piastri, all running fastest in different places, but I haven't seen a Ferrari yet, as we temporarily get ourselves up then into top spot. I mean, could Kimi Antonelli be on for a brilliant effort here, when everybody is struggling to work out where the grip is? Maybe Red Bull are back. Has always been a bit of a shame inside this series that apart from Max Verstappen, Red Bull have never really kind of consistently been in the fight, but neither of McLaren in the last couple of years as well. So it is kind of weird how things kind of shape up inside this game. There's a little bit of a wobble through Fanyas as well there, but yeah, everybody, especially when you only get one chance, nobody wants to make a mistake. It is fortune favours the brave, and at the moment, Andrea Kimi Antonelli seems to be the bravest. Making our way though up in towards the bus stop chicane though, trying to use as much of our remaining battery as I sensibly can. I just want to know that we've got a little bit of reserves out on the exit there, but on the anchors, about 125 metres out, slide the car in, attack the first curb. It is going to be Andrea Kimi Antonelli with his first pole position in this series there. Across the line, we only go 7th. Well, there we go then. Of course, the all season so far, it has been a battle between Cadillac and Ferrari, and suddenly Red Bull, Mercedes and McLaren all end up going quicker there. Good luck by Oscar Piastri to get himself up in P4 when all is said and done, just ahead of Charles Leclerc, Yuki Tsunoda and myself. Lando Norris down in P11, so he will be kicking himself that he had such a bad run through that session, but a very, very mixed up grid. And of course, we don't have many laps in the sprint race to try and get back to where you think you should be.
Forget pit stops, forget fuel management. It's pedal to the metal all the way here as we get ready for today's sprint. So here we are once again, ready to go racing through the Ardennes forest. 4.35 miles of long straights, fast corners and massive elevation changes. It makes this not only one of the most exciting circuits on the calendar, but one that makes for some consistently high quality racing as well. Simply put it, There's no place quite like it. Off the back of a fantastic qualifying session, it's time to see how our starting grid looks for today's sprint. Andrea Kimi Antonelli lines up on pole position, just ahead of George Russell, who starts this event from P2. Looking at the rest of today's grid, we have Sainz, Piastri, Charles Leclerc and Tsunoda, Hadjar, Behrman, Hülkenberg and Esteban Ocon, Norris, Tremnitz, Paul Aron and Solov, O'Sullivan, Gasly, Pepe Marti and Gabriel Bortoletto, Crawford, Doohan, Colapinto and Lance Stroll brings the grid to a close. And with preparations almost complete, let's head trackside for today's sprint.
Well, I must admit, all of those shots across the circuit here, there is no track in the world that Formula 1 heads to that comes close to this place. I know every single time I race here, I basically just spend the entire video talking about how much I love Spa, but I just really, really love Spa. 8 laps though ahead of us, ready for today's sprint race. Starting from P7, we have got our work to do, but a good start on lap 1. We could very easily be up inside the top 3 here. I want to be ahead of Leclerc though, that is goal number 1. So the 5 red lights are on. There's the lights out, and oh wait, we go there off to a fairly mediocre start. Just wanted to avoid wheel spin on the short run in towards that first corner, but we'll dive it to the inside of the Mastercard McLaren there of Yuki Tsunoda, and hopefully we'll be able to get the power down as we make our way down in towards Eau Rouge and Raidillon. Are either of us going to lift? Can we make it work? They're 2 by 2 right the way up towards the front of the order, but Andrea Kimi Antonelli, he has bolted at the front as Russell and Sainz going now side by side. Charles Leclerc there thought for a moment he might want to make it 3 wide as we get up in towards Le Com. Decides to back out of it there. He knows there is a bigger kind of championship at stake, and a few extra points in a sprint race might not help him too much, but he does squeeze out Oscar Piastri, and that'll allow us down the inside of our teammate then. So both of your championship protagonists trying to get off to a good start here. And I mean, Lando Norris, bit of a statement last weekend out at Silverstone, but he needs to be able to maintain momentum through more weekends if he really wants to be in this fight. Too often has he found himself just battling behind myself and Leclerc, just trying to keep up with us as best as he can, but so much grip as we make our way down through Stavelot for the first time here, trying to keep the car clean and tidy on lap 1. But Antonelli, I mean, it would be fascinating if the Red Bull pace is real towards the end of the season, because he's gone. Just trying to make sure that we charge the pack then as we get ready to start lap 2. Of course, we know just how powerful the DRS can be around this Belgian circuit. There is down through Eau Rouge and Raidillon once again. Charles Leclerc wants to try and line up a move on George Russell. What can we do though as we activate that DRS up towards VMAX already up the Kemmel straight, 229 miles an hour as we will go 3 wide there. I hear plenty of contact on the inside as Russell and Leclerc there. Oh, I think Charles Leclerc's lost his front wing, so huge damage for Leclerc, and I've got into the back of him.
To the best of us. Now look, I've put a new strategy option for you in the MFD, so go and have a look.
Oh, we definitely cannot afford to pit in this race, but Charles Leclerc, the championship pressure starting to get to the pair of us there. A huge dive bomb down in the next corner to make sure we get the position for now. But, I mean, how bad is that front wing damage? It hurts a bit, but we definitely don't want to pit. Well, if qualifying seemed like a bit of a fluke for the top 3, they certainly now have got a golden opportunity here, as I need to try and find a way in which we can let Oscar Piastri through and up into 4th spot here. Need to try and defend from Leclerc, but I mean, look at that speed he's got in that Ferrari. Oh, down in towards Silmon, and I've completely locked up there. Charles Leclerc luckily will read that and will try and switch me off the exit of the corner, but I will try and be really strategic with this, claim the DRS off of the Ferrari man by the time we get, well, up through Eau Rouge and Raidillon there, as that is a very sketchy line through the top of the circuit. But I mean, look at that, Leclerc desperate to try and defend. Here comes Piastri to the inside of the pair of us, and our Cadillac teammate will move up then into 4th spot. Leclerc still isn't done with this though, as we try and make it a bit awkward for him through the next corner. But as long as Piastri is through and setting sail up the road, that is the most important bit. Well, I know Charles Leclerc isn't happy with me. That dive bomb we tried on him right at the end of the British Grand Prix, up to that point, this World Championship have been pretty respectful, but as we've kind of started to see IRL between the two McLaren drivers, and, you know, as the temperature cooker continues to heat up towards the end of the campaign, things can get really, really spicy. You both want to try and take more out of each other. As Piastri new fastest lap of the day, could he potentially try and get back into that fight? Right towards the front as Leclerc brakes again early. Down to that first corner, and we've lost even more front wing now.
Recommend you box for a new one. Box now.
I mean, no idea what that was all about there, but Leclerc seemed to slam on the anchors down in towards La Source there, and, well, we're going to have to try and move the brake bias around slightly as well, because we are really struggling with the fronts, but I've got to make the move happen. To the inside we will go by the time we get up the end of the Kemmel Straight, and now we've got to try and park the bus. Well, despite how much time we're losing to the cars in front, luckily, obviously that middle sector near impossible to really try and go for overtakes. So we're just able to keep managing everything we need to, as again, Leclerc, so much more confident on the brakes there, but you can't turn in on me. I'm still alongside him down at that final corner, as he will again have the DRS out of that final turn, but will he be able to go for anything in towards turn 1? Going to try and really squeeze him down to the inside there, and he's going to park it on the apex, try and return the favour. We are not friends right now inside this championship, Charles Leclerc and I. He knows we are going to give him a tougher fight than anybody has done before inside this series. I mean, look at that understeering catastrophically up through Eau Rouge there. I mean, what is that? You've got to give me somewhere to go, buddy. As we'll try and muscle our way around the outside and then give him a squeeze as we become the car in front. Again, wheel to wheel up through the top of the circuit. Now we're squeezing him out towards the gravel on the exit there. I mean, this fight, without something dramatic happening, could probably not get much more chaotic than it is. Down the outside through Malmedy there. Leclerc will have the grip off of the corner. Can we have a look to the inside? We do barge our way back through again. Leclerc and I, this is getting incredibly heated right now. It could end up being a double DNF as Leclerc. I mean, again, he just tries to force his nose down, you know, try and completely cut through me down the hill. As, I mean, I'm giving it as much as I'm taking it. I'm certainly not going to argue against that, but if I'm still there, you can't just turn in and expect me to disappear. Well, we really are racing like we are the only two cars on the circuit right now. Yuki Tsunoda even has been able to squeeze by and has moved his way up the order then, but Lando Norris still not even in your top 9 right now, as again, Leclerc another dive to the inside down at that first corner. This time around we'll try and hang on to it around the outside there off of the turn. You can just see how much drive that Ferrari has got off of the corner. I know I'm trying to save my battery strategically so that we can get a run up the Kemmel Straight once more. But, I mean, yeah, this is getting very, very feisty. I mean, there could be a huge crash between us. The speed's so high here in Belgium. This is not really what you want as Hulkenberg. Now I'm trying to have a look. Oh, around the outside, and Hulkenberg's hit me. As we lock up the fronts again, we have to cut the corner. As Leclerc will make his way back through once more. Parks it on the exit. Hulkenberg's gone. As we will try and dive back down the inside. Both Audis are gone. What on earth is happening? We've got like 4 cars DNFing from this race there as Leclerc trying to now skate free into the distance. No idea what has happened up at the top of the circuit. And now it's only, I believe, Ocon and Norris that are tucked up behind us there. Ocon will make his way through. So now will Lando Norris as Leclerc definitely has got less damage than ourselves, but both of the Audi cars, they're innocent bystanders in everything that was going on inside this sprint race. I mean, we're not going to score a point here, running all the way down there in P9, but unless a car in front gets a mechanical failure, I mean, every point counts. We may as well just keep going. Well, I'm just hoping then, as we get ready to start the last lap here, that Ocon and Norris are going to be able to try and find a way around Leclerc. Will Ferrari tell Lando just to sit in behind? I mean, you can't really start making Lando the number 2 driver. He is still only 30 points out. All it takes is one mechanical failure, and he is straight back in that fight up towards the front. But Andrea Kimi Antonelli has absolutely dog-walked this race so far. Took pole yesterday with a brilliant lap in the wet. Kept the lead at the start, let everybody squabble behind him, and as an absolute implosion of Charles Leclerc and I's relationship this weekend. It is going to be the young Italian that looks like he's going to claim victory here. Tsunoda still unable to find a... Sorry, Ocon even still unable to find a way around Leclerc by the time they get up towards the top of the circuit. But surely he's going to be able to try and get somewhere around him, because I think if Leclerc finishes 6th and I finish here, we will therefore only have a 1-point lead in the World Championship as we head into the main event there. But like I said, this is normally a track that we are so strong. I really need to try and put this sprint race behind us and try and walk away with the Grand Prix victory there. Up in towards the final few corners, though. A lot of people questioned, how would Red Bull face without Max Verstappen? How would Andrea Kimi Antonelli be able to step into that team and deliver? He's been better than Ocon pretty reliably so far this campaign. Out of the final corner, Andrea Kimi Antonelli is a Formula 1 sprint winner. Hopefully for him, he can do the same tomorrow. It's going to be, I think, George Russell and Carlos Sainz there that follow him home, just ahead of Oscar Piastri. So at least our teammate there has scored a few good points for Cadillac as well. But what a dramatic sprint race it has been from the Ardennes. We need to try and put it behind us. We need to make sure that we stay nowhere near Charles Leclerc as we head into the main event. Out of the final corner, it is P9. Well, there we are then, Andrea Kimi Antonelli. I mean, I know it's not a real Grand Prix, but still, he can be very proud of that one. 2 seconds clear. Just controlled the pace at the front, didn't he? Carlos Sainz in P2 ahead of Russell there, as we said. Piastri, Tsunoda, Leclerc, Ocon and Norris rounding out your point scorers as well. What does that do to our World Championship? Well, it means that, yeah, we've got a 1-point buffer at the top of the table. But I'm hoping if Oscar Piastri can get some good results under his belt, maybe he can bring himself closer to this fight once again. Lando Norris takes 1 point out of us as well. But in the Constructors, we take 1 point out of Ferrari. That gap down to just 30 points. I'm going to put the sprint race behind us. Let's just focus on the real thing. Well, a much drier one-shot qualifying session this time round, so let's see what this Cadillac car is capable of then. Andrea Kimi Antonelli dominating the early part of the weekend, so we could not have got any closer to that inside wall down in turn 1, but Leclerc, Lando and myself all know we need to try and put the sprint behind us and focus on trying to get a good effort done here in qualifying. Of course, need to score, big points when the big points are available here on Sunday afternoon tomorrow. Towards the end, though, of Sector 1, we know we haven't always had the best car through that first sector, but around this twisty middle section, this should hopefully be where this Cadillac comes alive. As you can just see, there's so much confidence on the brakes as we plunge down the hill through Malmedy there. Throw the car around, avoid some of those curbs, but really maximise others there. As down in towards Pouon, I'm sure it's flat out. Easy flat. Wide open, in fact, using a little bit of battery on the exit just to carry the speed off of the corner, and then down in towards the Fania chicane. 200 miles an hour on the approach there. Nice and tidy as we throw the car through. Don't run too wide on the exit before we are down in towards curve of Paul Frere and Stavolo on the exit. 16 thousandths of a second between Leclerc and I, but he will get great drive off of the corner and try to carry that speed up the hill and in towards the final couple of turns of this lap then. Charles Leclerc, I mean, look at that Ferrari, it just keeps pulling towards the top end as well. On the brakes, so at the 100-meter board. Doesn't look like we're going to be able to get pole, but hopefully we can join him on the front row. Get the power down out of that final corner on the run back to the line. P2 on the grid. We'll have to take it. Well, look at that then. 7 kilometres around this circuit. 7 thousandths of a second in it between myself and Charles Leclerc there. Ridiculously fine margins as Lando Norris will end up third. Mercedes, looks like their pace is real. Gasly and Esteban Ocon up in P4 and P5, just ahead of George Russell. But again, another disappointing qualifying effort by my teammate Oscar Piastri. We need him to do well if we want to try and fight for this Constructors. Antonelli, he'll be disappointed all the way down in P10 after a brilliant lap yesterday, but 13 drivers all able to go under the 100-second barrier here in qualifying. Tim Tramnitz, Zach O'Sullivan at the rear of the field, though, disappointing efforts by them, but 25 points available. Let's head into the race.
Welcome to this visit to the Ardennes countryside. Spa-Francorchamps hosted its first Grand Prix back in 1925, and this historic track is loved by drivers and fans alike. And us here in the commentary box too. So it's a warm welcome from the Belgian Grand Prix. Spa-Francorchamps today, a circuit that spans 4.35 miles. There are tons of elevation changes along the way too. 19 corners making up this circuit, with 9 of those to the right and the remaining 10 to the left. This track's a great one for fans of pure speed, and the average lap speed comes close to a whopping 145 miles per hour. Let's run you through the driver grid order for today's exciting race. A fantastic effort from Charles Leclerc yesterday, and it's put him on pole. And Isaac Hadjar completes the front row. Moving on to the rest of the grid, we have Norris, Gasly, Esteban Ocon, and Russell, Tsunoda, Piastri, Hülkenberg, and Gabriel Bortoleto, Sainz, Aaron, Nicolas Soloff, and Stroll, Crawford, Pepe Marti, Franco Colapinto, and Ollie Behrman, Doohan, Antonelli, Tremnitz, and Zach O'Sullivan rounds off the grid. Now it's almost time for lights out, so let's go down to the track.
Well, I think the fans are going to be hoping for some absolute cinema on the run towards turn 1 between Leclerc and I, even the running towards turn 1, or up the top of the Kemmel straight as well. I know we have a big opportunity to outscore him today, so we've just got to try and take the points that we possibly can and try to put the beef yesterday behind us there. 22 laps of racing here from the Ardennes, and let's just get right into things. Norris just behind us as well, ready to pick up the pieces. It is 5 red lights. There's the lights out, and away we go then. Not getting off to the best start in the world. We'll have to use a bit of battery, as Norris, I'm sure, will try and help defend Leclerc down in towards turn 1. No idea where I'm going off there, but we get the drive off of the corner, and we will hang on then to that second spot as we plunge down in towards Eau Rouge and Raidillon for the first time today. Nice and tidy there, obviously tucked up in the wheel tracks of Leclerc in front, and unless it's raining, we all know that is obviously easy flat out, even on lap 1. When you're full of race fuel and everything else there as well. Lando Norris tries to have a look to the inside up towards the top of the circuit. But we will hang on around the outside there, hanging on to that P2 position off the start of the race. And, well, although we didn't really get an opportunity to have a go at Leclerc, I know I've just got to try and keep up with him. We are super confident on the brakes around this track. The braking and Sector 2, that seems to be where we're able to gain a lot of time on Charlie. Especially, obviously, what we saw on that qualifying run. So as we just try and dive down the hill for the first time in this Grand Prix, we've got to try and keep it clean and tidy. We know obviously we can play the DRS games as well, but we've done well. Well, that Ferrari does seem to have tremendous drive off of the corners. We saw it in the sprint, we saw it in qualifying as well. Kind of first hand just how good that car is off of the turns. And Lando Norris desperately trying to hang on to our coattails early on. I mean, this just seems to be the Lando Norris experience, doesn't it, so far during this season there, as can we get a big run on Charlie Boy by the time we get up towards the top of the circuit. He knows there's not much more he can do that time round, as we actually lock the rears slightly. And it drifts us into the apex. We were a little bit lucky to gather that back up. The thing that annoys me most with Oscar Piastri in this game, I don't mind too much if he has a bad qualifying effort. I understand, especially during these one-shot weekends, it is very, very difficult to try and get the laps nailed. What more annoys me is, of course, the fact that he's not able to recover in the races. It's not as bad as it was on F124 by any stretch, but it feels like as the cars get quicker and quicker, obviously moving through the pack for the AI can become more and more difficult, because of course everybody is just waiting for the DRS if they ever want to go for anything. Tyre strategy, it doesn't, I mean, this isn't a circuit where tyre wear is particularly extreme anyway on these games, but you can just see that every time Charles Leclerc just able to sneak back under the DRS range and keep obviously hanging close to us. But at the moment, he's just sat there behind. He can't really do a lot else, because, I mean, the Kemmel straight, bizarrely, isn't quite long enough. Oh, we've got yellows again. That seems to be a McLaren car breaking down then. And a safety car now would really spice up this race a bit later on. I don't know if that's Yuki or Carlos, but either way, a disappointing end to their afternoon. I think from a bit of a selfish point of view, I was going to say I was hoping it was Carlos.
Okay, it looks like the problem's terminal. They're retiring the car.
Yeah, there you go. Tsunoda, the first driver out of the Grand Prix. I was going to say I hope it's Carlos, because Piastri might end up behind him in the championship pretty soon if he keeps going the way he is at the moment. But Leclerc that time round, oh no, he definitely still was in the DRS range. I thought we might just have broke free. Getting close to the pit-in lap though. Ferrari, I mean, sensibly they'll give Leclerc the option to come in first. This is Ferrari though. I'm an idiot! I completely forgot to box! Oh, Charles Leclerc hasn't either!
Some tyre wear soon, so stay on your toes.
I mean, I was bang on then about Ferrari making a bad choice, but I've just completely screwed myself over because we could have had an undercut now on Charles Leclerc in this race, and instead it might end up being Lando Norris that gets into the fight. Luckily for us though, Piastri about 12 seconds back now, so he's not going to be a threat, but will Leclerc now potentially be able to get a run on me as we make our way up the Kemmel Straight? I'm starting to run a little bit low on battery as here comes Charlie boy. We will sit in the middle of the road there. Whoa! Completely locking the rears up as Gasly's gone from the Grand Prix. It is all happening as we get towards, well, basically at half distance, aren't we? What is happening to those rear tyres then? I mean, the wear's pretty high, but not impossible to manage. Maybe just need to move my brake bars a little bit forward again. Struggled with that in the sprint race yesterday. So having to make more minute adjustments to this car to really get it operating where we need it to. But for Lando Norris now, there is a huge chance to try and jump. We're making our way then up in towards the final couple of corners. Charles Leclerc now potentially trying to eye up a move before we get down into the pit lane here as we've got yellows out. Luckily, that means that Leclerc can't go for anything, and yet he will back out of it. Sometimes the AI don't like to obey yellow flags inside this game, as obviously we can just control the pace. Don't need to make any risks as we head into the pit lane here. There's Esteban Ocon also in, and well, Cadillac now are going to have to try and get both cars into the pit lane in one go. Looks like Lando has been held up a little bit behind one of the V-carbs this lap, so won't be able to get a jump on us with a bit of luck. But, oh no, that's going to be a slow stop as well, isn't it? No, 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 no. Come on, 5 seconds. And Leclerc's jumped me. Not what we needed from the team, as then again, immediately Charles Leclerc trying to do a little bit of some cheeky brake checking there, but Lando Norris still comes back out onto the circuit about 1.5 seconds behind. We are still in the range of Leclerc, but a moment of madness in this race. We need to calm back down, we need to regroup, refocus. We can definitely still win this. I mean, for some reason, Leclerc, great drive off of every single corner, apart from the last one.
8.9 seconds.
Oh, there we go then. Doesn't sound like Oscar Piastri, despite my slow stop, got screwed over by. In fact, he's taken about 3 seconds out of us through that pit cycle, and seems to be in a pretty good spot now in this Grand Prix once again. There's less than 10 laps remaining in this race. I want to make sure Leclerc knows we will be applying pressure to him towards the end of the afternoon. But I mean, look at that. We can make huge gains, but still not able to get close enough. By the time we get to the end of the straight, we're going to have to be right under his gearbox out of turn 1 if I want to make this happen. Well, we're going to try and go for a bit of a Hail Mary this time round. You really do have to set up that move at the Kemmel Straight all the way back at Stavolo a lap before, just to try and roll in a little bit closer to Leclerc there. You can just see, though, how much better this Cadillac car is out of that final corner. And we will try to use a little bit of battery as we head back into La Source there. Well, big rear locking moment, and that might be another opportunity gone to try and get past him this time round. Dump a load of battery back through the pack as we plunge down the hill. But 3/4 of a second away there, unless we can get a huge run now. Probably not going to be able to happen. And maybe Leclerc caught napping a little bit, because we've carried on using the battery. And maybe now we can try and go for something on the Monegasque man. He defends the inside, but nowhere near enough. Pinches me to the apex though beautifully, and once again Leclerc able to hang on. We can't afford to take risks like we did in the sprint, because obviously if we come together, even if we both end up getting big damage, Lando Norris, he will then immediately catapult himself right into championship contention, and I'd rather focus on one Ferrari than both. Well, I've taken the last couple of laps just to try and sit back, recharge the battery pack, and try and go for one last assault against Leclerc into these final 3 laps. Like I said, you really have to plan a move from all the way back down at the exit of Stavolo there just with the way the AI operate inside this game. But you can see Leclerc once again now, just with a little bit of breathing room, but we are able to get this caddy over those curbs and close in a good half a second through the old bus stop chicane there. Down in towards Stelmano, a lot of understeer from the front end, but we will just about gather it up there. And now, with 80% battery in the pack, surely we're going to be able to get a run out of Eau Rouge and Radion here. I don't want to leave it to the very last lap, because I know the AI will try and use everything they've got left. Can we get a run, though, on Charles Leclerc? Back to the lead of the Grand Prix. He will squeeze me again, but this time round, unable to do anything. The momentum in this car, just far too much for the Monegasque man to handle. And finally, we are back up into P1 once again. This has honestly felt like a Verstappen-Hamilton battle all the way back in 2021, where the two of us in two different cars are just leagues quicker than everybody else. We haven't got a big advantage, as they would sometimes run in Grand Prix, but we are doing pretty well at the moment there, as trying to use a low bar battery as we make our way down the hill. Can we immediately get the gap over a second to Leclerc? I think we have done. Let's look at that purple through Sector 1, of course, helped along by all of that slipstream and DRS. What are we going to do by the end of Sector 2 there? We are purple again, so we are going to try and chase a fastest lap then, right towards the end of the stint, just as maybe Leclerc's hard tyres beginning to fall apart. Ours are really starting to come alive here, as making our way up the hill in towards this bus stop chicane once more. A 1:41.3 is the time to chase. Will we be able to go any quicker? Would we be able to potentially get down to a 1:40 here? It's getting the power down out of the final corner. Norris is gone. I've only just seen Lando Norris out of this Grand Prix. So suddenly this helps us in the Constructors as well. And Lando Norris, World Championship hopes, maybe going up in smoke here with just 3 laps remaining. Out in the Ardennes, a controversial moment. Perhaps that's why Leclerc's dropped away so much as well, is the team have told him, just look after the engine, get the car to the flag. Is it a mechanical for Lando, or is it just a puncture? I think he's gone round down at the bus stop as well. So I think it might, be a puncture for Lando Norris then, as he peels into the pit lane. But another weekend where he's going to fail to score. And like I said, that now means with 7 races remaining of this season, his championship aspirations are in tatters. One more lap to go then, and yeah, Lando Norris even has re-emerged onto the circuit all the way down in P19 there. Such a devastating result for the Ferrari man, and I must admit, he does seem to get a little bit unlucky with, punctures with engine failures inside this game, but I think he knows Ferrari, they always are going to put their eggs in the Charles Leclerc basket. A little bit gutted. I mean, this should be an easy P3 now for Oscar Piastri. We're still going to make good gains on Ferrari overall, but it should be a whole lot more then if we lose the World Championship by 5 points or less. And I guess we can blame it on Oscar probably finishing 5th here rather than 3rd spot as well. But, I mean, like I said, we're going to make good gains on Ferrari in the Constructors. That is critical as we get towards the sharp end of the World Championship. 7 more races and 2 sprints still to go. There is a lot left to be decided this season. But here today in Belgium, after a lot of controversy yesterday, Charles Leclerc and I don't believe we'd made contact in this main event today. But boy, oh boy, we got close a couple of times there. Our attempted pass on the grass on the Monegasque man. He got the better of me in qualifying by just 7 thousandths of a second. In fact, I think this 2.2 seconds has basically been the biggest margin we've had all day between the two of us. Relentless, this fight, as we head in towards the big championship leg towards the end of the season. Through Blanchimont one final time, though, for Oscar Piastri, it is going to be victory here in the Ardennes, as long as I do nothing stupid through these final couple of corners. Ferrari, they will be disappointed with that one, but for Oscar Piastri, it is pure elation.
And it's victory today for Isaac Hadjar.
Well, another race victory today, and you can clearly see they're starting to believe in themselves more and more. You get to a stage, Crofty, where you become very hard to beat as a driver when you keep putting in performances like this one.
Well, it's been a long wait for many of our drivers, but the wait is always worth it. Bring them out to the awaiting crowd. It's time for our podium celebrations. And you've got to hand it to Isaac Hadjer, head and shoulders above the rest today, and victory with another impressive performance.
Well, there we are then. After a tough sprint race yesterday, we will bring home the goods come race day Sunday. Exactly what we needed here in Belgium. Coming into this weekend, I knew this was a track that we could win at. I knew it was a track, to be honest, we needed to win at if I want to try and keep my championship hopes alive, because we're going to have some tough races towards the end of the campaign. 1.2 seconds in it, though. In fact, the gap at the end was actually smaller than the gap between Leclerc and I's fastest laps in this race, so it goes to show just how good that lap 20 was late on in the race there. Esteban Ocon, not quite the win that Antonelli got in the sprint, but a good podium there for Red Bull. Goes to show that there is still good speed in that car when they can get it hooked up. George Russell just ahead of Piastri there. Hulkenberg, a brilliant drive to sixth in that Audi. As finally that German team seems to be getting their act together. Bortoletto just ahead of Crawford, Colapinto as well, so big opportunities for points for quite a few surprising drivers. Carlos Sainz down in 10th, and of course again, Nicolas Solov in 11th place. I don't know how many times he's done it this year, but yeah, very, very disappointing, I'm sure, for him, as points still seem to elude him. Just Gasly and Tsunoda, though, that failed to see the checkered flag this afternoon. I'm sure both of those two will be disappointed with that. Having a look, though, at our World Championship standings, it means that we've got an 8-point lead now over Charles Leclerc, but Lando Norris 54 points back. I mean, he's basically going to need Leclerc and I to crash into each other a couple of times, isn't he? Similar scenario to where Verstappen is IRL in 2025. Piastri crosses the 100-point threshold as well. Now has a 20-point buffer ahead of Sainz once again, as Russell's still in 6th ahead of both of those Red Bulls. Tsunoda, Gasly just inside your top 10 ahead of Bortoletto and Hulkenberg there. Down at the rear of the field, though, Solov, like we said, still unable to score a point alongside Lance Stroll, Tim Tramnitz and both of those V-Carbs. And constructors-wise, though, the gap at the top down to just 13 points here. McLaren, Mercedes and Red Bull all still look to be in that battle a bit further behind, as then Aston Martin, Williams and Kick Sauber just 3 points covering those three teams as well. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready for, I believe it's the Dutch Grand Prix. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video, and welcome to round 10 of season 4 of our F125 Cadillac career mode. Yes, we return this weekend here to the Dutch Grand Prix, of course, as always on the reverse layout, because, well, it's safe to say, especially in F125, the reverse layout here gives you a much better race than the normal run does. Of course, if you missed out on the video that went live a few days ago, obviously from Belgium, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. As well, this is actually the first video I'm recording since obviously all the NASCAR stuff went live last weekend, so I just want to say a massive thank you to everybody. Those videos have done way better than I was ever expecting them to, so I cannot thank you guys enough for the support on those as well. But of course, you know, this channel is mainly dedicated to Formula 1, so of course Formula 1 content is coming back now thick and fast as we head, of course, obviously, especially now with the sharp end of the real life World Championship. Later on tonight, obviously the US Grand Prix weekend kicks off with sprint qualifying as well. Very much looking forward to it. But yeah, of course, obviously, last time out of Belgium, we needed to try and get another win on the board. I know the Belgian Grand Prix is one of my best tracks, and after a bit of a shaky sprint, we would claim victory, though. Our 4th win in the last 5 GP means we now have an 8-point lead ahead of Charles Leclerc as we head into the sharp end of this World Championship. Lando Norris, a late race puncture, completely screwed him over, and probably his chances of a World Championship this series as well. After a win at Silverstone, 17th place at Belgium was not what he needed, and you can see now he is 54 points back in the Drivers' Championship. He's basically going to need to win every race between now and the end of the campaign if he wants to stay in this fight as well. We are still, though, 13 points behind Ferrari in the Constructors. I desperately need Oscar Piastri to start pulling his weight in the second car as well. But of course, yeah, if you're new around here and you aren't already, we are getting super close now to 150,000 subs, so please do make sure you hit that subscribe button if you are enjoying all of the content. If you want early access to these videos as well, you can click the join button for just £1 a month, and you help support the channel just that bit more as well. And last but not least, of course, if you're not following me on Twitch already, please do consider dropping us a follow over there. When this video goes live, I'm probably actually live right now over on Twitch. We're trying to hit 10k by the end of the year over there as well, because I want to do more streams in the future. So yeah, there'll be a link to that down in the description below. But yeah, without further ado though, let's return here to the Dutch Grand Prix.
Just look at that sea of orange. No surprises if I tell you we're here in Holland at Zandvoort for the Max Verstappen celebration party. It's a quick track and perfect for high speeds, high stakes qualifying. Welcome along to the Dutch Grand Prix qualifying day.
Well, crazy to think then that it could have been Max Verstappen in one of our cars this weekend, but not quite sure why this is a Max Verstappen celebration. He's not even on the grid anymore. I apologise as well, I've been a bit of a moron, and I accidentally left one-stop qualifying on this weekend, so I guess with the high stakes of Zandvoort anyway, it is going to be a very, very interesting one. Might give us a few more surprises up and down the grid, because it certainly did obviously last weekend out at Spa as well. Last year's race here, though, definitely was a big surprise. Obviously, George Russell claiming victory for him and Mercedes after, unfortunately, we made a bit of a bad strategy gamble late on in the day that didn't quite pay off for us. So I come back here looking for redemption this weekend as well then, as so far it looks to be Carlos Sainz in the McLaren that is really flying along there. It's trying to use as much battery as we possibly can through the top of the circuit. Purple through that middle sector there, but not able to carry the speed down in towards the final couple of turns. Late though on the brakes through the banking, and make sure I don't bottle it through these final couple of corners as well then. Is this about to be a pole position lap here at Zandvoort as we get the throttle down out of the final corner nice and tidy, drain the battery on the run to the line? We've done it! P1! Well, there we go then. P1 by 0.3 of a second, so the car really came alive in that final sector then. Charles Leclerc in third, just ahead of Oscar Piastri, as Franco Colapinto, brilliant effort to go 5th place in that Williams car. Jack Crawford gets inside the top 10 in his Haas as well as Lando Norris. Yeah, championship dreams are dead, aren't they? And Lando clearly comes into this weekend with very little motivation as well. Interestingly, Gabriel Bortoleto came to us hoping for a seat ready for next season. Qualifying down in P17, 0.3 slower than Lance Stroll, is not going to be the way you earn a drive over at Cadillac. Tim Tramnitz, though, rounding out the rear of the field, but after a very quick qualifying session, let's head into the race.
Welcome along then to the North Sea coast and to the Zandvoort circuit. We're 25 miles away from Amsterdam for today's Dutch Grand Prix. It's a race the great Jim Clark won on 4 occasions, leading for an astonishing total of 370 laps. Before we begin, let's take a quick look at the grid lineup for today's race. Isaac Hadjar lines up on pole position, and the smooth operator Carlos Sainz completes the front row. Considering the rest of the grid, we have Leclerc, Piastri, Franco Colapinto and Antonelli, Crawford, Norris, Behrman and Lance Stroll, Russell, Pepe Marti, Nicolas Soloff and Ocon, Hulkenberg, Bortoleto, Zach O'Sullivan and Paul Aaron, Gasly, Doohan, Tramnitz and Yuki Tsunoda rounds off the grid. And now it's time to head down to the track.
Well, to be honest then, with just a handful of races to go this season, I don't want to take any risk. If it means we try and wrap up the championship a week early, it means we try and wrap up the championship a week early. That being said though, Qatar of course is a sprint race to finish off, so it's going to be even more difficult to do it. But I want to win the drivers, I want to win the constructors. We'll wait and see as to what we can achieve though. 36 laps ahead of us here from the Dutch Grand Prix, and the team want me to go uber aggressive on the tyre strategy as well. Everybody else that has done the same. It is 5 red lights here at the Dutch Grand Prix. Oh, and it is the lights out, and away we go there. Charles Leclerc's off to a rocket ship launch, as he and Carlos Sainz will both immediately try and move past us in towards turn 1. Can MasterCard McLaren try to claim their first victory of the season today? Only time will tell. There is all Leclerc and I almost coming together through that first corner as well. And Leclerc there, we have to avoid him, but he will take P2. Oscar Piastri, a pretty quiet start for him, stays in that 4th spot there, but almost tried to go for a move on us nice and early on as well in this race. Early on, like I said, this track, what makes this track so good, we saw it in Creator Series as well a few weeks ago, is just the fact there is zero room for error here. You know, one wrong move, one wrong step can really, really ruin your day. So obviously we will look to try and not get punished quite too badly as well there, as diving down the hill in through the end of Sector 2. Carlos Sainz is bolting free at the front of the order. We have seen McLaren steadily get a bit closer to Ferrari and Cadillac over the second, portion of this year, but still have not been able to chalk up a victory up to this point. I don't mind if Sainz runs away, as long as we're able to keep up with Charles Leclerc. And already, yeah, by the end of lap 1, he has only just got the DRS range over the Monegasque man. And there we go then, you can see immediately Charles Leclerc does not have the DRS. This might be the most pointless DRS zone in all of Formula 1. It's such a short blast, and there is definitely not an opportunity to really overtake into that next corner unless you are right under someone's gearbox. But of course, yeah, 13 points back from Ferrari in the Constructors as well, with Lando Norris starting quite badly ready for this one. Looks like he's been able to keep up with this top group, and I think has made one spot up on the opening lap as well. But if we can beat Charles Leclerc, if Oscar can beat out Lando as well, there are huge, huge opportunities still. I really want to try and win this for Cadillac as well. You know, prove that Ferrari are no longer the dominant force inside Formula 1. Must have been how Renault felt in 2005. Yes, we've got the DRS though, again on Charles Leclerc. A huge run actually, down in towards turn 1. Can we make the move happen? Sweeping into the banking. Leclerc knows he does not want to be on the high side through there. And we are up into second once more. Well, I don't know whether Charles Leclerc then maybe just rocked by our move down into the banking, but he has dropped away rather rapidly, actually, off the back of Sainz and I early on in this race. So, again, this might just be a track where Ferrari tend to struggle a bit more. They seem to have been better around the higher speed venues, and of course with Monza next weekend, that is rather scary. But look at that, committing to the move to the inside of Carlos Sainz. He knows I was definitely going to go for it. We've got to take opportunity. I know we are the championship leader at this stage of the championship, but I still feel like I'm on the back foot against those Ferraris. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's because we're still behind in the Constructors, but I just can't help but feel that, you know, a mechanical failure, something like that, could ruin our day before the end of the season. Maybe because I got a DNF, a mechanical failure, in the driver career mode last week, I'm just getting a bit nervous it's going to happen here as well. Oh, there we go then. Oscar Piastri now has moved past Charles Leclerc, so the Monegasque man, yeah, is really struggling early on in the day. Is Oscar Piastri now up into the podium places? That'll be a good little confidence booster for him. I'm pretty certain, yeah, if the race were to finish now, we would definitely take the lead in the Constructors' Championship. Whoa. Okay. Oh, just like kept it out the wall. Oh, don't rejoin into Oscar as well. That was a bit odd. Oh no, we're going to be rear-ended by Charles.
Okay, so that's a red flag, no overtaking, and let's get back into the pits, please.
Oh, man. I couldn't just sit out there forever, could I? We had to try and get back going again, but Charles Leclerc over the blind crest, straight into the back of us, and our biggest championship rival is out of the Dutch Grand Prix there. This could have huge ramifications in the World Championship picture, and, how on earth does Leclerc go into the back of me of about 180 miles an hour, and I think we got away without any damage in that incident as well.
We've done all right so far, but this is a chance to take a breath. We've got another half of this race to go, and there's still a big opportunity there.
Team now believe we should be able to go to the checkered flag on one set of the hard compound tyres, but with a 5-second penalty, our life might become a lot more difficult as well. Piastri on the front row now, 5 red lights. And It's going to be lights out, and away we go then. Is this time around we're going to have a shocking start. Colapinto, Antonelli, and even Lando Norris may be having a look. So Ollie Behrman trying to have around the outside with 3 wide down in towards turn 1. As it looks like one of the Audi cars, Hulkenberg, has broken down, but we've had a terrible start. As Behrman going to put me out in the grass as well then, and we are just dropping more and more positions off of this restart then. As you can just see Jack Crawford there in the Haas car, trying to get around my outside. And suddenly now, yeah, we are down as we got a safety car immediately. As I think Jack Doohan's gone as well.
To avoid a penalty, slow down, maintain positive delta.
So I've got no idea then whether Hulkenberg has had a mechanical failure and Doohan's gone into the back of him. Vice versa, both of them mechanical. No idea what has happened off this restart then. But we've got an opportunity now to get rid of this 5-second time penalty. Obviously by pitting under safety car. I might try and go over to mediums and then back to hards. We're going to restart at the rear of the field. But honestly, around a track like this, I feel like we can try and obviously fight our way back through into the pit lane. We will go then at the end of this lap. I mean, you never really want to pit here under green unless you absolutely have to, but make sure we don't get done for speeding on the way in. No risk at all taken there. Like I said, we'll take the 5-second penalty now. I still think you shouldn't be able to do it under safety car on this game, but it's just the way EA have allowed things to work. Oh no.
Had an issue removing the left front wheel. I know it's not ideal, mate, but let's try and put it behind us and get back into this race.
Can I not get rid of the 5-second penalty?
One stop left in this strategy.
I thought you could get rid of time penalties under safety car in this game. Maybe now I can't. Either way, we're going to have to bolt on a fresh set of hards again. So, I mean, yeah, we're going to pit once more. We're going to come back out on that used set of hard tyres. Because I don't certainly believe the mediums can get to the flag. Well, there we go then. After being a complete idiot, I've got no idea when they patched that inside this game. But clearly now, you cannot take penalties. So all I've effectively done is force my start to restart this race from the back of the field. I mean, if we can score points, we make gains on Charles Leclerc. But surely Lando Norris, after a tough start to the weekend, senses a huge opportunity now. But yeah, we've definitely been the quickest car on track throughout the early stages here. And maybe, to be honest, with how much Leclerc was struggling, we might have saved his blemishes today. As through the final couple of corners, Sainz is gone, but the AI at the rear of the field just are not going at the moment. So Paul Aron, I mean, look at that! Paul Aron, huge drift from the Estonian out of the final corner there, but obviously we can't do anything until we get back around the start-finish line. And we are already over a second behind anybody else by the time we get past him in towards turn 1. Yuki Tsunoda, whilst his teammate leads, unfortunate grid penalties for him, means he's made very little progress early on in this race, starting at the back of the field. But how many spots can we gain? Oh, we've got more yellows, we've got more yellows. That seems to be a Haas car that's gone. Very long way off the road there, but Jack Crawford, after a brilliant start to this race, is going to become our 4th retirement of the afternoon so far. So disappointment then for the Haas man. No, he's not gone. Crawford's not out of it. He's just completely binned it hilariously. So Jack Crawford then, I mean, at least we've gained another freebie. Let's try to close up to the gearbox of Yuki Tsunoda then. Like I said, just doesn't seem confident to really make any overtakes as he'll go defensive on me. All the way around the outside then through the stadium. And we are going to be back up into P16 now as Crawford. I mean, I'm sure there's a replay up on your screens, but that is incredible. Up next then, Tim Tramnitz in that Audi. That does seem to have been a bit more competitive this year so far, but yeah, certainly is not on a level of our Cadillac car. I think a lot of people are really confused about where Audi are going to be next year in the sport. I think everybody's expecting them to be much better than Cadillac, but we've honestly got no idea there as well. This is wall of death stuff around the outside of Pierre Gasly's Mercedes, but we've gained another one. He's going to immediately try and come back at me though. Have we gained this for good? Surely with the inside line there. Yes, we have.
Keep managing your tyres. Manage your tyres.
I mean, we've got a pretty good run anyway on Zach O'Sullivan as well. We've got to try and claim spots nice and quickly there. Big diving manoeuvre up to the top of the hill. And we are up into 13th place, making real good progress. There we go then, Bortoletto and Nikita Solov. I mean, Solov, the Bulgarian, is back into his favourite position in Formula 1. He just loves to finish 11th so far this season, as I thought we were fully clear of Bortoletto there, but apparently not. So we're going to big run on the Hassman, who doesn't turn in exactly where I thought he would. Ready for turn 1 and turn 2. Down the inside, accidentally there, having a look. We'll back out of it for now. That was not my intention on Solov. I was just nervous about running into the back of him. As through these next couple of corners, they dance the car over the curbs. And hopefully we might be able to get a run here. No, not going to be close enough to have a look then. As the Hassman, really has been a lot less lucky than Jack Crawford this year. So many opportunities where he could have scored points. Kind of reminds me of one of Haas's first Formula 1 drivers. If you remember Esteban Gutierrez, all the way back in 2016, came 11th like 6 times over the course of that season, but never scored a single point. I'm sure Solov will at some point towards the end of the campaign, but to the inside, in towards the banking. The AI breaks so early into there, and we are up another one. Here we go then, Pepe Marti in the Williams car. This would put us back inside the top 10. Of course, have still got to think about that penalty though, is down the inside of the Spaniard. Just see him now have a bit of a panic lock-up. Maybe wasn't expecting the move to happen, but he's not going to give up on it just yet. Pepe Marti, desperate to try and defend the inside line through the exit of the corner, but we've just got so much drive and traction in this Cadillac as well. I still don't really know how we broke free up over the top of the circuit there, because it seemed to be very instantaneous. As Lance Stroll then, Aston Martin Honda. Again, another team that I think we're expecting bigger things from inside this series. I mean, this is 110 AI, and it goes to show you how good this Cadillac is. I mean, we go around the outside of everybody. How on earth are we managing this to the outside of Ollie Behrman as well? 4 cars in half a lap there. That is utterly ludicrous as we cross half distance, and we are immediately back up to 7th. Oh, Franco Colapinto then having his day of days in that Williams car so far this year. Obviously, we've seen in the driver career mode over on Matt212 gameplay, that team has been able to make a lot of progress, but hasn't quite happened inside the My Team series. Is Russell now, obviously last year's winner here. Definitely at the moment not looking like that's going to happen this time. So around the outside again we will go, and the Mercedes man kind of accepted there that he wasn't going to be able to try and keep hold of the position, as we are now back up behind the remaining Ferrari in this Grand Prix. I mean, he's just not able to find anything on the Argentinians so far, and we've made up so much progress in today's race. Can we go for a bit of a dive on Lando Norris? Yes, we can. And it's almost like the AI don't factor in the camber as to just how late they can brake in towards that corner this way around, because they are hilariously weak through that final turn. I desperately hope if reverse tracks stay for next year's game that they are able to do something about that there. As to the inside of Colapinto as well then, back up now into P4 of this race. As Antonelli, he knows he still wants to hang on to a podium, and if he's able to keep up with Piastri and Sainz's pace at the front of the order, if I can't find a way around them, Antonelli might get that podium for Red Bull. Well, I tell you what then, at the moment, Antonelli seems to be the second quickest driver on track right now. He's really closing in on Oscar Piastri and Carlos Sainz. The only problem for him, though, is, of course, we seem to be the quickest one to the inside of the Red Bull man. And of course, obviously, trying to fly the flag. Obviously, the Dutch Grand Prix, often a well-supported crowd for the Red Bull team. But obviously, with Max Verstappen gone, I would genuinely be intrigued to know. Obviously, I'm sure, well, Zandvoort won't be there by the time Max Verstappen retires from the sport. But if it was, who would the Dutch fans be rooting for? I guess, obviously, Richard Verschoor in Formula 2 is probably the best guess. But yeah, less than 4 seconds now to Piastri and Sainz. We might genuinely still win this thing. Oh, here we go. Oscar Piastri suddenly now for the lead of the Grand Prix. Oscar Piastri has finally decided that he wants to try and make a move work on Carlos Sainz, and he's only gone and done it. Our teammate then, I don't know why he'd been sat behind him for so long, but clearly Carlos Sainz beginning to struggle later on in the day, and our Australian counterpart, I've spoken so much this season about how we need to see him deliver. We need to see him fighting up at the sharp end. Well, it doesn't get sharper than that. P1 for the young Australian. Can he possibly convert this? And could Cadillac still be on for a 1-2? Well, the only other real question, of course, now is will Oscar Piastri be able to break out of the DRS range of Sainz? Otherwise, it makes my life a little bit more difficult if I want to try and get past the MasterCard McLaren car. But you can just see how much we gain through those final couple of corners. I don't think life's going to be very difficult at all. To the inside of Carlos Sainz then, and back up into P2 of this race. That penalty at the moment would still mean that we'd failed to see the podium. But yeah, Oscar Piastri now 6 tenths ahead of me. I mean, if you're Cadillac right now, you tell Oscar, let me by, back up the pack, and make sure that we still win this race. We still back the full 25 points from the rear of the field. I must admit, early on, I was a little bit nervous that this race might be a bit boring, because he seemed to be so much faster than anybody else, but it has really come alive later on, as it so often does around this track. As the tyres begin to fall off, everybody starts to struggle at differing rates and speeds. But Oscar Piastri, though, still trying to hold firm at the moment, still able to get the car planted exactly where he needs it, but we just seem to be able to attack this track a lot more than basically anybody else is able to at the moment, draining some DRS as we make our way down the hill. You can see now Sainz, the gap almost out over a second already, as we will try and dive high to cut back in low through those final couple of corners. Clearly all my newfound experience playing NASCAR 25 helping us around the banking here of this Zandvoort circuit. But with 6 laps to go of this race, can we get a run on our teammate? We've got to make sure there is no contact between us. Down the inside, to the lead we will go once again of the Dutch Grand Prix. And now we've got the 5 seconds over Antonelli as well. Well, with just 1 lap to go then, I think this is going to work out perfectly for Oscar Piastri and for the Cadillac team. I mean, we cannot complain if we are about to get a P2 finish here. But it is such a shame that we have had the car of the day. One little mistake, one penalty, as ultimately going to make all the difference here. As with a 3.5 second lead over Oscar, we're going to need the lap of my life if we want to build up the 5 second buffer that I need on this final lap then. But Carlos Sainz, disappointment for him. I think, honestly, McLaren have probably had the second fastest car today. Lando Norris has really struggled in that Ferrari, and even Charles Leclerc was on the back foot early on as well. But we are just monitoring this gap to Oscar on the final lap. But our teammate, it has really not been his year so far, has really struggled in the second Cadillac car. We've had to start putting the eggs in the Isaac Hadjar basket, because Oscar Piastri has just not lived up to the hype that I was really hoping for him throughout this campaign so far. But in towards the final few corners of the Dutch Grand Prix, for whatever reason on F125, I cannot win this race, whether it's me bottling it or, well, me bottling it with strategy. We just seem destined to never quite win this race. Through the final couple of corners, though, here at Zandvoort, Cadillac, it is going to be another one too, but Oscar Piastri finally is a Grand Prix winner for the team.
And it's the checkered flag for your Grand Prix race winner, Oscar Piastri.
And the celebrations go on in Parc Fermé. You can see just how much this means to them. The team are absolutely mobbing their driver, because you know that this keeps them in the title fight, and we now see what it means to them as a whole.
What a day it's been for Formula One, and what a day it's been for these 3 drivers. Time for the podium celebrations. Time for our drivers to celebrate. And your winner today, the man from Down Under, congratulations, Oscar Piastri.
Well, there we are then. 8 tenths of a second in it come the checkered flag. And honestly, that's probably, apart from the mistake, probably one of my best drives I've done on F125. We pushed right from the get-go, but unfortunately, yeah, for us. I mean, I can't complain too much. A 1-2 for the team. And Oscar Piastri has definitely deserved a victory this season. And especially with Lando Norris down in P5 and Charles Leclerc out of it. Apologies, Charles. Yeah, a huge weekend here for Cadillac as well. Sainz in third, just ahead of Antonelli there. Disappointing for him not to get a podium. Lando Norris ahead of Colapinto. Russell just ahead of Behrman, who had a brilliant day out with Esteban Ocon. And finally, after I talked about it earlier on, Nicolas Solov finally gets his first point in Formula 1 as well. Pepe Marti just ahead of Pierre Gasly as Mercedes, after looking so good here last season, didn't... Oh no, they did score a point, didn't they? Just obviously, yeah, Gasly wasn't able to in the second car. But yeah, Doohan, Hulkenberg and Charles Leclerc all failing to see the checkered flag. Tsunoda as well, next to no progress made. All things considered there, only 15th spot come the end of the race. That means, though, at the top of the table, we have got a 26-point lead over Charles Leclerc now. So if we have a mechanical failure next weekend, we would still be leading this championship. Lando Norris now only 6 ahead of his former teammate Oscar Piastri. As Carlos Sainz there, I mean, he has just been consistently best of the rest this year. And, you know, I will admit it as well, he probably does deserve a win come the end of the campaign. Russell now comfortably ahead of both of those Red Bulls. Tsunoda down to 9th, just ahead of Gasly. As Colapinto, some huge points there, help him bolster up his championship tally. And it is now just Stroll, Tramnitz, Aaron and Zach O'Sullivan who are yet to score a point. Constructors-wise, Ferrari now down to P2. Is this the first time Cadillac have led the Constructors inside this series? I don't quite remember off the top of my head, but with a 20-point buffer, we head to the Temple of Speed with a little bit of confidence behind us. McLaren still in 3rd, 2 points in it between Mercedes and Red Bull, but I don't think either of them planned on fighting for P5 this year. Williams still best of the rest, ahead of Aston Martin, Kick Sauber there, and now Haas and Alpine tied on 9 points apiece. Still only VCarb yet to score. Thank you all so much for watching, though. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed to the channel. And yeah, we'll return very soon at the Temple of Speed. Obviously, Ferrari's home race. If we can get a win there, that will be huge for our championship. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video, and welcome to round 11 of season 4 of our F125 Cadillac career mode. Yes, we return this weekend here to the Temple of Speed and the Italian Grand Prix, of course. If you missed out on the video that went live a few days ago, obviously from Zandvoort, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. We had a pretty crazy race, fighting our way through on the back of the field after the second weekend in a row that we made controversial contact with Charles Leclerc. Safe to say, though, last weekend, it definitely benefited us a lot more than it did Charlie Boy. We now have a 26-point lead in the drivers' table after finally Oscar Piastri bagged his first victory of the season as well. We've got a 20-point buffer now in the constructors as well, so things are looking pretty good down at Cadillac with just 6 races to go of the campaign. But of course, yeah, we head though to Italy. This of course is Ferrari's backyard, and they will be looking to try and return to form. It's also been a track for some reason on F125 that I really struggle with as well, so it's all a little bit peculiar as we head back to Monza this weekend. I'm going to make sure as well that I'm not an idiot and I turn back on full qualifying sessions as well. One-shots are quite good fun to spice things up, but not quite the way I still want to do this series. Of course, if you're new around here and you aren't already, please do make sure you hit that sub button. We are super close to 150k now on the channel as well. If you're enjoying the content and you want to help support us a little bit more, you can click the join button for just £1 a month. You get early access to future videos, as well as a few other little perks and pieces. And obviously as well, I keep mentioning it, drop me a follow over on Twitch. It'd be greatly appreciated. We're getting closer and closer to 10k over there. That is my target by the end of the year as well. So obviously I want to do more and more live streaming stuff in the future. We have a George Russell career mode going on over there. We've got a Nico Hulkenberg career mode going on over there. Co-op is hopefully back tonight as well, when this video goes live. But yeah, without further ado though, if we can win here at Monza, I think we are now definitely favourites for the championship. Because at the moment, I still like Ferrari have got something up their sleeve.
They call it the Temple of Speed, and the pilgrims have come to worship. It's all about the speed today. Qualifying awaits us. Welcome to Monza for the Italian Grand Prix.
Well, as we head then into qualifying here, I've honestly got no idea what to expect around this circuit. We've been so good over qualifying runs this year, but yeah, I just never have the speed around this track. I've mentioned it before, it's just the way the AI work inside this game. They basically have an unlimited amount of battery, which obviously means in qualifying runs around a track like this, they can use it absolutely everywhere. And obviously the human player just can't there. So I'm running 1-0 wing around this circuit. We may as well not even have a rear wing on the car. It may as well just be a dragster around this venue. I'm hoping, obviously, we make it, obviously, into Q3. But yeah, like I said, we could genuinely end up out in Q1. So that's not been a bad split time through that first sector. I mean, even then, with next to no wing on the car, we've still got a fair bit of bite there, down just the one gear through the Lesmos. I mean, I think we're going to see times down in the 114s this session. That's just how ludicrously quick this track is going to be today. I mean, lap records are going to be obliterated, aren't they? But there is a risk of rain in tomorrow's race as well, so I'm hoping that even if that rain does come, we're going to still have enough top-end speed, as clearly we're still good through the high downforce sections here. This Cadillac comes alive through the twisty parts. Obviously, we saw that at Zandvoort last weekend as well, but tipping it down 6th gear through that final corner. I mean, an apex speed, I think a minimum apex speed there of about 140, and by the time we get back around to the line, a 114.8, we go P2, only slower than Oscar. Is the Cadillac quite good around this track? Well, there we go then. By the end of Q1, no need to go out for a second run there. And Cadillac, we have set the tone in that first session. Charles Leclerc, he'll be disappointed down in P8. Antonelli barely squeezes by there as Jack Crawford out alongside Pepe Marti. That's a bit disappointing for Williams. You'd expect them to be good around here. Pierre Gasly, Paul Aaron, Lance Stroll and Jack Doohan all out then. So 6 cars from 6 different teams. But yeah, a 115.0. That would mean an average speed around this track, I've had to get my calculator back up, of 278 kilometers an hour or 172 miles an hour. If we can get down into the 1 minute 14, like low 14, we're looking at over 280 kph or about 175 miles an hour. Utterly insane. Well, the only problem I've got, though, is that first lap did feel close to everything I can possibly find inside the car. Now, obviously, the circuit might grip up a little bit more, but the AI can often find a little bit more speed later on in the sessions. So we'll wait and see as to what we can do there as not activating the DRS at exactly the right time, and just those little bits and pieces can cost you so much. Again, before you get the 100-meter board, really attack those curbs. We definitely dropped a couple of tenths in Sector 1. I reckon if I got it perfect, and I mean perfect, a 1 minute 13 could be doable here, but very, very difficult to find 8 tenths of a second around a track like this. Purple through that first sector, though. That's a pretty good way to start. So we'll hop over the curbs, but carrying way too much speed through the exit, and that'll cost us through these next couple of corners. Not even downshifting through the first Lesmo. Oh, no, that's not the line. That is definitely not the line. We'll abandon this lap and we'll go again. We'll just make sure that I've got enough fuel in the tank, then ready to try and attempt this one again then. Obviously, we'll have a delta to go up against, which I guess is nice as well. So as long as we match that Sector 1 split, we should be pretty good by the time we get around to the top of the track. I mean, this isn't a circuit where you'll take too much out of the tyres either. But still, let's see what we can do then. Again, carrying a little bit more speed on turn 1. I mean, I can feel the back end trying to break free there. Don't know if I want to try and move the bias any more further forward. So I'm banging off the red line, though, out of those first couple of corners, and we are immediately a tenth down. It is all those tiny little things that you think normally around a track won't make too much of a difference. But around Monza, where the margins are so fine, it can be super difficult there, as we will now claw back most of that time we lost. This first run in Q2 isn't probably going to be a great benchmark, but hopefully will still be enough to get straight through into Q3. So I've got all of the remaining tyres there. It's a little bit wide through the exit of the second Lesmo. And now, of course, we'll rack up all the time. Just got to make sure we don't run out of fuel there as well. We could leave it in 6th gear through the first part of Ascari. I mean, look at how pointed it is through the exit. Able to attack that curb without any kind of problems whatsoever. Yeah, no real surprises there, but tip the car in through the final corner. Get on that battery again as early as we possibly can. Drain everything on the run back to the line. This is going to be a 114.7, and again, half a tenth slower than fastest, but this time round it's Charles Leclerc. And there we go then, Charles Leclerc, my main championship rival, fastest on the board by the end of Q2. You can see it was only us two, though, again, down in the 114s. So at least we know we've got consistency on our side. Tim Tramnitz, though, in that Audi, brilliant effort to go P7. Just ahead of Esteban Ocon, Yuki Tsunoda, and Franco Colapinto. Kimi Antonelli, after just making it out of Q1, will be up in Q3 then. As you can see, neither Mercedes through, neither VCARB, that's not really a surprise. Gabriele Bortoletto out alongside Hulkenberg and Nikola Solov, and Ollie Behrman then down in P16. So there are a few surprises as we head into Q3. Could a Colapinto, could a Tim Tramnitz, if they get the toe in the right places, maybe move right to the very front. Well, everybody else then might start getting nervous about trying to claim slipstream off of each other. I'm not interested in any of that in this session. I just want to try and make sure that we get as good of a lap out of this car as we possibly can then. Out of the final corner on the run back towards the flag. Again, up over 220 miles an hour. I think that's probably a good place to stop using the battery. But hopefully now with that brake bias move more forwards, we'll be able to really throw the car into someone. There are a lot more control and stability over the front that time without risking locking up the rears. So that just means, yeah, we can brake later, we can brake harder in towards that first corner. It might compromise us a little bit around other parts of the lap, however. It's purple, though. Through that first sector we will go. Attack the curbs, nice and tidy, don't run wide. I mean, if we could end up setting up pole position worthy lap time on this first run, and then the second one, I know I can put everything on the line there. Oh, a little bit wide through the exit, as we just went down one too many gears, but so far this lap is really coming together. Ascari, though, where it all can be won or lost. Trying just to leave it in 6th gear there, and that's worked out quite nicely as we'll get on the battery again on the exit. I know I said the AI can use it everywhere, but we're not far off being able to do that as well. Just make sure I got a little bit of charge in the tank ready for the run out of the final corner. So attacking too much on the inside of that final turn. It doesn't allow us to get on the throttle. That will be where we can definitely find a little bit more. But it is still a 1:14.3. That shatters any of the lap time we've seen so far. I might genuinely not be able to match that. Well, the team believe there is another 3/10 in this car. They believe a 1:13 is possible around this Italian Grand Prix circuit. I'm hoping that lap is already enough for pole. So let's just put it all on the line. Let's take big risk out of the final corner. Drain some battery. Of course, won't count as part of my lap usage. So we know we can drain a load of it there. Up over the line we go. And I'll just try and get an extra mile an hour out of the car as well. But we are going to put everything on the line here. We've chased some ridiculous lap times this season. And hopefully we can get another one today. Didn't quite do the sub 1 minute out at Austria, but we did do a 1:23 out on the Jeddah Corniche in this circuit. Obviously, again, at the highest speed one in all of Formula 1 there. We found almost another 10th by the end of Sector 1. Really get the car nicely nestled over the curbs there. And again, we're just finding a little bit more. By the time we get up towards the top of the circuit, you've got to try and turn it in super early to try and make sure you get the car where you need it. So that is not the line, though, through the exit rallycross, as we will lose all the time we just gained. And that is super, super annoying then. We're still pretty much there on level. But I think we have claimed pole either way then, is attack the curbs through Ascari. Maybe not giving myself the run off the exit that I wanted, but we know there's more time to find down a Parabolica. Surely not another quarter of a second, though. We will have to brake super, super late on the way in. It's not enough. I've messed that up badly.
Let me know you're okay.
I mean, we've claimed pole, but like Charles Leclerc at Monaco a couple of years ago, we have claimed pole in the barriers. I wouldn't normally do this, but I just want to see. We've already got pole position here. So I just want to see what kind of lap time we could have genuinely had out of the car if I can nail this run through the final corner there. Get the power down nice and early on the exit. We're already going to find another 10th. Like I said, a 13 was in it if I nailed it. It's a 14.2. I mean, that's just nuts. Well, like I said, I wanted to just see how quick this car can go around this track. And I mean, if I can do a 1:14.2... I mean, a top esports driver is probably looking at close to a 1:12, I would have thought, around this venue. You are so limited, though, by the gearing on these cars, but All of that being said, though, I was never expecting us to be even in the fight for pole position today, never mind being able to claim it by a good couple of tenths of a second ahead of Charles Leclerc. Oscar Piastri in third, again a disappointing qualifying for Lando Norris, who just seemed to get slower as qualifying went on. But top 2 in the championship, top 2 on the grid. Let's see what we can do as we head into the race.
Welcome to the home of the Parabolica, now known as the Curva Alboreto in tribute to the Italian motorsport legend Michele Alboreto. It's a long right-hander. It dares you to keep your foot as far down on the throttle as you possibly can. It's one of the great corners on the calendar, and we're here at Monza, ahead of the Italian Grand Prix. We're 12 miles northeast of Milan for today's Grand Prix at a Monza circuit where we can expect top speeds of around 215 miles per hour. 11 corners on this 3.6 mile track, with 7 of those coming in the form of chicanes. And with a good slipstream and DRS open, there should be plenty of opportunity for some passing here today. Off the back of a fantastic qualifying session, it's time to see how our starting grid looks like for today's race. Isaac Hadjar lines up on pole position, and Oscar Piastri completes the front row. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Tsunoda, Antonelli, Lando Norris and Ocon, Sainz, Colapinto, Tramnitz and Gabriel Bortoleto, Hulkenberg, Leclerc, Nicholas Soloff and Russell, O'Sullivan, Behrman, Jack Crawford and Pepe Marti, Gasly, Aaron, Stroll and Jack Doohan rounds off the grid. Now it's almost time for lights out, so let's go down to the track.
Well, because of just how insane the speeds are around this track, it's actually quite tyre limited here around Monza. I mean, especially in the early seasons, you're usually 2-stopping this race. But today, though, with rain on the horizon, I'm going to take a huge gamble. I'm going to start on the hards and see if we can stretch them to that wet period. If we can't, hopefully we're not going to be at too much of a disadvantage anyway. But I'm just hoping, yeah, we can try and do something a little bit different and see if we can make it happen, of course. Effectively, it buys us a lifeline. It buys us an opportunity later on in the afternoon. But expect the speeds to be utterly ludicrous today. 27 laps ahead of us. Can we beat Ferrari in their back garden? Charles Leclerc with grid penalties as well. It is 5 red lights. There's the lights out, and away we go then as Oscar Piastri will immediately get the jump on me on the running towards turn 1. Here comes Tsunoda as well in that MasterCard McLaren, and Lando Norris now trying to have a look around the outside. Oh, it's turn 1 as I couldn't do anything there. Tsunoda down my inside was trying to dive me. I tried to avoid Oscar Piastri in front. I think Norris there hasn't really gained out either, but sometimes the AI, I could already tell down into turn 1 there that Tsunoda was going to try and push me in towards the back of my teammate there. So as Norris will move up then into 3rd spot early on, he is going to be Ferrari's best hope today. Oscar Piastri immediately trying to break free and build up a little bit of a margin early on. Of course, we backed that 1-2 last weekend. Clearly, Oscar now has remembered how good it feels to win Formula 1 races after a pretty lackluster season so far. But especially, yeah, with Leclerc way down the order, there is a huge chance once again for Cadillac just to try and give ourselves some distance, some daylight in the Constructors' Championship as well. I wouldn't mind if Oscar Piastri wins this race today, as long as I follow him home in P2. Oh, we got yellows. We got yellows already then. There's someone, I think, beginning to struggle a little bit further back. I'm not too sure who that is. As we are just outside the DRS of our teammate. Oh, it's Antonelli, I believe. Is it Antonelli out of the Grand Prix? Is it Ferrari? No, it's Lando Norris. Lando Norris, sorry, out of the Grand Prix. So I thought it was an Italian driver. Turns out it's one of the drivers for the Italian team there. And our only rival early on, Ferrari's championship is collapsing. There is Lando Norris's stricken car then on the side of the circuit. But yeah, I must admit, I certainly wasn't expecting Red Bull to potentially be our closest competitor this weekend. But Ocon and then Antonelli, 3rd and P4 at the moment. Haven't really seen them ever particularly be a threat over the course of the campaign. But clearly now, McLaren, Red Bull as well, both starting to bring some big upgrades late on this season. Early on, though, I'm genuinely just happy to sit behind Oscar. So let's see if we can do a bit of a top speed test then I had 229 out of her in practice. Is 230 possible inside F125? There goes 229. No! I've done it in the Red Bull, but I think the Red Bull power unit then is slightly better geared, because 229, we were absolutely banging off that limit. Well, team is still saying then that they are not expecting rain, and I think if we get kind of past lap 15, then I'm going to have to start believing them there, as Leclerc now moving his way up through the order. Up into P4 now, popping up on our relative. So, yeah, he definitely... I mean, he's quicker than us. He's just set a new fastest lap. But 7 seconds back still. Not impossible to close in, but won't be easy. Well, here we go then. Getting to 1/3 distance. Let's see now if we can make a move on Oscar Piastri. Maybe now the tyre advantage starting to swing our way just a little bit. There we go, around the outside. I mean, we've got to stay coordinated. I mean, Oscar's not mathematically out of the championship yet. And dare I say, if he won today, maybe he could try and keep himself in this fight into the last few races. But Charles Leclerc, he's going a good kind of half a second a lap faster right now. He's been able to break free from Colapinto behind him. We've got to try and get on with it, because that Ferrari might still get to us.
Oscar is into the pit lane. Oscar in the pits.
Well, there we go then. Piastri, you'll have just heard there on the radio, diving into the pit lane. Maybe a lap earlier than I would expect from our teammate, but hopefully he's not going to come out in too much traffic and should be able to get a good undercut on Leclerc and Ocon. I mean, now we're out in front. We actually seem to be able to match Charles Leclerc's pace, as Ocon in that Red Bull, rather unsurprisingly, not really a match for your top drivers and teams, but still no sign of rain, according to Mark on the radar. But there's definitely a few more dark and ominous clouds looming around this circuit as well. I mean, you can see there up above a lot more kind of clouds picking up around the track. So, I'm like I said, I'm going to wait a little while longer, see if they spot any rain on the horizon, but I'm not going to risk it all for nothing. Even if I end up finishing behind Oscar, we've got to make sure that we outscore Charles.
We think we might see some rain. ETA about 15 minutes.
Well, there we go then.
Like the fastest tyre at the moment.
As we get over half distance, the team now spotted the rain on the radar 15 minutes out. So that wasn't good. Putting a little bit of damage through the car over those curbs. Only problem we've got though, yeah, is the tyres I don't think are going to make it that far. 15 minutes. I mean, that would be the end of the race anyway. So I think we're going to try and take these tyres a couple more laps, or box to mediums, and probably try and see them through to the flag. Yeah, the team's still not adamant though that that rain is going to fall. If it is going to happen before the end of the Grand Prix, it is not going to happen much before the end. So unless it was absolutely bucketing it down, which I don't believe it was meant to anyway, we're going to dive into the pit lane then at the end of this lap, and hopefully try and take a set of mediums through to the checkered flag. Car definitely feels a little bit sketchy in places, but with a 23-second buffer ahead of Oscar Piastri, I think we might come out just behind these two, as I'm just getting very nervous that Leclerc's going to be able to find a way around him there. Dip the car through those final couple of turns, make sure we attack the pit lane entry. As I said in qualifying, the fine margins make so much of a difference around this track, as out of Ascari comes Oscar Piastri. Obviously, he'll want to win this race. Italian heritage, of course. Charles Leclerc will want to win this race. Ferrari, easily, of course, as well there. But onto the mediums, we will go to the checkered flag. Nice 2.5 second stop. And even if we come out behind, how far will that gap be? Surely it's not going to be much then, as don't get any wheel spin on the exit. There goes Piastri. And where is Charles Leclerc then? He is going to be right alongside us, wheel to wheel, with my championship rival, like Hamilton and Verstappen. Back in 2021, we give each other space though. We have got the grip off of the corner, and we hang on to that P2 spot. Let's see if we can try and get away from Charles, or is he going to be able to try and continue attacking there? He's got a huge amount of speed up the hill, and Charles Leclerc will immediately, go through, as I thought he was going to leave me a gap there around the outside, but apparently not. We will hop over the chicane there and over the bump on the exit.
If you keep it up, the stewards are going to give you a penalty.
Well, I mean, yeah, just Charles Leclerc there, obviously on much older tyres. Didn't expect him to kind of cut me off on the exit. I don't blame him for doing so. He did have the whole car ahead. But yeah, now a second further behind the Ferrari. But I think we've both lost a little bit of ground to Oscar. I I think Charles Leclerc's about to do it. I think Leclerc is about to get inside the range of Oscar Piastri here. And unless I can get a run on the Monegasque man, it will be a question of when rather than if he can get a run on our teammate there. Out of the final corner once more. Just 9 laps to go of this race. And now we're going to pick up some real speed in towards turn 1. Back up again at VMAX. 13,100 RPM. But of course, when we're all doing VMAX, no one's gaining on anybody. Down in towards that first corner. Oscar Piastri, it has been a valiant effort so far. Why on earth would I care what Esteban Ocon is doing right now? Teammate, championship rival right in front of me. And Mark's worried about a no-name in a Red Bull. Just, I mean, well, to be fair to him, he's having a pretty good race, isn't he? For Red Bull standards so far this year. But I do not care about that right now as we make our way through the first of the 2 Lesmos. I mean, Leclerc, he just seems to be so quick, so planted everywhere around this track. Surely now he's going to be able to get a run on Oscar Piastri as we make our way down this back straight in towards the Ascari. Once again, Charles Leclerc around the outside and he will swoop through. And I'm sure that Tifosi loving that as Oscar Piastri loses even more ground through the exit of the corner as the clouds definitely coming over the circuit a whole lot more at this stage of the race. Charles Leclerc might immediately get the DRS range on Oscar Piastri. I've got to try and find a way around our teammate soon. But it can't even be soon, it has to be now. If I don't want to wave goodbye to a chance of winning this race today, use that DRS. I mean, look at that, Oscar hasn't got any DRS. So we're going to fly back past our teammate in towards turn 1. Get back in the range of Leclerc with a bit of luck. So that was super late on the brakes in towards T1. But it does seem to have been the story throughout a lot of this campaign. Oscar Piastri can kind of be there throughout a lot of a Grand Prix, but then late on, when the pressure cooker keeps ramping up, he just cannot match the speed of his teammate and his former team as well, of course, inside this series. But with 5 laps to go now, will it be Charles Leclerc? Will it be ourselves? Like I said, if we can win this race today, that is a hammer blow to Ferrari's chances, and especially after Leclerc took grid penalties. If he can win today, it is a hammer blow to our championship chances. Up on the limiter once again. Leclerc this time will go defensive in towards turn 1. Oh, we just nick a wheel on the grass there. Lucky to kind of keep the car straight and up again. And, well, all of that DRS effectively gained us nothing when all is said and done there. Out of the first couple of corners again. We are still within the 1 second zone, but we are not closing. But it is so difficult to try and recharge the pack. Of course, especially when the AI have got so much straight line speed anyway in their cars. I mean, we're running 1-0 wing here. I've got a tiny bit of wing damage as well, which should theoretically make the car even quicker. But this is the closest I've been to Charles Leclerc down into Parabolica in a long old while in this race. I mean, he's just able to get the bite through the front of that Ferrari. 2 laps to go here of the Italian Grand Prix. And the 2 cars that dominated qualifying, it has been 2 very different tales throughout this race so far. I mean, some rain now would really make things interesting in these final couple of laps. But Charles Leclerc just seems to be able to get the car off of that final corner exactly where he needs it. And of course, we know on the final lap, the AI will really start to drain some battery as well. So I want to, if we can, go for it this time round. And maybe try and build ourselves up a bit of a buffer there. It's all really having to send it into that second chicane there. Lock the rears up. Very lucky that we didn't go into the back of Leclerc as well. But these medium tyres now really beginning to feel the pain towards the end of the afternoon. Tip the car in through the second Lesmo for the penultimate time there. And can we now get a run? Surely not. Half a second back. By the time we get down in towards Ascari, we will not be there this time. Late on the brakes. We can just hear now really beginning to lock up all 4 tyres. And Charles Leclerc maybe now knows this is his chance to push. I've got to try and stick right underneath him though. Down in towards this final corner. Will it be Ferrari? Will it be Cadillac here? At around the temple of speed. Can we get a good run off the final turn? This first chicane will be our best opportunity to try and get something going. As we're going to drain the battery right the way down to 0. We're up at VMAX though. Are we going to be able to have a look for a run on Leclerc? Down in towards turn 1. We've got to get it stopped. A little bit of wheel-to-wheel contact between the pair of us. And now we are side by side off the corner as well. Charles Leclerc and I have come to blows a handful of times in the last couple of Grand Prix. obviously many collisions out at Belgium, and one big one at Zandvoort last weekend as well, as Leclerc again tries to have a look down the inside, but we will cover him off this time round though. But we know around the rest of the lap he is going to be so good, and you can see there again immediately, trying to have a bit of a dive, trying to think about it. Through that first Lesmo. Now with the DRS though, can we possibly maintain the speed down this back straight there? We are using everything we possibly got in the car. Charles Leclerc though to the inside in towards Ascari, but he brakes early. Charles Leclerc no confidence there to try and make the move happen, and we will try and get the power off of the corner then. Charles Leclerc dropping back momentarily, but again I know he will get a run on me. I know he will carry speed in towards Parabolica, side by side with my championship rival, in towards the final corner. Surely he can't find the grip around the outside. This is going to be so close. On the run to the line, Leclerc's done it.
Yes, and that's a podium. Excellent drive.
Charles Leclerc, what a drive, what a victory. He wins.
To come here and take victory as a team today on home soil was so important. You can see how much it means to them. The drivers there doing their part. The team's strategy was perfect as well. And the fans really embraced that. What a great atmosphere we had here today.
It's time for our podium celebrations. And as ever in Formula One, 3 is the magic number. And who gets to take the top step of the podium? Yes, it is I, Leclerc. Charles Leclerc on top.
Well, from 12th place on the grid, I'm sure after Saturday night, Charles Leclerc never expected he would return to the top step of the podium, but that is exactly what he has done today. 0.04 of a second in it between myself and the Monegasque man. That has got to be one of, if not the closest finish I have ever had on F125. Oscar Piastri just there in P3 ahead of Esteban Ocon and Carlos Sainz, and after Solov finally got his first points of the year last weekend, 6th place here is absolutely brilliant going. Antonelli, Colapinto, Russell and Nico Hülkenberg will get a point on the board for Audi as well, just ahead. Well, I mean, look at that 19 thousandths in it between Hulk and Pierre Gasly, as unfortunately 2 weekends in a row he has failed to score for Mercedes. Tim Travnitz, he'll be disappointed down in P12, and you can see at the rear of the field Zach O'Sullivan, Lando Norris, 2 Brits who failed to see the checkered flag. What does that do though to our World Championship? Well, Charles Leclerc, he needed this win. 19 points in it with 5 races to go. I believe now, mathematically, anybody lower than George Russell is out of it with these final few Grand Prix. I think we've got, 5 races and 2 sprints, so 141 available. So anybody lower than 6th now is mathematically out of the World Championship. But we all know it's going to be between myself and Charles, don't we? But for the first time, I believe, all year, Oscar Piastri now ahead of Lando Norris. And constructors-wise, though, 28 now, the gap at the top. We didn't pull out as many as I would like. Obviously, if we'd taken the win, it would have been 22 gained over Ferrari, as opposed to it just being 8. But 8 points gained is 8 points gained at the end of the day there. McLaren still in 3rd ahead of Red Bull and Mercedes. Williams now just ahead of Haas, who leapfrog their way up past Aston Martin and Kick Sauber with that great result from, obviously, the Bulgarian as well there. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready, I believe, for the Singapore Grand Prix. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video, and welcome to round 12 of season 4 of our F125 Cadillac career mode. Yes, we return this weekend here to the Azerbaijan Grand Prix out in the Baku city streets. Of course, if you missed out on the video that went live at the start of the week from Monza, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. A late race fight between myself and Charles Leclerc, a resurgent Monegasque man in front of the Tifosi, and it came right right down to the wire as we made the run to the checkered flag. Like I said, go back, check it out, because there will be spoilers in just a second. But yeah, returning though this weekend to Azerbaijan, of course. I made that video yesterday talking about why my team kind of really hasn't worked inside F1 25, and I briefly mentioned obviously in that video that we were probably going to be ending the series after Season 4. That being said, if we don't win the championship, then I will have to keep it going until we do. But Nico Hülkenberg has decided that he's going to be at the end of his time in Formula 1. So big shame to see, obviously, for the Audi driver, of course. That team is finally starting to pick up some steam towards the end of this campaign. Lando Norris as well has accepted an offer from Ferrari. We were talking to him earlier on this year, but that was kind of mainly a backup if I couldn't hire Charles Leclerc. I'm sure even if I do finish this career mode at the end of this season, I will still kind of take a look as to what the future of F1 looks like afterwards as well there. But taking a look then at our World Championship standings, currently we are, I believe, 19 points clear of Charles Leclerc. I completely forgot where I'm meant to be going to actually take a look at this one. There we go, down in results. Yeah, 19 clear of Charles Leclerc after he took the victory last weekend out in Monza. Oscar Piastri, though, of course, now ahead of Lando Norris by virtue of the Ferrari driver's second non-point scoring result in the last 3 Grand Prix, which also means now that we have got a 28-point buffer in the Constructors' Championship. 5 races, 2 sprints still to go this campaign. Basically exactly the same scenario as Max Verstappen is in IRL. Let's just get on with it though here in Baku. This is often a very good track for the AI. Fingers crossed we can keep out of trouble. Leave a like, get yourself subscribed. We're getting very close to 150,000 subs as well. And if you want early access to these videos, you can click the join button down below. But yeah, let's return to Baku.
And a warm welcome here ahead of qualifying for the Azerbaijan Grand Prix. Normally these streets are lined with vehicles, it's non-stop traffic jams, but today the roads are closed to everyone except the 20 best drivers in the world. It's time for qualifying for the Azerbaijan Grand Prix.
Well, we have really got to hope this weekend that I don't do an Oscar Piastri as the championship battle continues to heat up. We cannot falter under the pressure. That being said, I need to make sure Oscar Piastri doesn't do an Oscar Piastri in the second car as well. Of course, heading straight out then for Q1. Hopefully, it's going to be a much less dramatic session than what we saw IRL. It is always a bit of a shame that, you kind of don't get some of those, well, unique characteristics of what makes, some of these tracks very interesting IRL. The big issue for a lot of the drivers around here is always the wind, which, of course, just isn't a factor inside F1 25 there. We did almost put myself in the wall though through turn 2, so hopefully still this run will be enough to get straight to Q2, but I'm going to have to try and nail the rest of it. Car does feel good around this track, but of course, a car feeling good and actually being good are two very different things, it feels like, inside this series. So often now, so I feel like we're doing some really good times, and then Leclerc and Ferrari just find a bit more, as again, just brushing up against the barrier there. That's not ideal. Picked up a tiny bit of front wing damage. It shouldn't be enough to really cost us. Just trying to keep the car right on the limit of grip and adhesion. Jack Doohan currently 115 through the second split. I believe Leclerc's at a 135 overall. This is definitely a track, though, where times spread out quite a lot. So there you go, Lando Norris just goes a little bit quicker up at the front of the board. 1.4 seconds up, though, on Doohan there. Is again making a little mistake through those final couple of corners, but hopefully this is still going to be, a low 36, maybe a high 35. Just trying to drain some battery on the run back towards the start-finish line then. How much can you get away with? As we just see it slowly trickling down towards 0. I think we're going to be good, but only a 36.9 there. We end up 10th after the first runs. With Oscar Piastri only down in about P7 as well right now. I'm going to head back out towards the end of the session. We're down to P11, and honestly, I just don't fancy risking it. If someone else is able to get a good run in, maybe get some slipstream, I don't want to be on the back foot here. The worst thing that could possibly happen is that we go out in Q1 then. Also, just gives me another opportunity to hopefully try and get my eye in a bit more, because there was definitely at least a second left on the table from that first run. And you immediately just see through there, get the line right. Half a second up by the exit of turn 2. Just waiting to see if when others cross the timing beam then, are we going to need this lap or should we be safe still? We're down to P13 overall, but there are still a lot of cars coming through. So of course we'll get an idea as to whether we need to do this run or not. I think we're good actually. I think we're going to make it through anyway. But I'm far enough in now that we may as well try and finish this lap. But there we go then, just tidying up the run a little bit more and nearly 3/4 of a second up. By the time we are back round towards the start-finish line, I think I've used a little bit too much battery too early here. No, we're going to be good on the run to the flag. Just get down to 0 as we cross the line. 36.3 though, we go P9 in the end. And there we go then, Ferrari, that is a statement of intent in Q1 there. 35.2 and a 35.6. Pierre Gasly, their closest competitor, on a 35.9. We end up then down in P9, just slower than Oscar Piastri. There's Hulkenberg, brilliant effort in that Audi. Of course, he's basically now on a 5-race kind of fun tour towards the end of his Formula 1 campaign. Jack Crawford, Ollie Behrman, Paul Aaron, Lance Stroll, Tim Tramnitz and Jack Doohan all out in Q1. Both Alpines, a Sauber, an Aston Martin, a V-Carb and a Haas. So this seems to be a bit of a mix-up this weekend. Well, back out then into Q2. I'm really hoping we can try and make it into Q3 on just a single run here, as we'll try and use a bit of ERS and DRS on the run back towards the start-finish line. It's obviously not a long run in towards turn 1 there, but it is still critical that you get the car, you know, as much speed as you possibly can up over that start-finish line. It's really struggling just a little bit with locking up, and, you know, you need to have confidence on the brakes around this circuit as well. We've definitely got a car that is quick enough and capable of making it into Q3, but of course the real question is, can we get it hooked up, and just how quick will Ferrari be this weekend as well? There is all sliding up against the wall through turn 4 and turn 5. Try and really get the car rotated through there. It can be so tricky. Just getting a little bit of wheel spin on corner exit as well. Easy does it. Easy does it. I'm trying not to overstep the mark, but I'm also trying not to leave time on the table there as leaving the car in 4th gear as we make our way through the castle. Again, just a little snap of oversteer on the exit there. It's all just eating away at the time. And I just get the sense that Ferrari is perfectly set up this weekend so that Leclerc and Norris can have a maximum attack effort. Of course, yeah, I wouldn't be too disappointed, I guess, if Norris won this weekend, because he isn't really a championship threat anymore. Obviously, it's only a matter of time before Norris and Piastri probably get knocked out of the Drivers' Championship fight. Then again, I think we all said that about Verstappen at IRL this year, didn't we? And it looks like he is obviously weaseling his way back in towards the end of the campaign. What is this lap going to be? It's going to be a big improvement. We go P2 in the end. And look at that, Piastri and myself have now split the Ferraris. And there we go then, both Ferraris, both Cadillacs, both McLarens. The Red Bull of Antonelli, George Russell and both Williams actually making it into Q3 then. So Williams so far, they barely made it out of Q1. Now they've barely made it into Q3 as well then. Nicholas Solov in his all-favourite P11, just ahead of Esteban Ocon and Pierre Gasly. Bit disappointed for Hulkenberg, a lot slower than he went in Q1. I was hoping that maybe we could see Audi try and score some more points. But look at that then, your top 3 covered by 1/10 of a second. It is game on as we head into Q3. And there we go then, Piastri has immediately put down a gauntlet of a 1:35.2. But how much more will everybody find here? Is a 1:34 lap time going to be possible around this circuit? Only time will tell. I seem to be running a bit more downforce than the AI here. We are gaining a lot of speed through the middle sector, but definitely struggling through Sector 1 and Sector 3 a little bit more, which just means we need to be even braver with it through these first couple of corners there. Try and find back the time that obviously we're losing a little bit of for free down the straight. So Leclerc, there you go, a 1:34.7. So that is going to be a very, very difficult lap time to try and match around this circuit, but we will give it my best shot there. Careful not to hit the wall through turn 3. Just trying to maximise the track width as best as we can. They get up over those curbs where you can, but avoid the ones that will just kind of throw the car around there, locking the rears slightly as we try and get the bite through the front. You can just see there, yeah, really trying to pivot the car around in all of the right places, or a little bit late on the brakes. You can't really attack that curve through there. And then leave the car in 4th gear through the castle.
Are you okay? That was a nasty hit. Turn the engine off and wait for the marshals.
I am stupid. I am stupid. It's the only way that we can describe that moment, as we are into the wall and out of qualifying for the Azerbaijan Grand Prix there. Left it in 4th gear on the way in, just tipped it in too early, hit the inside wall. That threw us into the outside wall. I am a complete moron, and we have now got it all to do as we head into the race. Well, there we go then. Charles Leclerc improved even more on his second run to get into a 1:34.5 there. I've said it before, I'll say it again. The lap times this season are utterly ludicrous. Oscar Piastri, though, down into the 1:34s as well. He will split the Ferraris ready for the Grand Prix. In fact, George Russell actually went quicker than Lando Norris as well there. Antonelli just ahead of Colapinto. Both McLarens in 7th and 8th ahead of Pepe Marti and myself. But with Leclerc on pole and us down in P10, we've got it all to do as we head into this race today. I'm just going to double check if there's any kind of engine components that are worn out quite a lot, because then I could gamble and start from the rear of the field.
A warm welcome to you all at home for today's Azerbaijan Grand Prix, a race that in its short history has already proven no stranger to drama, and where a 4th row start is just about as likely to give you a podium as pole position, with Lance Stroll and Sergio Perez finishing 3rd from there in 2017 and 2018 respectively. Baku's city circuit then. It's an unpredictable 3.7-mile track around the streets of the Azerbaijan capital. 20 turns for our drivers to navigate today, including the infamous Turn 8, one of the tightest and most challenging corners of the season. Before we begin, let's take a quick look at the grid lineup for today's race. Charles Leclerc lines up on pole position, and Oscar Piastri completes the front row. Looking at the rest of today's grid, we have Russell, Norris, Andrea Kimi Antonelli, and Colapinto, Tsunoda, Sainz, Pepe Marti, and Isaac Hadjar, Soloff, Ocon, Pierre Gasly, and Bortoletto, O'Sullivan, Hulkenberg, Jack Crawford, and Ollie Behrman, Aaron, Stroll, Tremnitz, and Jack Doohan rounds off the grid. And now it's time to head down to the track.
Well, this has got to be a weekend of damage limitation. I knew we were going to struggle here, but we have got a couple of tracks I like coming up. Singapore next time out is normally a good race for us, but you never know what might happen around Marina Bay. I think, honestly, if we can leave here today still with that championship lead intact, that is going to be the big goal, to be honest. The team wants to start on hards. I know if I keep it tidy, they can go basically the entire race if I wanted them to as well. So let's just see how we get on down in towards turn 1. Pretty much everybody on the hard compound tyre. It's 5 red lights. And the Azerbaijan Grand Prix is go, go, go then. We're just going to try and hug the inside line in towards turn 1. Make sure that we stay out of trouble there as we will have a look to the inside of Pepe Marti in that Williams. Franco Colapinto immediately trying to attack Andrea Kimi Antonelli in through turn 2 there as well. Pepe Marti actually wanted to turn in on me slightly as those MasterCard McLaren cars having a bit of a wheel-to-wheels battle. But already Leclerc then trying to break free at the front as Piastri locked into a battle with George Russell there. All Norris slapping the inside wall as well. Got a little bit pinched there as luckily Tsunoda will give me just about enough room, and I will try to return in kind there. He bobbles out over the curb, but we have gained a couple of places then off the start of this race there, so that is really, really important. It's already Charles Leclerc trying to check out up at the front of the order. Let's not forget, we obviously have still got the Constructors' Championship battle as well going on, so Ferrari know they need big points in that fight today. And obviously early on, we're really going to try and rely on Oscar Piastri there as well. Antonelli, it's a big moment up through the top of the Old Town, and maybe we can now try and get a bit of a run on Carlos Sainz then. This is often where we've been quick throughout the entirety of the weekend so far, but yeah, certainly not going to try and have a look for a move down the inside there. We might be able to try and have a look down the inside here though, as Sainz covers that one off, clearly listening to my commentary there and tries to defend, but can't do anything with it, as we've gained 3 places then on this opening lap there. Both MasterCard McLarens and the Williams of Pepe Marti have been disposed of. Russell, though, has found a way past our teammate. And I'm trying to do the maths. I'm pretty certain if this race finished exactly where we are, not anymore. Oh, that's late on the brakes. Yeah, if we finish in P7 and Leclerc wins, we will head to Singapore tied in the World Championship. As here we go, Colapinto and Antonelli there, wheel to wheel out of turn 1. Are we going to be able to try and get a run? We've got to try and capitalise nice and early on in this race there, as Antonelli really struggling to the inside of the Red Bull. Just make sure we keep it there. Again, he gives me a squeeze, but we are through. Well, coming to the end then of lap 2. Looks like Piastri has been able to find a way back around George Russell here. And we are hopefully going to be able to try and make a move on Franco Colapinto. I've got very little battery though, so we might already be a little bit on the back foot. Let's look at that, Leclerc on 1:38.8. That's the kind of time you would expect to see in qualifying earlier on in this career mode. Again, just goes to show how ludicrously quick these Formula 1 cars are inside this series. But Piastri then seems to have been able to get away from Russell a little bit, so I wonder if the Mercedes man is just struggling through the early laps here, as I want to try and get past Colapinto before we head into the section of the circuit that I really love. Someone's had a big lock-up just in front there, as we will make sure we give the Argentinians some room. And there we go then, up into P5. As opening couple of laps go, this one's been pretty good for us. Right, come on then, this time around we are definitely tucked up in the range of George Russell, so we should be able to get a bit of free time back and just charge up the pack here. This really does feel like kind of a proper strategic Formula 1 race, and well, it is nice obviously when you kind of get these elements inside the game. Baku doesn't feel like a circuit either where the AI have too much battery. It does feel fairly well balanced. It is just a circuit they are very good at, because of course they don't make mistakes, or when they do they normally just spin. But yeah, I mean, you can see your top 3 now all fairly evenly spread. Also appreciate just how much of a gap I've built up over the cars behind, but yeah, I want to make sure that I've got an entire charge of battery when I go past George. That way I can try and basically use him to slingshot myself to the back of Lando. I think if we can try and get a run then on George down in towards turn 3, then we've got to take it at the moment, because I should be able to get him out of the range by the time we get back around towards the start-finish line there. A little bit of wheel spin off the corner, but fair play to Russell. He's done a pretty good job so far keeping in touch with your top guys. It's a big moment there as George didn't want to give it up. He will slide down the wall slightly, but up then into P4, which was sensibly, I was kind of hoping the worst position we would finish inside this race.
Okay, gap to the car ahead, 2.3 seconds.
Nice and easy through the exit there as we're trying to bring down that gap to Lando Norris as quickly as I possibly can. I mean, this section of the circuit, that little bit of extra wing we've got to try and use it to make sure we are in the range. But obviously the time we get round to the part of the circuit where all of my wing completely screws us over, and look at that. We are taking a fair bit of time out of Lando here as we try and get through the old town nice, clean and tidy, but also quickly and through that horrible left-hander. There we go. We are inside the range now, Lando Norris, so this has worked out beautifully for us. Just trying to play the strategy game, being a bit game smart on F125, and as long as we're inside the range, I'm not too worried about trying to go for a move on Norris out of those final couple of corners. But suddenly now we are up in a podium contention, and I put 2 seconds on George Russell in a sector. That's pretty good going. But as we get to half distance then in this Grand Prix, it did feel like for a few laps here that Lando Norris had the speed over Oscar Piastri, but our teammate now seems to have switched the afterburners on towards the end of this stint. I mean, when do we pit? Do I gamble it? Do we try and go for a bit of a Hail Mary here and see if we can claim the victory by just waiting, seeing if we end up with a mechanical failure for one of the AI or something like that?
On the car in front. Try to keep up this momentum.
Well, I wasn't actually trying to have a look around the outside of Lando Norris down in towards turn 1, but I guess we've made the move happen then. And as long as we can hang on through turn 3 there, as he'll try and go for a bit of a dive. But up into the podium places we go. Charles Leclerc 12 seconds up the road. And Lando Norris then immediately almost dropping out of the range. Let's see how much time we can take out of Oscar towards the end of this lap. I think if I'm gonna do like a fairly normal strategy, I probably want to dive in the end of next lap or the end of 16. But yeah, I mean, you could gamble it. These tyres still feel pretty good at this stage. Maybe they're starting to lose a little bit of grip as I try to push on them a little bit more. But either way, we've got Lando out of the range immediately, and that is critical. Well, by the end then of lap 15, we have been taking good time out of Oscar Piastri there and put a bit of a gap between ourselves and Lando Norris as well then, as into the pit lane we will go, or really try to attack on the way in there. That is a very, very scary pit lane to try and get right, but Norris into the pit lane. George Russell is going to stay out there for another lap, but we shouldn't hopefully come under any pressure from Lando here, and maybe the undercut can bring us a bit closer to our teammate as well. 2.5 second stop, that's not bad going.
Fantastic stop, faster than we were expecting. Up to speed now, let's get some heat into those tyres.
Alright, come on then, back out onto the circuit. Now we've got to try and work this undercut on our teammate. If we could get P2 here, that is honestly much better than I expected coming into the weekend. But this is exactly what we've got to try and do. Dig deep and get big results, even when we're not expecting them. So there we go, you can just see how worthwhile it was taking this pit stop slightly early, as Oscar Piastri then into the pit lane. I'm sure Leclerc will come through, as well as George Russell. So, yeah, I mean, we've taken good time out of Charles so far on this. Oh, sorry, out of Oscar even on this lap. But I've just got to make sure that I keep Lando Norris out of the range for as long as possible as well, then, as Leclerc making his way back out of the pit lane. Are we going to get the jump on Piastri? It is going to be close by the time he comes out on pit exit there. And we're going to be wheel to wheel with our teammate out through turn 1 and turn 2 there, as we're taking a good 4 seconds out of Leclerc as well at this stage of the day. So let's see then, we can try and get a run on our teammate Piastri down in towards turn 3. Not quite going to there. But yeah, I mean, Lando Norris, he's definitely the big winner of finally being able to pit, because he looks rapid on that fresh set of mediums. Let's just see if we can try and keep up with Piastri and maybe act as a bit of a rear gunner. Although obviously we need P2 in this race as best as we can. We want to make sure that we lose out as a team as few points as possible against that Ferrari.
Okay, we're boxing this lap. Give us the best in lap you can.
Sorry? Okay, well, apparently Mark then is on a very different wavelength to me, because I've got no intention of pitting again before the end of this race. I mean, even if we did, we would at worst probably finish P5 in this race. Such has been the dominance of your big two teams and George Russell this afternoon. But yeah, just monitoring this gap to Oscar Piastri. We're not losing out too much anymore.
Don't need to worry about the tyre condition for now. Everything's looking good.
Yeah, wonderful. I really am just trying to manage this tyre towards the end. Make sure that obviously if there's an opportunity right towards the checkered flag, then we try and take it. As long as we can keep him kind of less than 3 seconds up the road. We know obviously we gain loads through this middle sector. But it will come down to the last lap. Oh, we've got yellows, we've got yellows. Who's that struggling towards the end? It's Norris! Lando Norris, I think he's just gone round. Could this be a late race safety car or something, anything, towards the end of the race? No, Norris has been able to keep it going there, but it does mean George Russell now will inherit P4 temporarily, and it means that there is no pressure from the Ferrari man behind. But Lando Norris, he's had such a terrible spell of races recently. Just, I think, is all but checked out once again. Another year down at Ferrari, where Norris maybe doesn't feel like he's getting equal treatment, but just cannot keep up with Leclerc. Surely this time around then we're going to be in the range of Oscar Piastri with one more lap to go. We've been pretty good together so far this year. There's been no real rivalry, no real beef. Oscar just knows he hasn't really quite delivered what he should have. And if there's an opportunity for him today to try and outscore us, then I'm sure he is going to try and take it. 3/4 of a second back, though, as we cross that DRS detection point. But I'll be honest, I'm not sure, even with a load of battery, if I'll even get the run on him on this final lap. As long as I stay in the range, though, should be able to close in through that middle sector. And looks like, yeah, we will be able to keep within 1 second through turn 1 and turn 2. But like I mentioned, I think Charles Leclerc, to be honest, hindsight is a beautiful thing. And maybe, obviously, if we qualified at the front, I might have been able to stay closer to him. But I don't think I would have been able to find the time required to try and keep up with the Ferrari man. And once again, just looks like Charles Leclerc and that Ferrari team, as we've seen so often before inside this game, just turning it up to 11 towards the end of the campaign. And nobody else usually is able to maintain the pressure against them. Can us down at Cadillac, can we try and do something different this year? Could Isaac Hadjar join Alain Prost as the only French Formula 1 world champions. That is also what is at stake towards the end of the campaign, but just trying to be gentle with her as we tip the car up through the middle sector. I've got to make sure I've got enough battery as possible. Ready for that run back around towards the start-finish line here. Will Oscar Piastri play the team game? Will we have to try and do this all on my own? So I just see there really attack the curbing as we make our way down the hill. We need a good run through these final couple of corners there. Oh, a little snap of oversteer. We'll try and drain a bit of battery through the opening part, but then try and rely on the slipstream. Charles Leclerc, he will win the Azerbaijan Grand Prix. It is going to be both Cadillacs on the podium, but what order are they going to be in? I think Oscar Piastri is going to have enough on the run to the line. We drain everything we've got. It is not enough. It is only P3.
Charles Leclerc, what a drive, what a victory. He wins.
And that's 2 wins in a row now. It's the start of potentially something special, but they can't get ahead of themselves just yet. It's a long way to go.
It's what they've all been racing towards, waiting for them. High above the pit lane is our podium. And for the lucky 3, it's time to stand on it. And who gets to take the top step of the podium? Yes, it is I, Leclerc. Charles Leclerc on top.
Well, there we go then. I think those best laps should probably give you an idea as to the speed Leclerc had this afternoon. His personal best was over a second quicker than anything I managed today. And let's not forget, he never had DRS because he led, I think, basically from lights to flag this afternoon. Oscar Piastri will come through for P2, and if we lose this World Championship now by 3 points, don't think it'd be fair to blame Oscar, but it would have been nice if he'd worked a bit more as a team towards the end. George Russell hangs on ahead of Norris to finish in P4 there, so a brilliant drive for the Mercedes man, and helps us out down at Cadillac as well. Should mean that we've only lost 2 points against Ferrari in the Constructors' Championship. Andrea, Kimi Antonelli, Gasly, Carlos Sainz, Bortoletto and Colapinto rounding out your top 10, so yeah, a few drivers there able to get some good drives going, and Hulkenberg as well narrowly misses out from P16 as well. What does this do, though, to our World Championship table? If we just take a quick look, well, the gap at the top now down to just 9 points between myself and Charlie Boy. Oscar Piastri 68 back. I think there's still 116 available, so Carlos Sainz now is mathematically out of the Drivers' World Championship. It can only be won by a Ferrari or a Cadillac here. Constructors-wise, we've still got a 26-point buffer, so we've got a little bit more safety in that championship. As you can see, McLaren still ahead of Red Bull and Mercedes. That battle, I think, is going to rage on right towards the end of the season. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns to Marina Bay for the Singapore Grand Prix. Hello everyone, and welcome back to a brand new video, and welcome to round 13 of Season 4 of our F125 Cadillac Career Mode. Yes, we return this weekend here to the Marina Bay Street Circuit out in Singapore. Of course, if you missed out on the video that went live a few days ago from Baku, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. It's safe to say with 4 races and 2 sprints, things are really heating up at the top of the championship. We have just a 9-point buffer ahead of Charles Leclerc after he dominated out in Azerbaijan. Lando Norris, though, luckily made another mistake late on in the campaign, which means we've still got a 26-point buffer ahead of Ferrari. 4 drivers now are mathematically within a shot of the Drivers' Championship. Carlos Sainz is now out of it, so it will either be a Ferrari or a Cadillac that wins this title. let's be fair, though. I think our money is going to be on either Isaac Hadjar or Charles Leclerc here. But a decent recovery drive after a bad mistake out in Baku. We finished P3. It could have been P2, but Piastri tried to defend it to the checkered flag. And that now means here we haven't won a race since Belgium 4 races ago. So we're on a bit of a dry spell as we get towards the end of the season. Of course, if you're new and you're not already, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed to the channel. We are very, very close to 150,000 subs at the time of recording as well. If you want early access to all these videos as well, you can click the join button down below for just £1 a month. Like I said, you get early access, a couple of other extra perks, and you help support the work we're doing here as well. But yeah, without further ado though, let's return to Singapore. Hopefully we can get a good weekend.
As night falls in Singapore, the track starts to warm up, and it'll be red hot by the time we find out who's on pole for tomorrow's race. Time to set the grid then. Welcome along to qualifying here in Singapore.
Well, with a rain-soaked Friday night here from Marina Bay, it means we head into qualifying when nobody's really got much confidence in what kind of grip there's going to be around the circuit. So it is going to be a bit of a trial by fire for every single driver up and down the field. You know, where can you push? Where might you have to be a little bit more careful over the course of this session? But everybody knows as well, if you want to get pole position, you've got to be on maximum attack. Ferrari took pole last weekend. We took pole though out at Monza, so it does seem to be that kind of the pace and the momentum will swing to one extreme or the other so far this season. Of course, this was spiritually the heart of our championship collapse last season. A late race error ultimately cost us big points, which could have kept us in the title fight a little bit longer. That being said, in the final few races, we wouldn't have done enough anyway, even if we'd had a pretty good result here to stay in that championship battle. And of course, Lando Norris also retiring from that race, binning it over the Anderson Bridge in the Grand Prix, which almost put us back into the fight. So yeah, it's certainly high stakes. This can be a turning point in a World Championship with just a few races to go. There's purple through Sector 1, purple through Sector 2. This is exactly what we need at the moment. Obviously still running very, very high wing around this track, but I think we're going to see lap times kind of, whoa, down in the 25s, or 26s, sorry, is a huge snap through the final corner. We may as well try and finish the lap anyway, as that was not ideal. And maybe just overstepping the mark slightly. We still go second, despite that huge moment. Well, there we go then. That should serve as a huge warning for all of our competitors up and down the grid then. Huge snap of oversteer down through those final couple of corners, and we still end up going second fastest in Q1 there. Gasly at the top of the board. Mercedes, just like we saw IRL, look to be very, very quick here. But Ferrari, 12th and 13th spot there. They make it through into Q2. That's kind of all that really matters. But could this be a weekend where their pace really begins to struggle? Both VCarbs, both Haas, Stroll and Colapinto out in Q1. But I think the fight to make it into Q3 is going to be incredibly tight. Well, I reckon if we absolutely nail this then, a 124, that's the target around Marina Bay this evening. Let's just see how close we're going to be able to get to that there as tip the car through the final corner and get the power down on the run towards that start-finish line there. Of course, you get a nice run in towards Turn 1 before you immediately met by this first kind of triple chicane, if you will. Does tighten up on the exit, so you have got to be very, very careful there. Obviously, last weekend, probably the first time in quite a while that Charles Leclerc and I didn't come to blows, mainly because I never really saw him throughout the entirety of that Grand Prix. But will we see tempers flare once more around Marina Bay tonight? I'm really just trying to go out there and push, because I want to make sure that we are up towards the limit of what this car is capable of. I believe it's McLaren's now that have gone fastest in Q2, and that will either help or hinder us if McLaren, Mercedes and Red Bull are going to be in the fight towards the end of the year. Again, kind of similar to what we've seen IRL with McLaren and Ferrari. Now, obviously, sorry, Mercedes and Ferrari even getting back in towards the fight between Verstappen and the McLaren drivers as well there. It was purple through Sector 1, purple through Sector 2. I'll just give myself one more click of front brake bias here. Don't normally like to try and change things up during a qualifying run. But I think we're just struggling with rear locking slightly still. just hear the car trying to break free in a few places. There we go, that's the line I need. Oh, through those final couple of corners, very close to the wall as we make our way in towards the final turn. And it is going to be a 124.4 straight to the top of the pile. And maybe a 123 is possible. Well, there we go then. If Q1 was a warning shot, that was an absolute round of ammunition against all of our rivals there. 124.4, 1.1 seconds clear of Charles Leclerc there. Both Ferraris, both Cadillacs, both McLarens, both Audis, staggeringly, all make it into Q3 then, alongside Esteban Ocon and George Russell. So, yeah, Pierre Gasly, fastest in Q1, 12th. Come the end of Q2 there, so big disappointment for him alongside Andrea Kimi Antonelli. But yeah, very, very fine margins there. I mean, from Hulkenberg down to Antonelli, covered by barely a tenth of a second. Those are the fine margins to make Q3. We were 2.7 seconds clear. Well, this is a circuit where the grip ramps up. There is more and more pace as you make your way through the sessions. As obviously more cars go around and put more rubber into the circuit. So let's just see, can we try and get in towards those 123s in Q3 then? I mean, it is kind of odd the way that on 110 AI, as the cars get more and more upgraded, the AI either become more OP or worse inside this game. Not in a million years should someone with my skill level be over a second faster than anybody else by the end of a qualifying session. That being said, though, I mean, we've seen Leclerc ramp up the pace quite a lot. He found near enough a second between Q2 and Q3 in Baku. But can we do the same? Again, purple through, well, Sector 1 there as... Oh, no, that's not good. We'll go for a bit of a pirouette. Luckily, we keep it out the wall. Don't do any damage to the car. And hopefully, we should have enough fuel to kind of limp round and go again. Well, that's not an ideal way to kickstart our Q3 session. But that being said, better than we managed in Baku. Immediately putting it in the wall. Only 5 minutes left on the clock, though. So this is potentially going to be our one and only run here in Q3. We've kind of got to decide as to whether we want this lap to be the one that counts, or whether I dive it in and try and put it all on the line towards the end of the session. So fairly tidy out of those first couple of corners, despite the fact my last lap's invalidated and about 13-14 seconds off the pace. We've still got a delta then, as we make our way out onto the Raffles Boulevard here. So, I mean, we need to be kind of at least 15 seconds up, don't we, on that 141, but it's kind of that horrible thing of, do you risk it all on that final run? I mean, still the back end of the car, or trying to step out there, so, really trying to find the limit.
One lap of fuel remaining.
So the Delta is still coming to us. Of course, I did have to recharge the pack and everything else there, but purple again through Sector 1 though, so we've definitely got the speed. It's whether these tyres can hang on right towards the end of a run there. Oh, nice and tidy. Get the power down off the exit, the Anderson Bridge. Shortest run down in towards that next corner as we have purple Sector 1, purple Sector 2. 1.3 seconds up on Carlos Sainz though, and that would only be a 124.9 at the moment. So I'm not convinced this run is going to be the one that we try and get locked in. We are only 16 seconds up. This would not be a big enough improvement for us. This is a huge gamble towards the end of qualifying. We should still obviously be able to get the Delta down, I hope, with a bit of luck. No, the Delta is going to disappear then. But yeah, a big gamble towards the end of qualifying. As I don't know whether that time now, like a 132, has gone on the board. But this is all going to come down to one shot. Well, here we go then. The pressure is on. This is where World Championships can be won and lost. Can we find anything more towards the end of qualifying to try and put this car up at the front of the field there through the final corner? Make sure we use a little bit of battery up towards the start-finish line. I have still got a Delta, but I don't know if that's my first run or the second one. We said a 123 was going to be doable here. I don't even know what times the AI have set. Will we see any improvements by anybody else right towards the end of qualifying? Let's just take the car in nice and tidy. Don't take too much risk too early in the lap. Of course, we've got to make sure that we keep hold of these tyres so they've got the speed right towards the end of it. Purple through Sector 1 then, as we just try and maximise the curb usage up through the end of that back straight. And then just rotate the car nice and tidy. Oh, a little bit of understeer there. Luckily, a bit of oversteer on the exit kept me away from the barrier. And then down into what used to be the Singapore Sling. Really attacked the curb through the first part. attack the curbs through the second and through the third, and then try to make sure that over the exit, the Anderson Bridge, we've got the car straight and true. Roll on that throttle on the exit, activate the DRS once again, and so far this lap does seem to be coming together. Purple sector 1, purple in sector 2, and the delta is still looking pretty good at the moment, but is it going to be good enough here as we run our way down in towards the final couple of corners, braking about 80 meters out, attack the first curve, attack the second one, get right up against the wall through the exit, deactivate the ERS. Oh, we take a lot of curb there through the final corner. 123.8 right at the last. We have done it. P1. The real question is by how much? Well, I thought we were going to be on for pole position. I wasn't expecting it to be pole position by 2 seconds ahead of Lando Norris there. That has got to be one of the most dominant qualifying runs I think I've ever seen inside this game. Charles Leclerc will line up third, just ahead of Esteban Ocon. Oscar Piastri, 2.25 seconds slower than his teammate. Why do the AI suck so badly at Singapore, especially in qualifying trim? That's ridiculous.
Marina Bay hosted a Grand Prix that briefly ran in the 60s and 70s, but the Garden City re-entered the calendar for good in 2008. We missed it for a couple of years, but it was great to come back to the Singapore Grand Prix. And here's our track, 4.94 kilometers long, and overtaking chances into the first corner, into turn 14 at the end of the Esplanade, and now into turn 16 in the newly reprofiled sector that we first ran on in 2023. Still though, it's punishing and tough on the brakes, and the heat and humidity will take an effect on our drivers. Off the back of a fantastic qualifying session, it's time to see how our starting grid looks like for today's race. Isaac Hadjar lines up on pole position, edging out Lando Norris, who'll start from P2. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Leclerc, Ocon, Yuki Tsunoda, and Piastri, Sainz, Hülkenberg, Russell, and Tim Tramnitz, Doohan, Gasly, Andrea Kimi Antonelli and Behrman, Bortoletto, Pepe Marti, Franco Colapinto and Lance Stroll, Crawford, Aaron, Soloff and Zach O'Sullivan rounds off the grid. It's almost time for the lights to go out, so let's head down to the track where preparations are underway.
Well, a dominant pole lap yesterday surely gives us confidence as we head into race day Sunday here. 31 laps ahead of us around this Marina Bay circuit. And I think, yeah, we're going to start on the hards once again. It worked well in Baku. It allowed us to fight our way up through the field towards the end of the GP. So let's see what we can do today then. Myself and the Ferraris have gone with the same plan. It is 5 red lights here in Singapore. Oh, I almost jumped the start there and we hesitate in the end, and that's going to give Norris a bit of an opportunity. Charles Leclerc trying to look down the outside in towards turn 1. Ocon having a look to the inside there through that first corner, so getting the elbows out immediately is the Red Bull driver there. Had a bit of a torrid time out in Baku last weekend, as can we try and keep the nose there? Oh, Ocon, I cannot afford to risk it this early on in the Grand Prix. We know we've got some good pace. But already then, Charles Leclerc now trying to look side by side with us. Down the Raffles Boulevard we go. Can we try and keep it alongside the Ferrari? Oh, he does give me the room. And he will run himself a little bit wide off the exit the corner there. So it was one Ferrari and a Red Bull scamper away. The two championship favourites, wheel to wheel. Or down in through Sector 2 there. Just trying to make sure that we give each other good racing respect. We've had quite a few instances of contact this season. So we're hoping we can try and get away without one today. The result, Leclerc runs himself wide. Has not got the grip through the old Singapore sling there. And now Tsunoda trying to make a way by as well then. So both of your championship protagonists losing 2 places on this opening lap there. But Norris already 3 seconds up the road as we come towards the end of lap 1. It goes to show just how much time you can lose battling with other cars early on in this race. It's a shame Piastri hasn't made any progress. He's still down in P6. Let's not forget, I do still need him to deliver for the Constructors' Championship. Norris knows if he wants to try and drag this mathematical fight out another weekend, he basically needs to win tonight. And he will immediately kickstart with the fastest lap of the day because he's the first car to start lap 2. Oh no, come on. That's a really annoying mistake to make early on. This car is quick, but we are not particularly consistent with it early on then. So we saw a couple of errors coming out in qualifying yesterday. And now we're going to immediately let Charles Leclerc and Yuki Tsunoda by as well then. So yeah, I think just the way you kind of have to set up the car around this venue, you've kind of always got it right on a tightrope. This is kind of why I was hoping to use the harder tyre early, so that we could try and ease the car into the race and have a bit more grip towards the end. But if we make mistakes like that, it won't do us any favours. There's Piastri down in P7 at the moment. I'd hate to do the maths to work out how many points Ferrari would gain on us if the race ended like this. But I can't help but feel like it probably won't there. It's trying to do the old up and under over the Anderson Bridge. Oh, you can see Leclerc trying to move across me there to defend the position. And again, we're going to be wheel to wheel with the Monegasque man. Not able to make it happen there. Can we get a run off the exit though? Oh, we'll try and do the old up and under again on him, as Leclerc barely gives me the room on the exit. I just don't think he was expecting me to go that side of him. But again, Charles down the inside there. I think he was willing to actually give me some room around the outside, as we are trying to rebuild our racing with the Monegasque man. But I mean, look at the downforce we've got through this final corner. We have seen it so many times this year. When we head to these high downforce circuits, this Cadillac comes alive. That is definitely Ferrari's big weakness. But if we only make one little mistake quite early on in the race, at least, it gives us a lot of time to obviously try and fight our way back through then, as the MasterCard McLaren of Yuki Tsunoda just in front of me. Of course, not his home Grand Prix. Did we run Suzuka this season? I feel like we ran Suzuka earlier on this year. Otherwise, it's probably one of the closest races to Yuki Tsunoda to Japan. Oh, just there, got a little wash of understeer from the back of that McLaren car once again. But down the Raffles Boulevard, over 200 miles an hour here. So we've got yellows out. That seems to be a car behind us. That's a Red Bull. That must be Andrea Kimi Antonelli then. We'd had a very, very good start in this race. Again, quite a few places. But out then, very early on. A safety car now would probably put a bit of a twist in the tail. But I think we're going to get away without it. Well, if there ever was an advantage to the medium tyre inside this game around this track, I think it would already be starting to fade away then. I don't know what it is, but in one of the patches for this game, they basically made the hard tyre just completely OP. After about 4 laps around most venues, it just becomes the tyre you want to use inside this game. So it explains, yeah, why Lando Norris, why Charles Leclerc and myself obviously keep opting for it. I mean, it doesn't help off a launch. It can make the first couple of laps a little bit sketchy. So maybe I wouldn't recommend using it at Monaco to kickstart a Grand Prix very often. But other than that, yeah, it is absolutely fantastic to use. As you can already see, I mean, I know we've got a quicker car than Esteban Ocon anyway. But Lando Norris now is pulling away from the Red Bull man, as hopefully we're going to be able to try and pull past the Red Bull man out onto the Raffles Boulevard there. I mean, you can just see how early we're able to get on the throttle. What? Which way are you going, Esteban? Come on, man. You can't just keep wiggling around there, hoping that I just back out of it. So, yeah, just getting a little bit flustered by that defense. He kind of tried to hold the line, then tried to go defensive, and then tried to hold the line again. That was a little bit sketchy. Luckily, I had the brake covered, that we didn't go over the top of him. Well, let's try that again then against Esteban Ocon here. I mean, you've really got to line up the run all the way from that first corner there. Just make sure you try and get a bit of clear air over that front wing. Use a little bit of battery out of the corner. Make sure you are right under his gearbox. And then you've just got to be brave. The apex of turn 4 there. A little bit cambered on the inside, as we will make it very obvious to Esteban where I'm going. Give him all the space in the world. And then get the car slowed down in towards that next corner. Oh, for God's sake! Why am I struggling so much with the rear of this Red Bull? This Cadillac today? I mean, it reminds me of when I came here in the Red Bull in the driver career mode a couple of weeks ago, but a second spin of the afternoon. Luckily this time around we didn't really lose a spot from it, but all it's doing is just giving Lando Norris so much room to breathe. Well, we are going to be back inside the range of Esteban Ocon then as we start lap 13, trying to activate that DRS, but I don't think we'll be close enough this time around to really go for anything. No, not a chance. Although we do still have big speed on him by the time we get down towards the end of the back straight. It's really odd, this Cadillac, when we're running basically maxed out wing, it still has got enough speed to fight in a straight line. Obviously, when you're in the DRS, everything like that. But it just seems to be more efficient through the corners, but still kind of maintain good straight line potential. It's really, really odd to kind of describe there. You can definitely see Ocon now beginning to struggle on his medium, sliding around a bit more around this venue. Just want to see if we can try and get past him off the Anderson Bridge. A bit like the AI down at La Rascasse at Monaco. They really, really struggle off of that corner there as Ocon this time around trying to go defensive. We went for the undercut on Leclerc, or the switchback I should say. This time around we'll go right around the outside of the Red Bull and back then up finally into P2 for good. Hopefully now I don't bin it. Oh, there we go. Lando Norris into the pit lane then. So the McLaren man is the first to blink from... Sorry, the Ferrari man even is the first to blink of the hard compound tyre. Sometimes it's difficult when drivers move around so much on these games. I can barely remember who's where between this and the Red Bull Driver Career Mode series. That, of course, is almost coming to its closure at the end of Season 3. But yeah, so Norris is going to come back out then, not in any traffic or anything like that, down in P5. I'm just going to manage, kind of see what his pace is like. I'd rather have, lose a bit more time now and have a bigger advantage towards the end, rather than risk having a smaller advantage and not having enough of an advantage to try and make the move happen. The gap is 21 seconds. Into the pit lane then we will come at the end of this lap. We've taken the tyres just a little bit further than basically anybody else has this afternoon, but dealing with the pain now, well, hopefully will give us a bit of an advantage in these final few laps here. Little bit of a moment as we made our way into the pit lane. But luckily, yeah, able to keep it out of trouble, keep it out of the wall as, yeah, Leclerc, he's basically spent all day so far tucked up behind Yuki Tsunoda, and he is costing him bags of time. Lando Norris out of the final corner, back to P1. So that didn't feel like a particularly good stop, but apparently it was. Not too sure how I feel about that one, as I'll try and make sure we get the limiter disabled. Nice and tidy on pit lane exit there, keep it away from the walls, keep it out of trouble. Lando Norris, the gap 9 seconds. We need a second a lap to the checkered flag. It's not going to be easy, but it's not going to be impossible. This is really an opportunity for redemption for both Lando and myself. This was where both of our championships came undone last year. For Lando, a win will keep him in the fight. A win for us will put us in very good stead. Let's just try and use up all of our battery on this lap just to make sure that we lock down that fastest lap. I know there's not a bonus point for it, but it will send a warning message to Lando Norris just up the road. He ran a 28.5. We are going to run a 27.3. And that lap, we took 1.5 seconds out of him. I mean, like I said, I did use a lot of battery. I probably took a fair bit out of the tyres. But as long as we've done that once now, just realised we've lapped a Haas car.
Okay,
no idea what's happened to them.
Breathing space between you and the car behind by a few seconds a lap. Really good stuff.
Yeah. Never thought I'd be cheering Esteban Ocon on inside this series, but I need him to try and beat out Charles Leclerc today. Or normally inside this game. I don't mind a few theatrics. I don't mind a race potentially coming down to the wire. Obviously makes for good content. That makes for good racing as well, especially with a live commentary, because, it is my live reaction to what is going on towards the end of a Grand Prix. But today, honestly, I don't want to run that risk. I want to try and get past Lando Norris and try to control this race in the dying stages here. Ocon really beginning to struggle, and I was doing the maths in my head earlier on. At one point when Leclerc was down in P5 and we looked like we could win this one, a 15-point swing back in our favour. At the moment, if we can't get round Norris, it could only be a 3-point swing. That's just how dramatically things can shift this season, in a single race, during a single lap so far of this World Championship then. But with just a handful to go, we are finally back in the range of Lando Norris here. Later on in the day, he has had it pretty much all his own way since the start there. Got the lead at turn 1 and has basically controlled things from then on throughout the early stages. I must admit, that Ferrari livery as well looks absolutely incredible under the lights here in Singapore. Not as good as the Cadillac livery, but not too much worse either as well. Through those final couple of corners, just misjudging it slightly there. Use a bit of battery on the exit to try and make sure we keep the speed up, but I know obviously Leclerc's been held up behind some other cars today, but Norris and I have absolutely dominated this race here in Singapore so far. Can I stay close enough out onto the Raffles Boulevard? We've taken a lot out of these tyres up to this point, but I'm sure Norris has been doing the same there. Can we get the run on the Ferrari? Not until we get all the way up into 8th gear there as Norris. Oh, he's going to really try to defend up towards the end of the Raffles Boulevard. Just give me a big old pinch in towards the apex, but I know, oh, we are quick elsewhere. As you can see, Norris, oh, definitely beginning to struggle. Goes defensive in towards that very next corner there. Gives me the room on the exit, as he is really beginning to struggle towards the end of the race there. Definitely not an opportunity, but that might be on the exit of the corner. Side by side we will go. Oh, almost out onto the Anderson Bridge there, as we're still side by side on the exit. Norris will just about get the power down, get confident on the brakes, and hang on to the lead for now then. And of course, where this race completely went undone for him last season, where he keeps the lead this time round. Can we get a run then? Again, with the DRS in towards the final few corners here. Trying to have a look to the outside of the Ferrari once more, as he's just got so much straight line speed in that car there. But we will find the grip around the outside. Norris still trying to go for it, though. Almost puts himself in the wall. And finally, with just 6 laps to go with this Grand Prix, we are back up into P1 then. But I know it will not be easy. I mean, look at that. The Ferrari has just got so much straight line speed. I know we've got the same engine in the back of this car, but that thing just is able to pull off of corners like nothing I've ever seen before inside this game there, weaving this way and that. Just to see if I can try and force another error out of him. Oh, he does make another error. Lando Norris really beginning to struggle then at this stage of the day, as we will just about squeeze ourselves down the inside. I'm going to give him a big old pinch to the apex of the corner there. He has to go early on the brakes around the outside, and hopefully now, for once and for all, we are back into the lead of the Singapore Grand Prix. You can see how much the pressure was getting to Lando, but we have got the gap. And there we go then. I think Lando Norris has probably been told over the radio what the gap is back to Charles Leclerc, as now Charles moves up into 3rd spot again. And I think Lando Norris just wants to bring the car home. I mean, could Ferrari potentially do a late race swapper? Doesn't look like they will at the moment. I mean, Lando would have to lose bags of time in these last few laps, but one weekend, it's a Ferrari win and both Cadillacs on the podium. The next weekend, it looks like it's going to be a Cadillac win and both Ferraris on the podium. So all chopping and changing towards the end of the year. But one thing is still clear. Leclerc and I have just got the extra bit ahead of our teammates. Well, with just 1 lap to go then, Lando Norris has completely toned the pace back. He's lost bags of time, not only to myself, but also to Charles Leclerc there. I think the only way this race weekend could have been a bit better is if A, I didn't spin twice, and B, Oscar Piastri delivered a bit of a better result, because I think, yeah, I mean, we might just, I think, pull level with Ferrari on points this weekend. Luckily, the advantage you get for a win are big enough that it kind of normally overhauls the other team. Obviously, as long as your second driver finishes 6th, you're guaranteed to at least not lose any points to anybody else in the bigger picture. But late on then, I mean, this has been a tough old afternoon for us. We really had to try and dig deep on these medium compounded tyres. You look at the qualifying result, you look at the final race results, you'll think we absolutely dominated this one. But those of you that stuck around right the way through, no, that was not the case there. Quite a few scary moments, but nothing that you don't expect when you come back to Marina Bay. But like I said, for both Lando Norris and I, tonight needed to be an opportunity of redemption. For Norris, I believe it is still mathematically going to keep him in the fight, but the question is more about for how long, rather than anything, you know, can he really do a Max Verstappen and get back into the squabble right towards the end of the campaign there. But as we make our way out onto these final few corners, though, we've got a little bit of traffic now to deal with. Paul Aaron there, the Estonian, not having a particularly fun night of it, stuck behind, what, Nicolas Solov. What is he doing? Come on, man. That was a little bit unpredictable. But we needed this win today. It might be my last opportunity to win with Cadillac. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Celebrate every victory like it's your last, because one of them will be through the final corners here in Marina Bay, back on the top step of the podium for the first time since Belgium. Get in there.
And it's victory today for Isaac Hadjar.
And it's one thing to win, but to win like that in total dominant style, that was a fantastic drive, and it is not one that we see very often.
From lights out to the checkered flag, each and every driver has this moment in the back of their mind. Now it's time for their celebrations. Our podium, it awaits. And you've got to hand it to Isaac Hadjer, head and shoulders above the rest today, and victory with another impressive performance.
Well, there we go then. Like I said, on paper, it looks like a dominant race victory is... What happened to Charles Leclerc? Sorry? Charles Leclerc's not on the final race results. Did he break down on the last lap and I just never realised? Lando Norris comes through for second. Esteban Ocon comes through for P3 in the end. And with Piastri up in P5... Charles Leclerc retired on the last lap of the Grand Prix. I mean, I'm just going to have to go back and watch that right now. Whether we'll even be able to see anything... with the Monegasque man come the checkered flag, but trying to make our way all the way through to the final lap then. You can see him lap 31. I didn't see him have a mechanical failure anywhere unless I was just so focused on us finishing this race then. But Charles Leclerc on the very last lap here in Singapore, I mean, he's still fine. He's still fine. This must have been in the final couple of corners that he retired from this race. He's still fine at the moment. And the race cuts out on the very last couple of corners. So what happened to Leclerc on the run to the line? That will remain an elusive mystery. But what I thought might be a 10-point swing is actually going to be 25 points in our favour. Did he get disqualified after the Grand Prix for like a technical infringement? I have got no idea. But somehow Charles Leclerc then, alongside Andrea Kimi Antonelli, is out of tonight's race. And what does that do to the World Championship? Well, it means suddenly now, with 3 races to go, we've got a healthy 34-point buffer up at the top of the table. Still, I believe, 73, 91 points still in it. So Lando Norris is out of the World Championship fight as well there. Oscar Piastri barely hanging on by his fingernails. He will basically need to win the sprint next time out, or need to beat me in the sprint race out in Brazil. But suddenly we've got a huge lifeline at the top of this World Championship. Carlos Sainz still in P5 ahead of George Russell. Ocon now back ahead of Andrea Kimi Antonelli. Tsunoda having a very, very tough year down in P9. Who hasn't scored a point so far? It is still just Stroll, Tramnitz, Aaron, and Zach O'Sullivan. Constructors-wise, though, 43 clear of Ferrari. Suddenly, we've basically got a race weekend's margin ahead of them as well. So things looking very, very good now for Cadillac with just a few races to go of the campaign. I can't believe the most dramatic moment of this entire weekend happened after the race, but that is the way Formula 1 goes sometimes. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourselves subscribed, and we'll be back very soon then when Formula 1 returns out in Brazil. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video, and welcome to round 14 of Season 4 of our F125 Cadillac Career Mode. Yes, we return this weekend here to the Autodromo Jose Carlos Pache, and of course the Brazilian Grand Prix. Yes, obviously where Formula 1 is heading in real life this weekend as well. I always find it quite funny when these series line up with real life. But yeah, if you missed out on the video that went live from Singapore a couple of days ago, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. It's safe to say, with just 3 races to go, this campaign is getting very, very dramatic up towards the top of the table. Charles Leclerc either got disqualified or broke down, or something happened to him in the final 2 corners of the Singapore Grand Prix last weekend, and that means with our victory, we have pulled out a 25-point buffer over the Monegasque man. 2 DNFs for him over these last 4 Grand Prix now means a 34-point lead at the top of the table. So effectively, across Brazil and Vegas, if we score the same amount of points as Charles Leclerc, we will head to Qatar with the championship all wrapped up. Sounds so easy, doesn't it, on paper? But of course, we know, if you've been watching this series, just how difficult things can be. Only 2 wins from the last 6 Grand Prix for ourselves. Charles Leclerc has definitely had a run of momentum behind him. He hasn't finished a Grand Prix outside of the top 2 since Austria earlier on this season as well. So I still firmly believe this is going to head to that championship decider out in Abu Dhabi. Having a quick look as well at the constructors, we have got a 43-point lead over Ferrari as well. So things looking pretty good for both myself and Oscar Piastri in that championship. Of course, if you're new, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed to the channel. We are less than 1,000 subs away now from 150k. So if you are enjoying this series, yeah, please do make sure you hit that sub button. Hit join as well. It costs just £1 a month. You get early access to all the videos, as well as a couple of other exclusive perks. But yeah, without further ado though, let's return here for the Brazilian Grand Prix.
It's a Saturday showdown. Anyone fancy some hot laps around Interlagos? It's qualifying day here for the Sao Paulo Grand Prix.
Well, here we are then. One-shot qualifying about to get underway here in Sao Paulo. I must admit, I'm looking forward to this weekend. But there is a lot of changeable weather on the horizon. So how will that affect things as we make our way through qualifying then? This Cadillac obviously absolutely came alive last weekend in Singapore. Will we see the same thing here? Of course, we've only had one sprint weekend so far this year. It was Andrea Kimi Antonelli that won the Saturday race back at Belgium after he absolutely nailed his qualifying lap. Let's not forget Lando Norris and Oscar Piastri still will be pivotal towards the end of the season there, as temporarily we saw the Ferrari flash up in P1. But I'm hoping that we're going to have a good car through this middle sector there, as George Russell in the Mercedes looking very, very quick so far on this lap. I mean, we've just got to try and get the lap in, don't we? Don't want to leave anything to chance or make a mistake and have to start the sprint race from the back of the field. As we send the car through Zheng Sao, then looks like Russell has absolutely blitzed the field here as we make the long run back towards the start-finish line. We have clearly not got much straight-line speed there on the run back to the flag. P5 in the end, but I don't know where Leclerc is. Well, there we are then. George Russell, a 104.8 here in Sao Paulo. He will claim pole position ahead of Lando Norris and Yuki Tsunoda. 4 cars from 4 different teams up inside your top 4. And I mean, if you look inside your top 10, only both McLarens and both Cadillacs have made it there. Charles Leclerc, P11. That is an absolute disaster for him. And once again, it's kind of why I like to do these one-shot qualifyings for the sprint weekends, because it really does add a lot of potential spice. Ollie Behrman will line up 6th ahead of Bortoleto and Esteban Ocon. Tim Tramnitz there, a brilliant effort just outside of your top 8. Nico Hülkenberg last on the grid, though, of course, as his Formula 1 career comes to an end.
We're racing today then at Interlagos, a historic 2.7-mile circuit and one of the few anti-clockwise tracks on the calendar. 15 corners in total, 9 to the left and 6 to the right, with a technical middle section opening up to a flat-out Sector 3. That gives us our best passing opportunity down into Turn 1. Let's run you through the driver grid order for today's exciting sprint. What a qualifying yesterday for George Russell. He'll start today's race from pole position, and Lando Norris lines up alongside. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Tsunoda, Piastri, Isaac Hadjar and Behrman, Bortoleto, Ocon, Tramnitz and Carlos Sainz, Leclerc, Doohan, Andrea Kimi Antonelli and Gasly, Colapinto, Pepe Marti, Nicolas Soloff and Zach O'Sullivan, Aaron, Stroll, Crawford and Nico Hülkenberg rounds off the grid. Which of these drivers will get pole position today? We'll soon find out.
Well, the pressure then may be starting to get to your top 2 in the World Championship. Both of our teammates out qualifying is yesterday, but with a 12-lap sprint race today then, there is a golden opportunity to outscore Leclerc. Even if it's just by a couple of points, it helps alleviate some of that pressure right at the very front. Looks to be some split strategy between the medium and the soft. It is 5 red lights though, and look at that, Oscar Piastri absolutely bolting off the launch, as I didn't feel like I'd done too badly there. Norris as well immediately, getting to the inside of Russell in towards someone there as Ollie Bearman gives me a huge squeeze, and we will lose the place to both him and the Red Bull of Esteban Ocon then, as we make our way down off the centre and down the Esquito de Lago. Are we going to be able to try and recover a couple of these places nice and early on? Yeah, look at that. Norris has absolutely ran away there. Oscar Piastri will try and go in hot pursuit, as he will try and get the jump on the Mercedes man as well. So Russell, of course, the real-life 2022 winner here, perhaps struggling with it early on. As to the inside then of Esti Besti, we will go try and recover a couple of these places nice and early on. And maybe we can have a look around the outside of Bearman there, not quite finding the grip, as we will try and dive all down the inside. He gave me a squeeze. I'm going to return the favour, as we will shovel Bearman out wide there. And immediately Esteban Ocon will try and slot his way back up through. But yeah, making our way downwards towards the end then of lap 1. I mean, Norris has already got about a 3-second lead up at the front of the order there, so pretty much the dream start for Lando. Oscar Piastri, though, still up in second. And with Leclerc not in the points, it would still mean we gain some over Ferrari in this sprint race. We've got yellows down at the back of the pack. Who is that breaking down? It looks to be a Sauber, I believe. So Tim Tramnitz on just lap 2 of this sprint race there. Brilliant qualifying effort yesterday, and it is going to all come to naught pretty much immediately. Of course, that immediately then gives Charles Leclerc a freebie early on in this race, but let's see what the top end speed in this Cadillac is like. I've tried to focus my setup to be a little bit more kind of focusing on the main race. There we go, new fastest lap. Oh, to the inside of Tsunoda, so difficult to try and get the car slowed down on the inside there. I just always lock at the front. And there you go, we've got it just in the nick of time there before we get into that yellow flag zone once more. So back to... Oh no, we've gained a place from where we started, haven't we? Up into P4 we go. Yeah, Russell feeling the pressure, trying to keep up with Oscar Piastri. But clearly, yeah, Mercedes, Red Bull, McLaren, we've seen them able to stick with the Ferraris and the Caddies over one lap, but not often over a race stint. Come on then, let's see if we can get a run on George Russell out of the final corner. He will still have the DRS on Oscar Piastri, but what do the Cadillac team do about, you know, playing the number 1 and the number 2 role? I mean, Piastri does still mathematically have a shot at the championship, and, well, if Leclerc continues to struggle, he very well could end up finishing P2 overall come the end of the season, as you just see there Russell getting a big old run, but just not quite close enough by the time we get down in towards the bottom of the circuit there. Of course, this track shaped a bit like a bowl in the architecture, of course, so through the lower parts of the venue. Really tricky there, trying to stick right underneath the rear wing of the Mercedes. So it really hasn't been a particularly exciting career mode for George Russell. I was hoping we could see bigger things from him, but it just hasn't quite worked out that way. But yeah, we can't make the move here. But if we could just get him out of the range of Oscar, I'm a little bit conscious, of course, that the medium is going to have the advantage a bit later on in the race. So I've got to try and make moves nice and quickly. I believe all of your top 3 actually on the medium, so they were still able to get a good start, despite what you would expect to be a bit of a disadvantage early on. It's up over 220 miles an hour as we try and chuck it to the inside of Russell at turn 1. He does spot us. It was aggressive, it was brave, it was beautiful. Up into P3, sorry, we go, and I'm sure Russell probably not too happy about it. Oh, Oscar Piastri! No! Our teammate then, right in front of us, is going to retire from the Grand Prix, and I was just about to talk about how hopefully he'll let me by a little bit later on in this race, but another mechanical failure for Oscar Piastri then, late on this season. I've got to hope that isn't a bad omen for us. Well, with 2 of the 8 Ferrari power units already going up in smoke early on, this doesn't really bode well for Leclerc or myself. Maybe the higher altitude here of Sao Paulo causing some problems, but Russell there slots back through and up then into P2. I would rather stick with him and make sure Leclerc doesn't get to both of us than risk trying to hold George up and allowing Leclerc to maybe, yeah, get the 2 extra points. A Ferrari 1-2 from 11th on the grid would be wild. Well, every point counts then at this stage of a Formula 1 World Championship, and George Russell, he has done a brilliant job kind of dragging us along towards the end of this sprint race. But with 1 lap to go then, we've got to start considering where we can line up a move As out of that final corner, I mean, I need to be right up his gearbox if I wanted to get a run towards the line. The AI's pace off of that final turn, rather impressive before the start-finish line. But we can definitely carry the speed, though, up in towards turn 1. Lando Norris even, absolutely dominated this one. It's just not quite finding the grip there around the outside of George, but out of the center S. Maybe we can get a run back down the Escoto de Lago on the Mercedes driver here. Are we going to be close enough by the time we get down there? We've got huge speed. Having a look to the inside of Russell, get the car wedged over that curbing. There's George there rather aggressively. Will cover my nose on the exit of the corners. Side by side we go up into Ferradura. And Russell, he hasn't got the confidence. Around the outside we will go. Into Ferradura. A power move on the last lap of this sprint race. And when it goes to show the downforce we are running this weekend, very different to a lot of the AI. But I'm really hoping with rain predicted for the Grand Prix that is going to help us out tomorrow more than ever. Lando Norris through the final corner. He is going to win the sprint race here from Sao Paulo. Critical points for Ferrari, and to help him close down against his former teammate Oscar Piastri towards the end of the campaign. Out of the final turn, though, I will take a well-deserved P2. Well, there we are then. Lando Norris took the lead at the start and never really looked back, to be honest. P1 for our fellow Brit there, as he will claim the checkered flag. We did hang on ahead of Russell, but only by a tenth and a half come the finish line there, so we definitely got a lot closer once more. Charles Leclerc in 4th, just ahead of both MasterCard McLarens, Esteban Ocon and Pierre Gasly rounding out your top 10, as you can see further down there, as it was just Tim Tramnitz and Oscar Piastri that failed to see the finish line. But that then means we've taken an extra 2 points out of Leclerc in the sprint race today. I believe it would mean if we won the Grand Prix and Leclerc DNF'd, that would mean officially we would be world champion. I believe it also means, though mathematically, it is now a 2-horse race. Oscar Piastri, Lando Norris, with only 83 points available now and 90 and 91 points back respectively. It is now completely between myself and Charlie. We don't need to worry about them. We just need to worry about ourselves. 37 now, the gap in the constructors, though. So we need to get a really good run in one-shot quali for the race.
It's a Saturday showdown. Anyone fancy some hot laps around Interlagos? It's qualifying day here for the Sao Paulo Grand Prix.
I do firmly believe that Sao Paulo then is one of the most picturesque tracks in Formula 1. Just the ability to see so much of the venue from so much of the venue, I think, is honestly quite underrated in Formula 1. But anyway, heading out then for our real qualifying session. We obviously need to try and get another good time on the board. Honestly, I was low-key pretty happy with the time we did yesterday. Let's see with a bit more confidence underneath us, a bit of experience around this track, whether we can find any more here. Charles Leclerc, he will want to come back strong as well. Immediately look at the confidence he had through Ferradura. I don't know whether he made a mistake in his run yesterday or just lacked confidence around the entire lap and obviously didn't want to do anything stupid. But you've got to be willing to put it all on the line for a one-shot qualifying session here if you want to get yourself up towards the front. Because everybody knows if you don't, everybody else will. Purple through the middle sector then as we try to maximise the run out of that final corner. Looks like Oscar Piastri is probably going to pip us on the run back to the line. But look how much speed we lose against the AI here. Shortest run back to the flag, P6. We end up doing even worse than we did in the sprint. But at least our teammate is on the pole. And there we go then, Oscar Piastri dips into those 104s there, just ahead of Charles Leclerc. Pierre Gasly, brilliant effort up in P3 ahead of Esteban Ocon. And Franco Colapinto in P5 there, just ahead of myself. We know Lando Norris is quite quick after the sprint race yesterday. Russell, Hulkenberg and Nikola Solov rounding out your top 10 as well. So Tim Tramnitz, after a brilliant effort yesterday afternoon, will only line up P17. Andrea Kimi Antonelli 20th on the grid. He has got a long afternoon ahead of him as we head into the race.
Formula 1 returns to Interlagos once again with the stage set for what promises to be another classic Sao Paulo Grand Prix. Sebastian Vettel famously clinched his 3rd championship here in 2012, and just 4 years later, Max Verstappen treated us to one of the finest wet weather drives of all time. Interlagos, always a very special race here in Brazil. It's a 2.7-mile circuit with 9 left turns and 6 right turns for a total of 15 corners. It's a wet one today as well, so grip and visibility will be at a premium, and the drivers will need to be careful coming up the hill in Sector 3, the scene of many an accident over the years. Let's run you through the driver grid order for today's exciting race. Charles Leclerc lines up on pole position, with Pierre Gasly alongside. Moving on to the rest of the grid, we have Ocon, Colapinto, Isaac Hadjar and Norris, Russell, Hülkenberg, Soloff and Yuki Tsunoda, Stroll, Doohan, Gabriel Bortoleto and Pepe Marti, O'Sullivan, Behrman, Andrea Kimi Antonelli and Jack Crawford, Aaron, Sainz, Piastri and Tim Tramnitz rounds off the grid. And now it's time to head down to the track.
Well, it is definitely raining then around this Sao Paulo circuit today, but what will happen as we head into the race? 36 laps ahead of us. We could potentially think about trying to do a no-stop, because it doesn't look like this rain is going to stop. But of course, yeah, my main title rival in Charles Leclerc on the pole, courtesy of Oscar Piastri's grid penalties. If he can recover to points today, that would be super, super useful for us. 5 cars from 5 different teams inside your top 5. It's 5 red lights. And it is lights out, and away we go then here in Sao Paulo. Actually getting off to a pretty good start there. I'll have to stay on the outside of Colapinto. Whoa, into turn 1? As that's the second time this weekend that someone just barged us out wide. How on earth do I get a warning for that? Colapinto just swiped me on the run in towards turn 1 there, and this time round will only lose the 1 spot, as Charles Leclerc knows he can leave nothing to chance this weekend. He has just got to try and bolt at the start of this race there, as Hülkenberg immediately slotting in up into P7 there, so a brilliant effort by him, not only in qualifying yesterday but also on the race start. Has been great to see Audi finally getting their sea legs underneath them inside of this series then, but as we wind our way up the hill, back to the inside then of Lando immediately, as I want to try and get revenge on Franco Colapinto. We were able to do this yesterday against Behrman in the sprint race. Are we going to be able to do the same thing against Colapinto in the main event? Yes, we will. Down the inside there and up into P4 after the start of this race. Of course, the AI have now been patched. I would have been far more nervous about changeable conditions here in Brazil, as he had the AI been back on their old difficulty in the wet. And it seems like, yeah, now they're pretty even, and you stand a fairly decent chance of having a good fight with them. As could we really try and make a no-stop happen today? That is going to be the ultimate question here. We are going to have to be gentle with the tyres, but we have got so much grip. By the time we get down into towards turn 1, we are down the inside of Esteban Ocon, and we are back up into 3rd. Well, once again then, we seem to have very, very good pace down through Sector 2, but of course without DRS, it makes it even more difficult to try and get a move back around towards the start-finish line here, but I want to try and get past Pierre Gasly as soon as we possibly can. We're already trying to do the maths then on the tyre wear. We're getting about just under 3% wear a lap. So, I mean, that would be very, very close whether a one-stop could even happen. It's down the inside of Gasly we will go. I'm hoping by not being in his dirty air, we should obviously hopefully be able to manage it a little bit better. There is a V-carb. Looks to maybe be out of the Grand Prix, or are they just pitting? No, I think that is one of the V-carbs, ain't then. So who is that out of this race? It is Paul Aaron then, the Estonian. Nice to see. Oh, VSC. I was going to say, nice to see it's not a Ferrari power unit going pop. Well, for those of you that maybe aren't aware, the way the tyres kind of wear and how it affects the grip is actually different across each of the sets inside the F1 games. So soft compound tyres, they will normally go to about 70%, and then about 72 onwards at any point. You could basically end up with a spontaneous puncture. Mediums is about 75%, and hard tyres is about 78%. And of course, all of them, kind of their tyre fall-off is a bit better than the previous set. Inters and full wets, though, don't really fall off in the same way dry tyres do, as we've got another spinner down at turn 1. That seems to be a Williams that is maybe out of the Grand Prix. They know they're able to keep going again. So yeah, into some full wets, they will keep going to like 90% wear, and that is when they then start running the risk of getting a puncture. So if we take a look at what we're at the moment, 1/6 of the way into the Grand Prix, we're basically getting 2% wear a lap. That would mean that the one-stop would be viable here, because at the moment, it doesn't really look like we've got the pace over Leclerc. I've kind of got to commit to it nice and early, because obviously, if we can make it happen, then we will lose quite a lot of time to him, obviously, before he pits. You know, we will have to, you know, manage the pace a little bit more. But of course, that might be the only way we can try and beat him today. And with a little bit of a points buffer in the championship, we can afford to take some risk. So there we go. Leclerc, another new fastest lap of the day. So he is still flying along. Well, unless Lando Norris then is going to dive in now. Maybe Charles Leclerc trying to do the same thing as me in this Grand Prix. Ocon has stayed out yet another one as well. So are we going to see, yeah, any of the AI? There we go, Norris in, alongside Colapinto and Pierre Gasly. So I think just all three of your top runners maybe being given second choice of pit stop. But yeah, Leclerc's still pulling away from us a little bit. But I am starting to get nervous about these tyres. 45% wear now. I guess we've got to try and risk it against Leclerc, otherwise he's just going to chalk up another victory later on this season. I mean, I know obviously we won in Singapore, but really, there and Belgium are not AI strong circuits inside this game. So I'm trying to remember the last time we won a race kind of fair and square, you know, against an, you know, on a track where the AI are pretty competitive. Does just feel like Ferrari tend to have the upper hand still. And, well, Vegas could be championship defining next weekend. But, of course, yeah, will Leclerc dive into the pit lane now? Yes, he will. As you can start to see, I mean, around this part of the circuit, there's basically a dry line that has formed as well. But for the first time today, then, we are up into P1. I tell you what, it's a good thing this is a sprint weekend.
We think it's going to dry up. 10 minutes.
No way! Really? Okay. Well, good job we haven't pit then, because apparently this rain could come to an end, and maybe this effective no-stop strategy might become a one-stop after all, but for all of the right reasons. Well, the team just came over the radio and informed me that they don't think it's the right time to change tyres yet. That obviously kind of obvious, it's still raining here, but it clearly means that the rain is starting to get less and less in the second half of this race. There's Leclerc, new fastest lap of the day. Surprised if we keep seeing more and more of those coming in from the Monegasque man, but the grip is definitely increasing. I mean, could we do a Hamilton 2020 Istanbul and basically turn these tyres into, like, dry inters? I think, what were they called? Like, slicked immediates? Or something like that back then, but as Andrea Kimi Antonelli dips into the 115s. Oh, come on, 14 laps to go. We win this race, it means we've got one hand on that championship trophy. Oh, there you go, Leclerc, another new fastest lap of the day as the rain has now stopped. 8 laps to go of the Brazilian Grand Prix, and how will the tyre wear be now? In fact, it'll probably get worse, won't it? So obviously the tyres will start overheating, so I think now we've got to make the call. We've got to dive into the pit lane and bolt on a set of dry compound tyres. The last thing I want to do is put in all the hard work and then potentially get undercut by Leclerc right towards the end of the race there, as these tyres are definitely beginning to slide around. Norris almost immediately down to the 114s. So, yep, I think we're basically there. Yeah, these tyres are immediately going to start cooking if we try and stay on them much longer here. 70% wear and 28 laps into this Grand Prix. We are going to make the call. We are finally going to dive into the pit lane for the first time this afternoon. Leclerc will stay out there. So a bit of a split strategy then. I mean, could Leclerc just try and gamble it right to the end? If he can manage the tyre life, it could still be a good strategy for him, even if he loses out some time right towards the end of this race there. There's a little bit of spray still down in pit lane, but we are the one taking the gamble. We will re-emerge down in P3. Oh, easy, easy. There is definitely not much grip down at the moment. Oh, as we almost put ourselves into the wall immediately. This is one of the most brutal pit lane exits to try and get back out of on this game. But get back on the dry line, get some temperature into the rubber, and I think there is still going to be some grip down here. This is so tricky though. You know, this is where our World Championship could be won or lost. But I mean, look at that. Yeah, we're starting to find some grip around the track. Well, Leclerc then opting to stay out yet another lap here. But I don't think I've ever experienced conditions like this inside F125. You can clearly tell there is some grip in the circuit. But we are still getting snaps of oversteer and things like that all over the place. So really, really tricky to try and manage it. Luckily, like I said, I know the tyre wear will be absolutely fine.
But be aware, these tyres need to get us to the end of this race. Okay, so
everything Mark just said there we should be concerned about.
0.2 seconds.
Oh, come on, find the grip, find the bite in the asphalt. I mean, if you keep it tidy... Oh, no, it's absolutely fine! But immediately, a huge moment as we go spinning across the racing line there, almost into the side of Pierre Gasly, and clearly the circuit has not dried up enough just yet, as we're going to lose a handful of positions late on in the day. Antonelli, Russell, even, I believe that was Yuki Tsunoda going by us, and Charles Leclerc now, he will be smiling in the cockpit of that Ferrari. We've been doing so well just to kind of keep it right where we needed it. I mean, there's definitely still grip in it. Like I said, I can feel it through the wheel, just the tyres gripping up and losing traction everywhere at the moment. It is so tricky to manage, but surely even if Leclerc does now pit, he is going to be out in the lead of the Grand Prix. But why isn't the track crossing over? I mean, this is ridiculous. There is no rain. The circuit looks bone dry, and you can still see the intermediate runners absolutely jumping past us here late on in the afternoon. Nicholas Solov now has moved by and up then into that final points-paying position as we got yellow flags out down at turn 1. Could this be a very late race safety car? As it's a Ferrari, it's Norris out of the Grand Prix. So Ferrari, another car has gone up. And a VSC doesn't really help us much, to be honest. But that really does put a nail in Ferrari's Constructors' Championship hopes. Although I guess with both Cadillacs out of the points, they could still take huge points out of us at this stage.
Your delta's negative, which means you're going too fast.
Come on, I'm trying to just maintain temperature in the tyres, trying to obviously get them working and everything like that. But could Leclerc now take the opportunity to pit under the VSC and maybe gain a huge advantage in all of this? No, he doesn't. Leclerc looking to try and stay out to the end of the afternoon. As when will this VSC come in then? Oh no, here comes Gabriel Bortoleto then, home Grand Prix for the Brazilian. So he will try and have a look down the inside at turn 1 there. I mean, we've just got to try and stay on the dry line. If we can keep the car on the dry line, we've got pretty good grip there. But you can see Bortoleto desperate to try and hang on to it. As I mean, we're still losing just bags of time to Nicholas Solov up the road. I mean, the car doesn't feel bad. It's just as soon as you get off the dry line, it is awful. I mean, we are now holding up a huge train of cars towards the end of the afternoon. There's Bortoleto again then. 3 laps to go, trying to have a look for it. Oh, down in turn 1. And you can just see there again, sliding wide. As we were trying to give him a bit of a squeeze through the center S there. But Bortoleto, he will say thank you very much then. As it seems to be Cadillac versus Aston Martin later on in the day. He wants to stick to the wet line there. I will absolutely let him as we will try and go back around the outside. And I mean, clearly there is some grip. Whoa, in these tyres there, as we were able to get all the way around the outside of Bortoleto. Whoa, to the inside in towards Ferraggiuri. He broke way earlier than I was expecting there. It'll mean we get out on the wet stuff on the exit. But still now able to fight against the Brazilian here. Charles Leclerc, less than 2 laps from a potential pivotal result. Oh, and the championship has been gone. Out of the Grand Prix late on in the day. Our first DNF of the season. And what on earth has happened there then? I think we just got a snap of oversteer. Bounced off Bortoleto. And Lance Stroll a little bit further behind there. Nowhere really that he could go. Can just see, yeah, looped it around on the rears. Took the wing off. And I mean, if you watch this from Stroll's POV, normally I would absolutely try and throw the blame at him wherever I can. But I don't think we can do late on in the day here, as look at that, both Aston Martins involved in the accident. But we are out of the Grand Prix, and Charles Leclerc and Ferrari, that is a dream result.
Charles Leclerc, what a drive, what a victory, he wins!
They led from lights out to the flag at the end, and their race victory was never in doubt, was it? Brilliant stuff by them.
There's room for 3 on their podium, but only ever 1 right at the top. Let the celebrations begin. And who gets to take the top step of the podium? Yes, it is I, Leclerc. Charles Leclerc on top.
Well, if I had £1 then for every time the reigning world champion won the Brazilian Grand Prix with Esteban Ocon and Pierre Gasly joining him on the podium, I'd have £2. Which isn't much, but it's weird that it's happened twice. Charles Leclerc, he will claim victory here in Sao Paulo, and to be honest, you know, we tried the cheesy strat, but I think Leclerc probably deserved the win today. Esteban Ocon in P2 ahead of Gasly there, so both Red Bull and Mercedes showcases some fantastic pace, but Franco Colapinto, probably my star of the afternoon. P4 for him, as the Argentinian has really struggled throughout the entirety of this campaign. Nico Hülkenberg, a great P5 in the end ahead of George Russell, Andrea Kimi Antonelli, Tsunoda, Solov, and Oscar Piastri rounding out your top 10. And yet again then, a Ferrari and a Cadillac both failing to see the checkered flag. Bortoletto and Lance Stroll both ending up 1 lap down, as Hadjar, Norris and Paul Aron all fail to see the finish there. Drama from start to finish here in Sao Paulo. What does that do to the World Championship? Well, it means now our gap at the top has been carved down to just 11 points over Leclerc. So basically over these last 2 weekends, minusing out the sprint, it has been all even between the two of us there. So, I mean, unless I win in Vegas and Leclerc doesn't score, it will go down to the wire out in Qatar. Piastri still 2 ahead of Lando Norris, but in the Constructors' Championship, you can see 13 points now in it between the two teams as well. So again, unless Cadillac get a 1-2 and Ferrari fail to score, that championship will head to Qatar as well. They're all still to be decided, but I mean, look at that. 3 points in it between McLaren, Red Bull and Mercedes as well. So a lot of Constructors' Championship fights right towards the end of the year there. Kick Sauber with that result, or Audi, sorry, I should say, from Nico Hülkenberg there, give themselves a huge amount of breathing room. And yeah, I believe with that result, I've actually obviously jumped past both of Aston Martin and Haas as well. So a big weekend for Sauber Audi as well there. Gutted. Absolutely gutted, but that is the way Formula 1 goes sometimes. We will have to come back stronger next weekend out in Vegas. This championship continues to heat up towards the end of the year. Thank you all so much for watching, and we will return for redemption on the city streets. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video, and welcome to round 15 of season 4 of our F125 My Team Career Mode. Yes, we return this weekend to the Las Vegas Grand Prix. Of course, if you missed out on the video that went live a few days ago from Brazil, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. It feels like every single weekend towards the end of this campaign, the championship table keeps turning, keeps swinging. One weekend it looks like it's going in our favour, the very next, Charles Leclerc comes back fighting. And after an unfortunate incident late on in the race, unfortunately, yeah, that momentum has gone back in Charles Leclerc's favour. In the last 2 Grand Prix, we have both won one of them, but we've also both DNF'd the other. I technically got classified 20th in Brazil, but unfortunately, yeah, that just means in the last 2 Grand Prix that each of us have scored 25 points, and it means it's exactly where we were leaving Baku just a couple of races ago. Of course, 2 Grand Prix, 1 sprint left to decide who will be your Formula 1 World Champion this year. If you're new, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed to the channel. We are getting very, very close to 150,000 subs. As well, you get early access to the season finale, which I think there's a high chance it is going to come down to that race weekend out in Qatar. A 13-point lead, though, in the Constructors' Championship as well, so it is very, very slender at the top of the championship. I really want to try and beat out Charles Leclerc by the end of this campaign. He has dominated for far too long inside this series. He won Season 3 out in Qatar in the final race of the season. He won in Season 2 out in Abu Dhabi. in the final race of the season. And then when you look back, season 1, he did win it with a couple of races to go. This is what Charles Leclerc does. He brings that championship right down to the wire, and then he and that Ferrari team deliver. I'm hoping we can put a stop to that this season, and a win here in Vegas would certainly go a long way.
Stand by to see cars at more than 210 miles an hour blasting their way down the strip. F1 has taken over. It's F1 Fever, Las Vegas.
Well, in theory then, this weekend, we could wrap up the Drivers' Championship. If I took the victory and Leclerc failed to score, that would mean we'd have a big enough buffer before we head out to Qatar next weekend. But the Constructors' Championship, that will go down to that will go down to Qatar even. That cannot be decided before the season finale there, as Charles Leclerc immediately will set a benchmark in Q1 then of a 127.9. I mean, we could definitely see some lap records being broken here today. Can't remember quite what the speed record we've got now. It's somewhere up over 270 kilometers an hour, isn't it? But of course, yeah, we won't worry about that too much. Honestly, I'm so focused on trying to make sure that we deliver over these last 2 weekends. I'm genuinely nervous coming here to Vegas. That's how much I want to win this championship for this team and this driver, that I'm genuinely getting, like, nervous, anxious heading into this weekend. All purple then through Sector 2. We are 1.5 seconds up on our benchmark set by Hulkenberg. But that would still leave us a couple of tenths away from Charles Leclerc's best time there. As what kind of speed can we get down the strip then? Up over 225 miles an hour. We just touched there down the end of the back straight, so almost at VMAX. Without a slipstream there, as the front end of this car, super sharp here. I don't know what I've done with the setup to try and make it as aggressive it is on the front end, but across the line then, it is going to be a 28.0, half a tenth in it between Ferrari and Cadillac here. That's just how little there is margin for error. And there we go then, by the end of Q1, Charles Leclerc myself fastest there, but Andrea Kimi Antonelli, Gabriel Bortoletto, Paul Aron and Nicolas Solov all inside your top 6. So this really is a track where, you know, different names can bring up some big surprises. Are there any major shocks? I mean, both Williams out in Q1, that's a big thing for them. Jack Crawford in the Haas, Hulkenberg, Dewar and Zach O'Sullivan. I think Williams, they'll be pretty disappointed there. Crawford as well, obviously one of his home Grand Prix. I believe his only home Grand Prix, actually, inside this season. He'll be pretty gutted. Both Oscar Piastri and Lando Norris had a pretty dicey run through Q1 there. They have both made it through, but they were a lot closer to the drop zone than I think anybody was hoping for. So it might be really useful, you know, having a rear gunner by the time we get into Q3 then. But I expect Leclerc once more to probably break down into the 27s. I want to try and join him under that extra second barrier, as I mean, we can just brake so late. I must admit, I ain't going to miss this car when this series comes to an end. The amount of grip it's got there is, look at that, George Russell now, a 127.3. What kind of a slipstream must he have had on his run there? That's a ridiculous time by the Mercedes. So clearly now, Leclerc and I, it is not just going to be us two this weekend. I mean, we've seen Red Bull and Mercedes come alive towards the end of the campaign, but setting a blistering lap time like that in Q2 isn't kind of where you want to do it. It should, I mean, if he's not safely through with that, then there's not a chance we make Q3, but just got to be a bit more careful. Use my battery a little bit more off of more corner exits there. I mean, down here we are doing upwards of 200 miles an hour before we go over the little bump, and then try and maximise the width out onto the back straight as well. Again, purple through that middle sector as the MasterCard McLaren car of Yuki Tsunoda down in the drop zone at the moment on a 129.3. So this is looking like a pretty good lap time from us. I'm going to try and get up towards VMAX once again. I'm going to wait to use a bit more battery out of the final corner there. 225 miles an hour. You get on the brakes at the 100-meter board, and you've got the confidence that the car is going to slow down. Nice and tidy on the exit. Drain the battery all the way back around towards the start-finish line. What is the lap time going to be? 27.8. We go slower than Russell, slower than Norris. But again, that should be us safely through. Oh, as there we go then. This time around, Charles Leclerc a lot more shaky as Andrea Kimi Antonelli there. Lance Stroll, Tsunoda, Solov, Paul Aaron and Ollie Behrman all out in Q2, so I think Solov will be disappointed. He ran a pretty competitive time in Q1, so will Paul Aaron there. But yeah, Mercedes now setting the pace. I mean, we've seen it before. Mercedes, for some reason, Vegas really does suit them as well. But Tim Tramnitz into Q3, Gabriel Bortoletto, as well as obviously a handful of other less surprising faces. But both Ferraris, both Cadillacs making it through. Who will get the ultimate lap hooked up? Well, I mean, you can see the Ferraris and the Cadillacs. We are so kind of, looking over our shoulder at each other. None of us want to accidentally give her a slipstream here as we get towards the end of qualifying, but I'm going to try something a little bit cheeky as well. I'm going to use a bit of battery to start the run. Won't obviously help us too much, but it will give us a bit more straight line speed by the time I get over the start-finish line there on the anchors at the 100-meter board. Third gear through turn 1, as you've just got to be careful. You can find the grip and the traction off of that corner. Charles Leclerc now, a 27-1. That's what we'd expect to see from the Monegasque man. And I mean, surely we're going to hopefully get within a few tenths of that. But I can't see myself going quicker than that on this first run. I need a time on the board. Far more importantly, I need something that we can chase here on the second runs. As, look at that, sit the car in nice and tidy. Attack the curbs through these next couple of corners. I can see the other Ferrari of Lando Norris that I believe has finished his run. But I think he's just a bit too far up the road to really kind of give us any useful slipstream here at this stage of the lap. Just make sure we get the car planted where I need it. That was not good. But we somehow actually get a really nice rotation through the corner, using the wall on the outside there to carry the nose through, as Norris has only done a 27.9. And we are half a second up then on that second Ferrari driver at the moment. But it is Sector 3 usually where the AI come alive. Not going to drain as much battery this time round. We will wait until out of the final corner. Again, just so much confidence on the brakes. You've really got to believe these cars are going to stop, as we will try and see if we can get any kind of slipstream, a faint toe off Lando Norris there. Make sure we don't enter the pit lane. It's done for track limits, but the shortest run back to the line, 27.6. We go P3 again, but Leclerc has now drawn first blood. I mean, we've said it before. We've seen it before this season. That Ferrari is like nothing else in a straight line. We are making good time up on him in Sector 2, but Sector 1 and 3, we are way down on what Leclerc has been able to do then. But one more lap, and we've got to put it all on the line now if we want to try and get ourselves on that front row alongside Charles Leclerc. This needs to be the lap of my life at the end of qualifying. So we're going to have to go full risk down into turn 1, attack the inside curb, don't get wheel spin on the exit, and just keep turn 2 completely flat out. Use a bit of battery on the exit just to get the drive off the corner, as now Ocon slots up into P2 here. Preparing ourselves once again. So many reference points around here are the 100-meter boards. So sliding down the wall a little bit there, but we got away with it. Able to carry the speed off of the turn. I can see we're up in the green, but I just don't know by how much there as really rotate the car over that inside curb. Just keep it planted, keep it committed on the exit there. Again, just rubbing the wall slightly. I'm not going to look at the delta until we get out onto that back straight, because I don't want to make a mistake now. We've just got to keep pushing. It's just on the anchors before you get to that hole in the wall. Again, slap the wall on the exit. Almost doing a Max Verstappen. We are 3/10 up at the moment, though. So this lap is starting to come together here as we drain a load of battery down the back straight. We're down to P5, though, so I can only assume that Norris has maybe gone up to second spot overall. I'm just going to keep draining a bit more, then hope that we're going to have enough out of the final corner. Nice and tidy on the brakes. Avoid the inside curb. Attack the outside one. Get on the battery as early as we can. They're a little bit of a short shift. Half a second up, though, as we make our way back around towards the line. Is it going to be enough for pole position here? 27-1. P1. Oh, that felt good. I honestly thought that lap from Charles Leclerc was going to be enough to put him out front, ready for the Grand Prix tonight. But we have to dig deep. We have to find everything we possibly can in this car right now. Pole position here in Las Vegas. Just half a tenth clear, though, of Charlie Boy. Carlos Sainz will line up third ahead of Esteban Ocon there. George Russell as Oscar Piastri down in P6. Tramnitz goes quicker than Norris, though, with Gasly and Bortoletto rounding out your top 10. But that goes to show just on what a level Leclerc and I are on at this stage of the campaign. 6 tenths clear of our teammate. 3/4 of a second clear of his teammate. But it's all for naught if we can't score big points in the race.
It's the entertainment capital of the world, and our entertainment tonight is high speeds down the Las Vegas Strip. Welcome along to the Vegas Grand Prix. Well, tonight we go racing around the bright lights of Las Vegas, 3.8 miles under the Nevada night sky and thousands of neon lights. There are landmarks everywhere you look, punctuating the 17 corners and 2 DRS zones. Let's run you through the driver grid order for today's exciting race. Isaac Hadjar lines up on pole position, and it's Charles Leclerc in P2. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Sainz, Ocon, George Russell and Piastri, Tramnitz, Norris, Gasly and Gabriel Bortoletto, Antonelli, Tsunoda, Nicholas Soloff and Aaron, Behrman, Crawford, Pepe Marti and Franco Colapinto, Hulkenberg, Doohan, O'Sullivan, and Lance Stroll brings the grid to a close. And now it's time to head down to the track.
Well, this is crunch time then. I feel like we've said that all year. Every single weekend, points have mattered so much. That's just how hard Leclerc and I have been pushing. Honestly, I think this might genuinely be one of the greatest championship fights I've ever had inside an F1 game. One-stop strategy though here, obviously, medium to hard is pretty much always the way to go inside F1 25. But let's see how we get away early on. Gotta stay out of trouble, but only time will tell. 5 cars, 5 different teams, 5 red lights. And round 1-5 of the season here from Vegas is go, go, go then. So we've actually got off to a pretty decent start down in towards turn 1. Try and cover off Leclerc as best as possible there through the exit of 1 and turn 2. And there we go then. That is absolutely critical at the start of the Grand Prix there. Ease the car in nice and tidy. Wait and learn about what the fuel is like, but immediately trying to go on the defensive against Leclerc as well. They're trying to break the toe as we head down in towards Sector 2. As immediately Charles there, he sees me going defensive and he will try and pile on the pressure as early as he possibly can. That's exactly what we would expect. But can we just try and hang on? I mean, this is Vegas. It will most likely come down to the very last lap unless you can build up a bit of a margin a whole lot earlier in the night. But I mean, obviously, if we win this one, we can head to that finale with an 18-point lead up at the top of the table, but with 33 available, it still obviously doesn't really guarantee anything. I think what I'd really like to do is just not lose out many points to Charles as an absolute worst case scenario, because obviously if we can head into that sprint weekend, even if we can get out of the sprint and make sure that all I need to do is finish behind him, I would be quite happy with that there. As you can already see the pair of us slipstreaming down the Las Vegas Strip, and Leclerc, they're all just trying to cover me off in towards the braking zone. I thought for a split second we might be able to get away from the rest of the field on lap 1 and just leave this as a dogfight. And maybe as we make our way out of the final corner, that is exactly what is going to happen. Keep staying in the wheel tracks of the Ferrari man. And look at that, the gap to Sainz already up over a second.
DRS now available.
Right under his diffuser though, by the time we get through turn 1. Have we got... Well, we will definitely have the DRS, but I don't think Sainz... Oh, he's got the DRS from me, but he certainly will get another opportunity there. It was a huge understeery moment out of turn 2. Get the power down, try and make sure we stay with Charles. But, again, I'd rather make that mistake now when I've got plenty of time to recover. I wonder what would happen if this was a real-world scenario between Leclerc and Isaac Hadjar. Would France and Monaco go to war? I've honestly got no idea. Look at that, 229 right up on the red line there at 13,100 RPM. Obviously, you don't want to be doing that too many times, otherwise you do put excessive engine wear through the car as well. But it looks like Russell now has been able to try and get away from Norris and Sainz. Of course, the former McLaren duo having a bit of a battle. But yeah, Piastri, he's just dropping like a stone early on in this race. He's barely now inside the top 10. Obviously, that means if I can't beat Leclerc today, if Ferrari gain a good 20 points on us, we're going to need a huge result next time out. Right, come on then, let's see if we can finally try and get the move on Leclerc. I've been following him around for these last couple of laps, but I feel like I've got enough charge in the battery that can really now go for it. I mean, this is like Hamilton and Verstappen back in 2021 there as well. Leclerc tries to give me a big old squeeze, so I will move back to the racing line in towards the corner. He wants to race a little bit aggressively, then so will I. But up then into top spot we will go. I mean, look at that, yeah, we're pulling away nearly a second a lap over everybody else. As Leclerc then, thinks about trying to go back for it in towards turn 1. He's going to have a look, but thinks better of it by the time we get in towards the corner. Tyre wear is not much of a concern here, though. So could we try and throw a bit of a different strategy at this race? That will have to be a decision we decide fairly soon. I mean, look at that, 20% wear after 5 laps. You could pretty much do the entire race on one set of mediums. Well, let's see if Leclerc wants to try and defend like that again from us as we make our way down this back straight, because, well, again, we're the one with the championship advantage. If we came together, there is more pressure on him than there is on us if we both failed to score tonight, as again around the outside. And again, Leclerc just about able to keep the nose. Kind of, he's close enough where he could definitely sensibly have a look, but not close enough that he actually wants to commit to it there. As you can see, diving to the inside wall, trying to break the slipstream as best as we can. You also seem to avoid some of the bumps there right on the inside, which can be quite useful, but the problem is we've never really been ahead through the sector where I've got the advantage. So let's just see if I get a good run out of turn 2, and again, maybe break the toe there as we'll dive back to the inside once again. These next few corners are where we're normally really, really strong against Charles Leclerc here, so let's just see if we can try and nail it, get the car all wedged over that inside curb. A lot of wheel spin though on the exit certainly won't do us any favours. Nice and late there on the brakes, rotate the car around. Yeah, I've got so much confidence in this machine through some parts of this circuit. Of course, a bit more downforce I think than Leclerc as well. I'm already running 4-1 on the wing angle here. Matt212 Racing, down in the description if you want any of my setups for F125. They are free to access for everybody interested. But here we go then. Try and get the run out onto the back straight there, and look at that, we've got it up over a second. We'll keep draining battery until we get to that DRS detection point, and I think we've done it then this time. We have got Leclerc out of the range, but the problem is I've used a lot of battery to do it. Oh, we've got yellows, Is that going to be a Ferrari? And if so, which one? Nope, it's a Mercedes. George Russell out of the Grand Prix there, and I thought this could be another dramatic twist. I mean, if we got a safety car now, this would probably be very bad news for us, because we are going to opt to stay out. There we go, Norris. He's going to be given first port of call then down at Ferrari. So has he been told, undercut Charles, go in pursuit of myself, and really see what he can do? Or has Leclerc just been trying to look after his tyres? Because he has been taking a little bit of time out of us again. I think Norris even is going to come out in a fair amount of free air, because it looks like a lot of cars are pitting. So I think if we had dived in, we probably would have come out right with Ocon. It might not have been such a bad choice. Well, George Russell's stricken car then down the end of the Las Vegas Strip. And a pretty disappointing year for the Mercedes man as well. He's shown a good turn of pace quite often, but ultimately just has never had a car inside this series to really fight for wins and world championships rather reliably. Obviously, apart from, I think, Season 1, didn't he? Season 1 or Season 2, he put up a pretty good fight there as not taking any risk on the way into the pit lane there, but don't think Leclerc or I should both really run into any problems, as Oscar Piastri will also be diving it in, but we're so far ahead of him, I don't think that's going to be cause for concern. Nice tidy pit stop there, and it looks like, Leclerc I think had some issues. So Charles Leclerc then going to be a little bit further back, but look at that, Norris though, he's got about a 4-second undercut on us. So Lando Norris then suddenly now is going to start playing a major role in this Grand Prix. Is he just going to be able to blow straight past us? Yes, he will. So Norris then, terrible qualifying, carving his way up through the order though early on in this Grand Prix. And surely the Ferraris now gang up on me. don't think we're quite going to be able to get Leclerc out of the range then. So, yeah, Ferrari have done a really good stop, actually, with getting both cars out there and obviously bringing both of them back into contention, because early on we were just starting to inch away from those two cars. So let's just wait and see what we can do then. Now we've got the DRS once more. And again, reaching big speed down the back straight. And Norris knows nothing he can really do to fight it this time round. I mean, what do you do if you're Ferrari this time? Do you tell Norris to attack us, hope that we burn up our tyres, and that maybe Leclerc can come back at the end? Or do you tell Norris to get out of the way and let Charles Leclerc deal with us? Really tricky call to make. If anything, to be honest, it might be quite ideal that Oscar Piastri is way further down the order. I still would rather he's up towards the front, but you can't have it all. Oh, we got more yellows. We got more yellows towards the back of the pack, and I think that's now an Alpine dropping out of the Grand Prix then. So it's all going on. Whoa, at this stage of the GP, there is a huge moment. Trying to check on the minimap at maybe the wrong time. Oh, it's Ollie Behrman yet again. Oh!
Safety car has been deployed. We need to keep a positive delta here. Slow down and maintain a positive delta.
Surely Norris isn't allowed to get away with that. Surely Lando Norris has got to get a penalty. He's just jumped me under virtual safety car in this Grand Prix, and I mean we won't see a penalty flash up, will we? But how useful would it be if one would? I mean, can we have our place back game? No, of course not. Absolutely, of course not. Then, so not happy with Lando Norris there. And well, I mean, we call them the FIA, and for good reason. Ferrari international assistance right then and there. Whether he just didn't respond to the VSC or what, but immediately I kind of toned the pace back. But we are basically racing under virtual safety car here as VSC coming to an end. When do we go? I'm going to guess about there. Oh no. I mean, we're still, there's Behrman. What is this? Side by side still at the exit of the VSC, and I'm sure the FIA won't be too happy about that one, as Charles Leclerc just watching this all unfold. But Lando Norris, he was definitely allowed to do that illegally, and I'm going to have back what is rightfully mine there. Big dive bomb at the very next corners, and we've now got to try and scamper away as best as we can. If I can get the power down off the exit of this corner, and maybe get the 1 second zone on those two Ferrari cars once again, we can take them and get them away from us. Oh, once more there has really attacked the curbs. Oh, skimmed the wall again. But we've actually got a good run off the corner. Is it going to be enough, though? I don't think so. There's that gap 9/10 of a second then. It's still climbing, but nowhere near enough. I say nowhere near enough. Half a tenth in it. But still then, not going to be able to get those Ferraris away. As there goes Charles Leclerc, trying to make a move on Lando Norris as well. Trying to make sure I give Norris a bit of a slipstream there to keep them side by side. There's all Leclerc again. He got the run, but he backs out rather sensibly. Oh, here we go. I can just see again Leclerc now. I think he's getting a bit fed up. Stuck behind his teammate, and this time round, going to try and give Charles a little bit of a slipstream then. Don't really know why I'm kind of focusing on one or the other, but I think towards the end, I would rather give Norris a bit of an advantage, but that's what I wanted. Those two going wheel to wheel on the exit of the final corner, and that instantly gives us the gap we need back at the front once more. Still side by side by the time we get back in towards turn 1. And who is going to come out on top then as we try and rotate the car through turn 2 there? I think Norris has just about done it for now, but I mean, look at that, immediately a 1.7 second gap. They're still going wheel to wheel just behind us there, up in towards turn 3 or 4, whatever it is. Are we going to see Leclerc now make it stick? Yes, he will, but it might be too little too late. Surely this time, we're going to be within 1 second of Lance Stroll here. It's going to be close, but surely we've got that gap down to where we need it. And there we go, DRS now we will have on the Canadians. I mean, look at that, the Ferraris 5 seconds away now. And that gap is just going to get more and more then. What is Stroll doing? Oh, what's he doing? Oh, Stroll, he bombed out over the curb in there and just threw himself at me through the final couple of corners. We've got past the Aston Martin Honda, though, and that is pivotal at this stage of the day. 4 laps to go, and whilst one of our hands maybe grasping that Drivers' Championship trophy with a little bit more belief than I've ever had before this season, On the other hand, the Constructors' Championship looks to be getting away. Oscar Piastri, he's still down in about P7, P8 here, and that would mean Ferrari still outscore us overall. Well, with just 2 laps to go then of this Grand Prix, Lance Stroll now getting the blue flags. He's gotta let Leclerc and Norris by, but how critical is it for Charles Leclerc that at the very worst he comes P2 today? That'll give us an 18-point buffer at the top of the championship. And it will mean, obviously, if we had a mechanical failure next weekend, he could still come home second behind my teammate Oscar Piastri. If he comes third, well, he basically needs to win next to outstand any chance. Of course, I know that there are still some hypotheticals with the sprint race as well. A lot will be decided next week out in Qatar, but for now, obviously, there was a slim chance we could wrap up the Drivers' Championship today. I never truly believed that was going to be the case. And obviously, at the moment still, unless something catastrophic happens, of which Ferrari surely cannot let see, right towards the end of this race there. We've seen eras of dominance before from Ferrari, but is this season finally where that domination comes to an end inside this My Team universe? And who would have thought the plucky little Cadillac team would be the ones to do it? They only came into the sport last season. They did do it in a very clever way though, buying out a team that was already on the up and up. And let's not forget, this car still has 212 Motorsports DNA in it as well. But one more lap to go of the penultimate race of the F1 World Championship. What can I say about this race today? We pulled out a qualifying lap out of nowhere. Full bravery, full commitment. One of probably the best laps I'll ever do inside F1 25. And in the race we had to battle with one arm tied behind my back against that Ferrari team there. It was 2v1 at various stages throughout the race. Lando Norris has been the only driver that has been able to hold a candle to the speed that Charles Leclerc and I have shown this weekend. And you know what? We could very well see that again next time out in Qatar as well. Charles Leclerc, though, he's got a 2.5 second buffer now, so he really has come back alive. Maybe Norris, has been told just to back off in this final lap of the Grand Prix, because Ferrari know they are still going to make good gains in the Constructors as long as nothing goes pear-shaped. I'm trying to work out, looking at the minimap, I think Oscar Piastri is in 8th right now in this Grand Prix, so really not been the night for our teammates to remember. But honestly, when you look at the historic results around these high-speed circuits, I wouldn't have expected this to be a night for us to remember. Charles Leclerc back at Monza, 11th on the grid, stole the victory on the run back towards the checkered flag. He's not going to have an opportunity to do that today, as with just a couple of corners to go, we have come to Las Vegas. The championship pressure is getting to everybody, but we have been able to withstand it through the final corner, where we've seen heartbreak before. It is going to be elation tonight. One hand on the trophy. Get in there.
And it's victory today for Isaac Hadjar.
A great display of dominance today, Crofty, by this driver. They led from lights out to the flag at the end, led every lap of the race. Brilliant stuff by them, and excited to see what more they can do in future races.
It's time to bring out the bubbly and spray it around. It's our podium celebrations. And it's Isaac Hadjar who triumphs today. He's claimed that top spot with an outstanding performance.
Well, there we are then. Like I said, hopefully that means we have got one hand on the World Championship trophy, but as I'm sure we're all well aware, that can be ripped away incredibly quickly inside this game. Pole position, fastest lap, race victory, Looks pretty simple on paper, doesn't it? But those of you that stuck around know once again it was anything but. Charles Leclerc will come through for P2 ahead of Lando Norris, Carlos Sainz, Andrea Kimi Antonelli, Bortoleto, Tsunoda, Piastri, Ocon, and Pierre Gasly will round out your top 10 here. So all three Frenchmen once again scoring some points. Paul Aaron narrowly misses out. Pepe Marti, a good recovery drive for a Williams team that seemed to struggle all weekend. But just two Brits of Ollie Behrman and George Russell failing to score. A little bit gutted for Tim Tramnitz, 7th on the grid, 18th come the checkered flag. Once again, Audi looked rapid over one lap, but still seem to struggle with their overall race pace. What does that do, though, to both championships? I already know the maths in my head. We have got an 18-point lead now over Charles Leclerc with just one race to go. Lando Norris now 101 points back, but he is ahead of Oscar Piastri once again there. So there's going to be a battle for the World Championship. There is also going to be a battle for P3 and, of course, that final spot at the FIA Prize Gala as well between the former McLaren duo. Carlos Sainz, though, still looking pretty good in P5. Of course, that result for George Russell, or lack of, means that, yes, Sainz looking very, very strong in that 5th spot. Ocon ahead of Antonelli still, Tsunoda and Gasly inside your top 10 overall. As you can still see there, Colapinto, Hulkenberg, Bortoleto, Solov, Behrman, Crawford, Marty and Jack Doohan all with points on the board. Still, Lance Stroll, Tim Tramnitz and the V-Carbs yet to score a point. Constructors-wise, though, 9 points now. That is all that is separating us and Ferrari at the top of the table. It is going to come down to the wire next weekend now in Losail. McLaren only 8 points ahead of Red Bull. Mercedes still with an outside shot at 3rd overall in the Constructors' Championship, as Williams looked pretty safe ahead of Kick Sauber and, Audi even, I should say, and Aston Martin. Haas, Alpine and V-Carb all looking pretty set in stone as well, a little bit further behind. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back later on this week for the final ever episode of F125 My Team. I promise you, you do not want to miss it. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video and welcome to the finale of our F125 Cadillac Career Mode. Yes, 15 races down, 79 episodes in this series, and it all comes down to this, a sprint and a main event here from Losail. Of course, if you missed out on the video that went live a few days ago from Las Vegas, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. But whatever happens tonight, this is going to be the last race of our My Team Career Mode. Yes, I'm sorry to those of you that have been enjoying it, but ultimately, I think My Team is a little bit dead inside F125. I made a video on that a couple of weeks ago as well. So I've got a few ideas for some other series I want to do. Obviously, Formula 1 content is not going away or anything like that, but yeah, this is going to be the last dance, the last chance to try and make Cadillac a Formula 1 World Champion, and also the last chance for anybody to stop Charles Leclerc from becoming a 4-time Formula 1 World Champion inside this series. Taking a look, though, at the championship, we've actually got a pretty good shot here. 18 points clear of Leclerc. Theoretically, we could wrap it up in the sprint race. If I won the sprint and Leclerc didn't score, that would be it. We'd go into the Grand Prix with nothing left to fight for in the Drivers' Championship. Constructors-wise, we are only 9 points ahead of Ferrari as well, and I want to do everything I can to make sure that we win the double this weekend as well. But I mean, you take a look back through previous championships as well. Charles Leclerc obviously beat out Max Verstappen for the title last season in that final race. The year before, he beat out George Russell in Abu Dhabi in the final race, and then in season 1, to his credit, he did wrap it up a couple of weeks early in a very, very dominant run throughout the second half of the championship. Really, yeah, Canada kind of just revitalised Charles Leclerc over the course of that year, so it's safe to say, yeah, that he has been the dominant force of this series. It's been rather weird to see Ferrari winning quite a lot as well, which of course everybody that's kept up with real life Formula 1 this year, it hasn't quite been the same. But I mean, yeah, like I said, a massive thank you to all of you guys for your support throughout the entirety of this career mode. I'll be honest, I have had a lot of fun with it, but I also can appreciate that My Team isn't the same as it was obviously on the previous iteration. like I said, I've already done videos talking about My Team 2.0, why it hasn't worked, but hopefully we can try and put all that behind us and get one good last race, because like I said, I'm really, really excited for the new F125 career mode that I'm going to bring for you guys as well down the line. But yeah, as always, timestamps will be linked down in the description below. A massive thank you to everybody. We are so close to 150,000 subs. So if you aren't already, please make sure you hit that sub button. If you want early access to this new series when it does release, you can do so by clicking the join button as well for just £1 a month. You also help really support the work we do here. But yeah, without further ado, let's get out there one last time.
It's all about flow and pace today, qualifying in Qatar. A high-speed test that will set the grid for tomorrow's race. So welcome along.
Well, with it being a sprint weekend, then one-shot qualifying returns once more. And, well, the pressure has never been higher inside F125. We need to get some laps in tonight where we can really deliver the pace that we know this car is capable of. Obviously, last year here, if I remember correctly, Albert and I actually locked out the front row in a Cadillac that arguably wasn't as competitive as this year's, but Ferrari always come alive in the season finale as well. As I said in the intro, we've seen that with Leclerc every year. But could, a MasterCard McLaren, could a Mercedes or even a Red Bull potentially spring a bit of a surprise as well here in this final weekend of the campaign? 79 races done, and it all comes down to this one. Here in here in Qatar even, I should say. Much rather a finale here than in Abu Dhabi. Then again, I would much rather really the finales out in Brazil, but obviously, yeah, really looking forward to that weekend coming up as well. IRL, I think it's going to be a big one for the World Championship as well, but as we come towards the end of Sector 2, though, Yuki Tsunoda flying along in that MasterCard McLaren car. I mean, everybody towards the front. This final sector should be, completely full throttle, as Charles Leclerc now immediately storms back to P1 then. So as we try and make our way out of the final corner, Tsunoda will snatch it back. We have not delivered though. We will end up 9th on the grid, and just one little error there really, really cost us. Well, there we go then. Yuki Tsunoda maybe putting a bit of a spanner in the works then for Charles Leclerc. 0.06 of a second in it between your two front row starters. 0.09 of a second in it between your two guys on the second row there. Oscar Piastri will line up in P5. But I mean, we need to try and obviously do really, really well in the sprint race now to obviously build up some confidence as well. But I mean, 5.5 tenths away from Leclerc. There have not been many qualifying sessions this year where the margin has been that big. Further down the order, though, both Williams there just in and around your top 10. Pierre Gasly down in 14th. He'll be disappointed, slower than Solov, with Zach O'Sullivan right at the rear of the field. But every single car running quicker than a 120. I've said it before, I'll say it again. The cars in this series are just insanely fast. Although I guess I won't say it again because these cars won't be here anymore.
So it's all about speed in today's sprint. Not very many laps and no chance to get ahead on strategy. Who here today has the raw skill to take them to the top? So we're back here in Losail and this is the track map. 3.34 miles, 16 turns and just one DRS zone out of turn 16. It's already a fast and flowing track after all. There's a good overtaking opportunity with DRS though through the long straight and into turn 1. Off the back of a fantastic qualifying session, it's time to see how our starting grid looks for today's sprint. Yuki Tsunoda lines up on pole position with Charles Leclerc alongside. Considering the rest of the grid, we have Antonelli, Norris, Oscar Piastri, and Russell, Ocon, Sainz, Hadja, and Pepe Marti, Colapinto, Bortoletto, Nicolas Soloff, and Gasly, Hulkenberg, Behrman, Lance Stroll, and Paul Aaron, Tramnitz, Crawford, Doohan, and Zach O'Sullivan rounds off the grid. And with preparations almost complete, let's head trackside for today's sprint.
Right, this championship is still alive and there's still a chance we can win it. So get out there and bring the title home. Come on!
Oh, there you go, Mark. He's starting to get the vibe. He's starting to get the spirit towards the end of this campaign. We still have an 18-point buffer. We cannot be, going into the Grand Prix on the back foot against Leclerc, irrespective of what happens. As I've just noticed, my engineer there, I guess right above me in the face cam, gives you one hell of a side eye, doesn't he? When he feels like it as well. 10 laps, though, in today's sprint. And we're going to gamble the soft compound tyre just to see how well it will survive throughout this first race of the weekend. Also, we need to try and be able to carve our way through the order. Let's see what we can do, though. Every point counts this late on in the championship. The 5 red lights are on. It's lights out and away we go then for Sprint Race Saturday as Carlos Sainz are immediately getting a very good run down in towards turn 1. Pepe Marti trying to cover us off as well in towards that first corner. Can we try and go the long way around there as 3 wide? Oh, just in front there. Oh no! Sainz got another second wobble. I thought we'd done a good job to avoid him, but apparently not, and we will still gain the place. We've got to try and keep pushing, but with a little bit of front wing damage then, that is not the ideal way. But we wanted to kickstart this weekend there as we will squeeze George Russell out up over the top of the hill, but yeah, that has been a terrible, terrible start there. As looks like Tsunoda in that second NASCAR McLaren car has held on right up at the front, but yeah, we basically just got to try and move our way up through as best as possible. I mean, the front wing damage isn't much, but it's definitely enough that you will notice it there as I thought about having a look to the inside of Esti Besti by the time we got out towards the end of Sector 2, but everybody just settling in then. I think the worst thing for us, though, is of course the fact that both Ferraris out-qualified both Cadillacs ready for the sprint race tonight. So that is definitely not quite flat out through there. And that's going to really, really cost us them throughout the entirety of this sprint race. We can't do a lot about it at the moment. It's effectively, I mean, based on qualifying, this sprint race has become damaged imitation for us. But hopefully, if Tsunoda can win this one, Antonelli looks to be applying pressure to Leclerc as well. As here goes Ocon to the inside of our teammate down in towards turn 1. I mean, surely, Cadillac, you play the numbers game this weekend. You allow myself past Oscar Piastri, as long as we don't come under pressure from anybody else there. But Ocon making a move on our Australian teammate, and he might immediately try and set sail. Oscar Piastri is barely hanging on inside the range of Esteban Ocon then by the time we get towards the end of lap 2, as here goes Leclerc for the lead of the Grand Prix against Tsunoda. By the time they get back down in towards turn 1, as we will have a big dive to the inside of our teammate Piastri there. So as one Ferrari takes the lead, the Cadillacs too busy battling with each other right towards the tail end of the points. Oscar, I don't know what's wrong with him. I mean, it's been the story all year, hasn't it? And that he has just really, really struggled in this Cadillac car. Kind of in a similar vein to how we've seen him struggle in the McLaren towards the end of 2025. But a huge under rotation there from the front. Unless he can stay with Ocon and really start applying the pressure, I've got to try and find a way around our teammates. Oh, Leclerc again coming under pressure, back in towards someone there. Tsunoda will reclaim the lead of the Grand Prix, and even Andrea Kimi Antonelli there moving his way through. So just how quickly things can chop and change. And well, I know we haven't done that many sprint races this season. Honestly, I think annoying is probably too strong, but I do usually prefer doing a normal weekend format. But yeah, I mean, could those sprint race points be critical, be pivotal in the title fight? Ferrari look dead set to outscore Cadillac here by quite a few in this sprint, but Leclerc now really seems on the back foot. Has he picked up a little bit of damage in that battle with Andrea Kimi Antonelli down at turn 1? Because it seems, yeah, like our top two have absolutely bolted. And well, if Red Bull suddenly now have got a car to fight in this season finale, Max Verstappen, I'm sure, is sat at home wondering why didn't he have a Red Bull that could fight here in Abu Dhabi last season as well. It was a valiant effort all campaign by the Dutchman, but he never really should have won that championship, should he? The Ferrari was always a bit of a quicker car. It was just a bit of Max magic towards the end of the season. But I think, yeah, Leclerc's got damage because he is really, really struggling at the moment. Maybe it was a bit like Oscar earlier on, where it just takes him a lap or so to try and regroup and refocus. But here now goes Lando Norris and Esteban Ocon back in towards turn 1 there. Leclerc's going to lose 1. Leclerc might lose 2. As one of our French compatriots there trying to go around his outside through 1. Have the inside line through turn 2, and Leclerc is sinking like a stone here. And suddenly now, Oscar Piastri and myself, we've got to be in a position to capitalise as well. What has happened to Leclerc. I can't see any front wing damage, but he just seems to be all over the show, starting to get that car where he needs it. Come on, Oscar, push, man, push a bit more. Can we have a look for a move to the inside of our teammate? Oh, a bit of a suicidal lunge. Luckily there, Oscar, he knows the drill this weekend. He's got to work with me. And we now will try and go in attack of the Ferrari. One more lap to go then of the Qatar sprint. Ocon just seems to lose a little bit of ground behind Lando Norris. Or through those final couple of corners there. That's the worst run I've had through the final corner in quite a while. Here comes Oscar Piastri trying to have a look to the outside. This is not what we need, Oscar. Luckily, we've just got a little bit more top end there. Ocon, he will barge his way through on Lando Norris by the time they get down towards turn 1 there. And Ferrari yet lose out on another point here. And like I said, although the Drivers' Championship, we're still looking pretty strong. The Constructors really could swing either way in this final race. Ferrari have often had a bit more horsepower this year, but that has come with the caveat of more engine reliability issues. So I thought there we might have been able to get a run on Leclerc off the corner, but apparently not. And this bodes well for the race though. The Ferrari really struggling over their longer run there. Once again, have got the speed. But, you know, we've seen it a few times this year that Ferrari, maybe over a race stint, really beginning to struggle. No such struggles, though, from Andrea Kimi Antonelli up at the front of the order. As I believe, we've done 3 sprints this year, haven't we? And Antonelli is going to claim victory in 2 of them. And I believe, it was obviously George Russell in the Mercedes, wasn't it? That is going to claim the other one. Through the final corner, Red Bull back on top once again. Saturday nights worked beautifully for the Milton Keynes base squad there. Antonelli will claim his 2nd sprint win of the year, followed home by Yuki Tsunoda. P6 for us. Could have been better, could have been worse. Well, there we go then. I must admit, Kimi Antonelli does look slightly cursed still, I think, in that Red Bull suit. But he will claim victory there. 4 tenths clear of Yuki Tsunoda come the end of sprint race Saturday there. Esteban Ocon, brilliant drive from 7th on the grid for P3. They're just ahead of Lando Norris and Charles Leclerc. Myself, Oscar Piastri, and George Russell down in P8. So no major surprises there, I guess, from the sprint. Both Red Bulls, both Ferraris, both Cadillacs, a McLaren and a Mercedes. Solov, once again, just loves to finish right outside of your points as well. Which is pretty funny for him. Just Pierre Gasly who failed to see the checkered flag. And Ollie Behrman, if he's not getting a DNF, he seems to always be getting some kind of penalty or something here. What on earth did he do to get that one? As we'll try and take a quick look at the race director incidents. Ollie Behrman ignoring yellow flags. So he must have overtaken someone when Gasly broke down as well. So absolutely love that for Ollie. But yeah, there we go then. What does that do to our championship? Obviously, the gap to Leclerc has come down by 1. Lando Norris now back within 100 points of the top of the table as well. And constructors-wise, Ferrari 5 behind. McLaren, though, and Red Bull, 1 point in it between them. And if Mercedes had a bit of a miracle, they could still get the jump. Aston Martin, they're 1 point behind Audi as well. So there is a lot to fight for up and down the order. But for one final time then, back into qualifying.
It's all about flow and pace today, qualifying in Qatar. A high-speed test that will set the grid for tomorrow's race. So welcome along.
Well, back out then into one-shot qualifying for the real Grand Prix. Now that we've done the sprint race, I can finally really figure out some of the hypotheticals in my head towards the end of the campaign. A 17-point buffer over Charles Leclerc means that we need to finish P6 or better in this main event today if he wins. But that's not the case, actually. We need to finish P5 because Leclerc, if he wins this Grand Prix, we would be equal on wins with 6 apiece. But he has had more second-place finishes over the course of the campaign. So P5 is what we need this afternoon. I've only finished P5 or worse twice all year. That was Brazil just a couple of races ago, and then the season opener out at Albert Park as well. So obviously in the Drivers' Championship we've got a little bit more wiggle room. The problem is I want to win the Constructors for Cadillac as well there, and with a 5-point margin ahead of Ferrari, we need to try and deliver this afternoon. Plus, let's be fair, you always want to win the season finale, don't you? Especially if you're going on to win the Drivers' Championship as well there. And well, so far this lap, feeling a whole lot tidier than the one we did in sprint qualifying. Purple sector 1, purple sector 2, and just draining a little bit of battery, then down in towards the final couple of corners. Will it be one last pole lap of this My Team career mode there? Get the throttle down nice and early out of the final turn. No, it's not. Norris stole it at the line. There must be thousandths of a second in it. Well, 6 thousandths of a second was the gap ready for sprint qualifying. 13 thousandths seems like an ocean between Lando Norris and myself there as we prepare for the Grand Prix. Tsunoda will line up third, just ahead of George Russell and Carlos Sainz there, with Andrea Kimi Antonelli just ahead of Charles Leclerc. But Lando Norris then trying to fly the Ferrari flag as Leclerc and Piastri way down the order. Pepe Marti and Franco Colapinto once again both just outside the top 10. I would assume Gasly will have grid penalties ready for the race, but who else might serve some pens?
Welcome back to Qatar and the Lusail International Circuit, a track that has a long history for two-wheeled motorsport action. But tonight it's the four wheels of F1 that are back, and Lewis Hamilton going for another win here. We're back here in Lusail for a track that's 3.34 miles long. There are 16 turns around its unique three-prong shape and just a single DRS zone out of turn 16. It's fast and it's flowing, and there's a good overtaking opportunity with DRS down the long straight and into turn 1. It's time to take a look at our starting grid for today's race. Lando Norris put in a fantastic lap yesterday, and he'll start from pole position. And Isaac Hadjar completes the front row. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Sainz, Antonelli, Charles Leclerc and Ocon, Piastri, Pepe Marti, Colapinto and Yuki Tsunoda, Bortoletto, Russell, Nico Hulkenberg and Crawford, Soloff, Behrman, Paul Aaron and Jack Doohan, Stroll, O'Sullivan, Tramnitz, and Pierre Gasly picks up the final grid slot. And with lights out just moments away, it's time to go down to the track. And alongside me here today in the commentary box, Anthony Davidson. What a day in store today. Time to realise the dreams. And when we say dreams, we mean the team's dreams. It's the team championship that's on the line today.
Absolutely, Crofty, and you've got that responsibility as a driver. You're the one sitting in the car, and you feel that immense pressure from those 500 or 1,000 people, depending on which team it is, working for you and your teammate to get the job done and bring those valuable points home. You're going to be celebrating with your team tonight if you get it right.
Right, it's been a long, hard season. We're almost at the end, but we cannot switch off until after that checkered flag today. Let's try and end today's race on a high note.
Well, I think, again, Mark, absolutely with the right idea here. And very interesting, of course. I've never heard Crofty doing that intro either. Clearly, he feels that the Drivers' Championship is a foregone conclusion. But yeah, we need Oscar Piastri to deliver today if we want to wrap up the Constructors as well. 29 laps between us and glory in the F1 My Team career mode. Can we bring this plucky underdog American team to the height of the greatest motorsport on planet Earth? Let's wait and find out then. Is everybody around us on the softs? That is a bit of a surprise. It's 5 red lights. Oh, and there you go, Lando Norris getting off to a very good start. I don't expect us to get a pretty good launch, but we will try and do damage limitation in towards turn 1 there. Apparently there's already... Oh, who was that there? I think that was Esteban Ocon trying to have a bit of a look down the inside of turn 1, as we almost ended up in a Red Bull sandwich there. Antonelli getting the elbows out through turn 2, and that's allowing Carlos Sainz and Lando Norris a little bit of a window to try and break away immediately then at the front of the order. P3 absolutely happy with where we sit early on, but let's not forget, of course, I'm still yet to have a mechanical failure inside this series. I've had very few in F125's entirety, to be completely honest with you guys as well. So if we got one tonight and it ended up costing us the championship, the Drivers' Championship, I would be very, very disappointed. Constructors-wise, I think it's probably far easier to shift more of the blame over to our teammate Oscar Piastri, because he really hasn't delivered throughout most of the campaign so far. But if things were to end right now, Ferrari would be Constructors' champions. I honestly think if we want a shot at it, we basically got to go out and try and win tonight as well. There is, that understeer with a race tank's worth of fuel. A lot more than I was expecting towards the end of lap 1 there, as Carlos Sainz then immediately, already perhaps beginning to lose touch with Lando Norris up at the front of the order. Can we get a run on Carlos back in towards turn 1? No, we cannot. Leclerc's had a pretty good start there, already up into P5. Trying to keep up with Andrea Kimi Antonelli just behind us. But he's still under the pressure from, I believe that is Esteban Ocon behind him, who has been a bit of a menace for the Ferrari so far this weekend, and yet again has actually made the move happen. There we go then, looks like Sainz has already dropped out the range then of Lando Norris up at the front of the order, so we need to try and go for maximum attack then already. Won't be long before the medium hopefully becomes a better tyre than the soft, but we've seen it before. The Ferrari can occasionally really stretch its rubber there as to the outside of Carlos. I mean, the DRS is so powerful down in towards turn 1 here, especially when the car in front doesn't have it. But yeah, we need to make sure that we stay within a second then of Lando up at the front. That gap currently 1.1. There we go then. Carlos Sainz now might be coming under pressure from Andrea Kimi Antonelli then. So Red Bull, they could really throw a bit of a spanner in the works here. They did it in the sprint, but it does look like their pace might be real this weekend. So, I mean, like I said, we're just waiting, biding our time rather patiently. I mean, like I said, if I had to win one championship or the other, I would definitely want to try and bag the drivers tonight. I want to win the Constructors for Cadillac, I really do. But I think, for us personally, I know this is a My Team career mode, but, this has been the big reason, as I've said before, why My Team 2.0 hasn't really worked. People want to run their own team, absolutely, inside the F1 game. It's great to be able to have that option, but people also want to drive as themselves. I don't say Isaac Hadjar going for the lead of the Grand Prix or anything like that. I say I'm going for the lead of the Grand Prix. Now, obviously, if we do win tonight, we will become the second French Formula 1 World Champion, only alongside the great Alain Prost. But, yeah, F1 26, the big thing they need to implement again is the ability to race as yourself, because it has been this game's downfall. Every single lap, we just seem to be able to follow Norris just that little bit closer or through the final couple of corners. And let's now see if we can get a run back down in towards turn 1 then. 9 laps in, 20 still to go here, and getting a huge amount of speed down in towards turn 1. And that time, around 220 miles an hour is enough there, swooping through, and for the first time tonight, into the lead of the Qatar Grand Prix. Let's try and stay here until the pit stops. No idea what's happened to Andrea Kimi Antonelli then, whether he's got an issue on that car or after Ocon's spin, he's been told to really nurse his tyres because he's just dropping away from the back of Leclerc and co. Right now, Oscar Piastri's moved through, so it is now Cadillac, Ferrari, McLaren, Ferrari, Cadillac inside your top 5 there. Carlos Sainz still trying to hang on quite well as he's had a little bit of a success, hasn't he, inside this series. As Lando Norris, though, I think this will probably be his pit-in lap then. Just see there, I mean, even when we're using batteries, still got huge speed on us, but not enough by the time we get down in towards turn 1 there. Little bit of understeer through that first corner. These mediums are definitely starting to feel pretty second-hand as well. I hate to imagine how those softs are starting to hang on. Well, I am just going to take these tyres one lap further then, although the warning light has just flashed up as there we go, Norris going again then. So Sainz into the pit lane. I can only assume Leclerc will be diving in. Just figured I'd rather have the advantage in the second half of this race as well. Especially on these mediums, we are beginning to pull away now from Lando Norris here. So will Piastri be able to get the jump on Charles Leclerc? He's had a lot of clear air this lap. He's been able to push on nicely on his set of the hard compound tyres. They do take a little bit of time though to fire up. They're not always the best strategy to go with. Did I see Leclerc on mediums? There goes Oscar Piastri then. It's going to be close by the time they get down towards turn 1, but Leclerc has hung on. Well, I thought I just saw Leclerc on mediums. Surely Ferrari aren't trying to stretch that one out of nowhere. I would have figured that's pretty much impossible here, but with Lando Norris only 2 seconds back, if that's what he's able to do, they're going to be under a lot more pressure than I ever expected. Into the pit lane then at the end of lap 14. So we've done pretty well on these mediums, but maybe Ferrari are going to be able to do even better No risk needed on the way in there. In fact, slowing down probably a lot too much, as that's going to allow Lando Norris just to close in a little bit. But I think now Piastri then has got to be in the range of Charles Leclerc at this stage. As there we go. Come on, team. One final good pit stop of the year, I beg of you. Come on. No, of course.
Right rear wheel. I know it's not ideal, but let's try and put that behind us now and get back into this race.
Oh, well, it looks like Lando Norris as well had a pretty rough pit stop here, so we should still come out in front, but clearly the pressure getting to the team. And yeah, look at that, Norris. He is going mediums as well then. So Ferrari, they are really trying to throw something different at this Grand Prix. Cadillac and MasterCard McLaren all on hards, but Ferrari are trying to go the Hail Mary to see if they can snooker this one away. We've still got a decent lead though over Norris, so let's just try and manage this gap as best as we can. I think the key is don't let him back inside the DRS. Well, Carlos Sainz then a little bit on the back foot at the moment. Those Ferraris on fresher, softer tyres. And, well, both, obviously, those two that he's battling with former teammates. And, obviously, both of them with one of his former team's car. So I don't think he's going to try and defend from Charles Leclerc all too much. As Leclerc then to the outside in towards turn 1. And there we go. Charles Leclerc now up into the podium places here. We'd still win the championship if we can stay put. But Oscar Piastri, this has pretty much been a metaphor for all season, hasn't it? Oscar Piastri, close, but just never really close enough to be all too useful. Oh, no, Leclerc. Sorry, Lando Norris even. He is right now on the 1 second buffer, so Ferrari are still throwing everything at this. They know they've got to try and at least get one of their cars ahead of us before those tyres start to fall off. 8 laps to go of this season finale, and Lando Norris, he is still pushing like crazy. I'm trying to manage them. I'm trying to be sensible. I want to make sure we've got good speed right towards the very end. There's an engine warning light now. That is not what we need at this stage of the night. I don't believe it's anything too major. It is just, the ICE there, so obviously I know this race, although it's nighttime, it is still very, very warm here out in Qatar. But the last thing you need here is a lack of ponies in the back of the car, and, well, certainly another Ferrari does not lack. Prancing horse on the logo, and plenty of horses in this Ferrari power unit, but all season it has felt like Ferrari have just had a little bit more in a straight line. Leclerc now less than 3 seconds away as well, as Lando Norris desperate to try and stay within 1 second, stay within the DRS range here, as we make our way through this tricky triple right-hander, still completely flat out through all of them, and even the final left as well, just about flat. But look at that, Norris now 6/10 back as we start lap 22 and 29. This is not over just yet then, as we're going to have to try and break the toe immediately. Just don't give him the slipstream there, don't give him any kind of helping hand. Norris doesn't really care though, he's not going for any of it. As back in towards turn 1, we'll hang on that time. But we're going to have to try and break the slipstream if I want to keep him at bay. Or this will also potentially allow his Leclerc to continue to close up, as Sainz and Piastri, they've got nothing. Ferrari might have played a blinder. Oh, Franco Colapinto suddenly out of the Grand Prix. So that is both Williams then in this series finale out here in Qatar. And, well, yeah, it must be disappointing then for the Argentinian, who of course came back to Williams inside this series. I mean, I don't know if you guys have been keeping up with the driver career mode over on Matt212 gameplay. Williams in that series, without any kind of outside influence, aka me, have basically become, a championship threat now inside this game. Safe to say that hasn't quite happened in the My Team universe there, as, well, yet another Mercedes engine going bang. But that is reassuring for us then, because that will hopefully mean that it is far less likely now that we get a mechanical failure in these dying stages here. 4 laps to go from Losail. There is the stricken Williams down in turn 1. But now with a 3-second gap over Lando Norris, it's been a valiant effort by him to try and help his teammate, to help his team here in this finale. But it might all be for naught. I must admit, when I first picked these drivers for this final season of the career mode, Oscar Piastri, at the time, I thought he was going to waltz away to a real-life Formula 1 World Championship. He was so highly rated inside this game as well. He was kind of just the sensible choice to have as a second driver. But this young man, Isaac Hadjar, I must admit, throughout Formula 3 and Formula 2, watching him rise his way through the ranks, I wasn't a particularly big fan of him. You never really got to see his personality. You just kind of got to see his outbursts on the radio. But ever since he made the step up into Formula 1, pretty much immediately, I thought this kid is absolutely fantastic there. He is so funny and exactly what you want on a Formula 1 grid. Massively helped, I think, as well by the fact he's a huge Lewis Hamilton fan, which anybody that's been around here for long enough will know I am exactly the same. But yeah, I honestly thought heading into this season that obviously if I drove as Isaac, then hopefully Oscar Piastri would be able to have a good championship battle with our teammate. But a bit like what we've seen IRL towards the end of 2025, Oscar Piastri, I mean, I'm recording this after Mexico, before Brazil. This video should go live before Brazil as well. Oscar Piastri just seems to be crumbling right at the last hurdle. I am still hoping that he can become 2025 World Champion, but 2 laps from home now, here in Qatar, we have got the advantage, and surely we can't get a mechanical failure this late on in the night. Engine wear up to 61%, so it's still looking pretty good towards the end of this race. I spoke about it earlier on, though, in this Grand Prix about, my team. I was so excited for it coming into F1 25. I was so hyped for this game mode. Obviously, a return, a refresh, it was so big on F1 21 and F1 22, but they've definitely missed the mark with it inside F1 25. My Team 2.0, I think, has the groundwork to be a big success, but just isn't quite there yet. But that being said, we have still made some memories inside this series. We've seen new Grand Prix winners. We've seen new teams in Formula 1. We have seen resurgence. We have seen redemption. We have seen so much Charles Leclerc and Ferrari domination as well towards the end of campaigns. But Isaac Hadjar, we are just 1 lap away now from joining an incredibly exclusive club. Grand Prix racing started back in the late 1800s in France. And it's kind of bizarre, the fact that the birth of Grand Prix racing, there is no French Grand Prix. There has only ever been one French F1 World Champion. But in just another minute and a half, we should see a second one. Isaac Hadjar, I must admit, I would probably quite like to see this for the young man in real life, because I absolutely think the way he's driven in 2025, he could be F1 World Champion caliber in future years to come. We have started this year on the back foot against Ferrari. A P6 finish in Australia was not what we wanted, but pretty much since then, apart from Brazil, we have racked up podiums every single weekend. Ferrari, Charles Leclerc, have given us such a run for our money. They have been the team to beat. Even into this final weekend, I still thought Leclerc probably has still got a fair shot of doing it. Ferrari have thrown everything in the kitchen sink at this season finale tonight, trying to stretch the tyres on both of their cars, trying to do everything for a driver's and a team's championship. But for the first time in My Team 2.0 on F1 25, Ferrari are gonna be toppled. We have proven that you can beat them in this universe through the final couple of corners. Isaac Hadjar, I'm sure, is about to go wild over the team radio. I did not know which way this was going to go tonight, but what a send-off for F1 My Team. We have done it.
Oh man, that's it. It's all over and you are the world champion. What a drive, what a season. Well done.
And with that, another year of Formula 1 draws to a close and a new World Drivers' Champion is declared. Another entry added to that prestigious list of the sport's most incredible drivers. Isaac Hadjar takes the checkered flag and wins.
Well, great victory today for the final race of the season, and you take that energy with you through the end of the year, through the winter break, and it's important because your team lives off of that. You want them to deliver you the best possible car for the start of next season's campaign.
What a day it's been for Formula One, and what a day it's been for these three drivers. Time for the podium celebrations. Time for our drivers to celebrate. And you've got to hand it to Isaac Hadjar, head and shoulders above the rest today, and victory with another impressive performance.
Well, there we go then. It might have been a bit of a shaky sprint race, but Grand Prix Sunday once again belongs to Isaac Hadjar. 7 wins over the course of the campaign. I believe 6 for Charles Leclerc and 3 for Lando Norris, if I'm not mistaken. But that is enough. As you saw, doing the donouts, doing the burnouts, we are Formula 1 World Champion. P1 for ourselves there, obviously from second on the grid. Lando Norris, he did put up a great fight, but ultimately not enough there. Charles Leclerc in a bit of a distant P3, but ultimately, you know, I always think it's quite good when the top 3 in the championship finish on the podium in that final race. Oscar Piastri finished behind Carlos Sainz when all is said and done. Couldn't even beat a MasterCard McLaren there. Goes to show just how much the Australian has struggled throughout the entirety of this campaign. Tsunoda ahead of George Russell, Andrea Kimi Antonelli, Gabriel Bortoletto, and Gasly from the rear of the field will round out your top 10. And, well, it wouldn't be an F1 race this season without Nicolas Solov finishing 1 place outside of your points as well. Esteban Ocon ahead of Nico Hulkenberg there. Crawford ahead of Stroll. Behrman seeing the checkered flag ahead of Doohan, Tramnitz, Paul Aaron and Zach O'Sullivan rounding out your finishes there with just Colapinto and Pepe Marti. Bit of a shame for Williams that we don't see either of their cars get to the checkered flag. What does that do, though, to our Drivers' World Championship? Well, it means a 27-point buffer. Even if we had another race out in Abu Dhabi, it would be all done. It would be all wrapped up in the drivers' table there, and very, very happy because of it. Lando Norris finishes in third there, 20 points clear of his former teammate Oscar Piastri. Carlos Sainz, brutally consistent throughout the entirety of the campaign, and I think, yeah, had McLaren given him a car, he was well in the fight for the World Championship as well there. George Russell, another one that delivered very, very admirably ahead of Esteban Ocon, who gets the better of Antonelli come season's end. Yuki Tsunoda ahead of Pierre Gasly in your top 10, so it was just your big 5 teams inside your top 10 overall. Franco Colapinto, a pretty good campaign for him in P11 ahead of Bortoletto there, and Nico Hulkenberg, of course. Audi, we've seen them do so badly throughout most of this game, but they really did come alive with Hulkenberg for a few races in this final season. Solov, to his credit, did score a few points this campaign, which can't be said for all of our rookies inside this series there, ahead of Behrman and Crawford. Pepe Marti with 4 points to his name, Jack Doohan there with 1, and then you can see Stroll, Aaron, Tramnitz and Zach O'Sullivan all failing to score. So I believe in the Constructors' Championship, Bortoletto, those 2 points here tonight, means that not only did he outscore his old teammate in the Drivers' Championship, but it also means that he helped, well, he basically carried Aston Martin in beating them to Audi in the Constructors as well there. Cadillac, though, on top of the Formula 1 world. Will we ever see this IRL next year? Only time will tell. But Ferrari in P2, 7 points back. Finally, their dynasty has been toppled once again. McLaren do hang on for third ahead of Red Bull there, with Mercedes in, not quite a lonely P5, but definitely a little bit further off than they would have wanted. Those mechanical failures towards the end of the campaign really cost them. Williams hang on to P6 there, and like I said, Aston Martin jump Audi in at that final race as well. Haas in P9, Alpine there, and VCarb once again, the only team that failed to score a point. Genuinely, though, from the bottom of my heart, I cannot thank you guys enough, for sticking around, for watching and enjoying this series. I know it's had its ups and downs. I know that, ultimately, actually, the driver career mode on the second channel is quite regularly now, towards the end, been more popular than this My Team series, but I am really, really excited for some future projects we've got coming up as we prepare ourselves for 2026. A new era for Formula 1, and I'm hoping it will be a new era as well here on the Matt212 channel. But yeah, 80 races. A massive thank you to all of you guys that stuck around throughout all of them. For channel members, I will do a little bit of an update video and kind of showcase what would have happened in Season 5. So if you want to see that, like I said, click the join button down below. But yeah, a massive thank you to Roll as well, who edited every single video from this series as well. So a quick shout out to him, obviously the editor here on the main channel. But yeah, that's going to do us for this series then. I'm going to bring back the F1 2004 career mode. We're going to wrap up that championship over the next couple of weeks. F1 25 will take a small hiatus, or at least the career modes will. But yeah, we'll be back with an all-new project very, very soon.